Hello, welcome to the pub. What's going on, everybody? Hello. Just screwing with my audio a little bit here. How you doing, Last Dance? Good to see you, man. Evening, my brother. Just getting set up, getting ready, getting prepped, getting a bowl packed, having a beer. So, another week in the world has passed us by. Let's all remember to catch the World Cup tomorrow morning if you're interested, or if you're not, and that's cool too, man. No worries. Where's my little knife? There she is. Let me know if the sound is all right. I thought she was acting a little funny. Can't remember if this is how I have my microphone generally set up, so it seems okay. It's just a little whack. I mean, when I drop something on the table, it goes red, but when I'm talking into it, it never goes red. I don't know what that's about. I don't know. Let me know. Last Dance. Uh-oh. Excuse me. I'm sorry. A little sneezy. Pretty much over the thing from last week, so hopefully that sneeze isn't it showing up right at this moment. Let me know any issues with sound or connectivity, and I shall attempt to fix them. Thanks, Bottle Cap. Is that something you guys say over there too? Is that your go-to on the sneeze for the English, I imagine? Audio is good. Thanks, man. How you doing? That's life, but not as we know it. Good to see you. Thanks for being here, brother. You're the man. I haven't seen you doing too many streams lately, but whenever you happen to be doing one, I try to pop on and check it out. Always after a sneeze. Cool, man. That's life, but not as we know it. I believe he has a YouTube channel under that name as well. And he might have one that has a 2 after it as well. Maybe his backup channel. So check him out if you ever get a chance. Give him a sub. And give him some likes, comments, whatever. It's all good. This is a sativa. We shall see. This sour Joker. Not a great flavor. A little bit of sourness to it, but cheers. Interesting English bottle cap. I wonder if they would bleed you for sneezing. Bleed you. Bloodletting. Kind of a strange practice. I was thinking about Native Americans used to I did it again with the headphones. Native Americans used to do the thing where they would share each other's blood and blood brothers sort of thing. They must have passed a lot of diseases to each other doing that. Hello from Twitch. What's up? Yeah, wearing the blue jeans. Not a great idea here. Should have went with the comfy pants. So first, jeans on the pub. Who'd have thunk? Hey, you know what happened this week? Black Octopus Productions released a movie called Lips. So that would be Hayden Hewitt and Graham Booth with some pretty decent actors. I guess they're British dudes. I don't really know who they are, but they did well in the movie. The movie is totally bizarre in classic Hayden fashion, as his other movies were. And I highly recommend you check it out at some point. It is on YouTube right now, I believe. I assume they and it was cool. It was cool being in the chat with those guys for a brief time. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, man. Paul Dudney. It's a strange name. And James Dreyfus, yeah. Good actors. And there was a couple of ladies in the movie as well, one as a bartender and one as wife of James Dreyfus. But it was cool. I think I'm going to say it was around 12 minutes. Anyone else saw it who'd like to give their review, please be honest. I'm not going to sit here and say it was the greatest thing ever, but I wanted to see it through to the end. I was entertained by it. So, yeah, I give it 2 thumbs up for sure, man. It was a good one. But don't be shy if you have a review of it. We don't have to pull our punches here for sure. I wanted to say I do have a link, I'm sure, somewhere. I don't want to lose you, though, English Bottle Cap. Then you'll go down the wormhole of Hayden Hewitt short films. I won't see you again. But the name of it is Lips, and the name of the channel is Black Octopus Productions, so I'm sure it's fairly easy to find. I want to give another shout out to my buddy who gave me this pipe, amongst other things. Also that Cosmo Kramer painting over my right shoulder, beside my right shoulder. Scopper, thanks, buddy. You're the man. This thing is hitting better than ever. And I'm going to clean it with a enzymatic cleaner as soon as I get a chance. Start soaking it in the morning, and hopefully she's done by 5 o'clock, when I like to burn. Thanks, Scopper. You're the man. Wow. The thing is firing on all cylinders. Might have to switch over to the runts, though. That weed is meh. It's all right. There you go, Last Dance. Oh, weird. My phone was sitting on the charger. Not charging. Sure, I love these stand chargers that you just set your phone on. They're pretty damn slow. I guess they're convenient, but they do waste power because they are like about 50% less efficient than a plug-in charger with the proper wall unit. There you go. Good job, English Bottle Cap. Definitely worth a take, man. As I said, I did enjoy it, and it was like old times being in the chat with those guys and bullshitting back and forth, and some of our old people who used to join us on the pub popped on there that I haven't seen in a long time, so it was cool to see them too. I'm not going to mention them just because, hey, if they were here, I would. So, but they're not here for a reason. They choose not to be, so that's fine. People come and go in the pub game. That's how it is being a pub landlord. Oh yeah, this bud is much, much better. Still haven't shotgunned that beer. I didn't, I didn't want to be pushy. Last Dance. I guess I kind of assumed they would find me if they wanted to find me. So I didn't, and I don't like spamming other people's, premieres with my shit. Like, hey, yo, great to see your movie, guys. Come over to Smokesteve's channel sometime. I don't know. it seems like maybe desperate, maybe, I don't know, not the right moment. I don't think those guys would probably want to join us here anyways. No big deal. That's true. You're right. I don't know. I guess I felt like it wasn't the time. Honestly, I was driving home in a horrendous nor'easter. Thankfully, it was only rain, and I knew I wasn't going to make it, so I pulled over at a gas station on the side of the highway and caught the live premiere, just to be there because I want to give those guys support. You're right, Last Dance. Maybe I mentioned that, and I do follow them on. Okay, two. That's two who say it would have been okay. I've heard some shit where people are like, yeah, you go on other people's live streams and you like push your own shit, man. That's not cool. That's kind of like a lot of on the ganja, the weed live streams, the growers, the smokers, those types of people bust chops for doing that sort of thing, trying to like steal people out of a session. But I don't know. Maybe I'm obviously overthinking it because I wasn't doing that. I wouldn't have been. I would have just been saying, hey guys, this is what's going on. If people ask, then may I say it's not a bad modus operandi. If people ask, I see what you're saying. Okay. I got you. Yeah, I didn't mention anything. I just said hi, glad to be here. I'm watching this, and I was parked at a gas station because and they kind of laughed. But I have a feeling that they were there to enjoy their movie, which they did. They did a thing, man. They made a movie. You're right. I'll give you that, Last Dance. I should have. I can always drop them a line on Instagram. I do follow Black Octopus Productions, and Hayden has done. He did some posts recently under that name, so I know he checks it. It's probably his account. I'm surprised he hasn't been let back on Twitter. I really don't understand that. What would he push? He just popping on the Instagram and giving him a hey buddy, here I am. Just a comment sort of thing. In the comments is okay, I see what you're saying. I got you. Yeah, I hear you. We were just chatting in the live chat. It's a fine line. See, first of all, I do want them to know that I'm here and do keeping the pub going. Secondly, I don't think they'd want to be here. Maybe Graham. Graham could pop in every once in a while when he's having a glass of wine. But I believe the old boy has got his hands full over there with life and being a dad. So wouldn't expect much. Yeah, I generally don't advertise much at all about this when I'm on. I have 5 or 6 regular live streams a week that I go on, and I've only mentioned that I do shit like maybe once in a couple of years on there, just because I feel like it ain't my place. I don't know. You were just about to ask about Graham. Yeah, he's doing great. He's got a couple kids. He's got the wife still. He's being a good hubby. He's the man. I really don't understand either, Last Dance. From what I saw, people have him, amongst others, have copies of what got him banned, and it wasn't even of anything. It was totally insignificant dribble. Yeah, that's a good idea, English bottle cap. You're right. Exactly, Last Dance. It's more or less like, hey, I'm surfing the internet. Oh, look, Steve's live. Or, yeah, I'll throw Steve a sub. And then someday, by chance, they might be like, oh, let's pop on and check out the dudes. You're right. Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. But yeah, it is not an easy channel to find. I am a small fish here, man. Little tiny one. I mean, I'm a big dude, but on YouTube standards, I am minuscule. Hello, Gerald Thompson. Welcome. Watching from the UK. Cool, buddy. Sorry for your boys there losing, but you did say the UK, so you may not be in England. But anyways, welcome, Gerald. Always like to have newish people. I believe I may have seen your name before. I'm pretty sure I have. What am I smoking? Got too many pipes going here. Right, it's morning. 12:17. Why does that keep doing that? Oh, is my charger broke? It might be. Second time I've had one of these go. Okay, tip for you guys. If you ever have JBL headphones, okay? JBL, and they go bad within 5 years of purchase. Tip number 1, save your receipt, okay? Or screenshot it, do something with it if you bought them off Amazon. JBL has a 5-year warranty on headphones, okay? Most headphones do not last 5 years. I just warranted a wireless pair of headphones. They sent me a new pair. We actually had 2 wireless pairs of JBLs. Stupidly, I sent in the cheaper ones. Now I've just warranted the second pair. Sent those in. They paid for postage. And I'm in all likelihood going to get another pair of free JBLs. And it's legit. The fucking docking, the pairing button gets stuck down. And the charging port gets loose. No matter what charge you put in, you put it in. And it's just like nothing, dude. It's like in air in there. You can feel that it's wiggling too much. New charger still didn't work. So that's the tip of the week, man. Warranty JBL headphones, 5-year warranty, and they're good about replacing stuff. So, hey, if you have old ones, you pull them out, find the charger, fill out the warranty report on JBL.com. They'll send you instructions on how to fix it when you know you're not going to be able to, and then they'll ask you to drop it off at a UPS store, send it back. They cover the shipping. Just screenshot the code, give the box to the guy at the store. He scans the code. Always get the receipt. Boom. A couple weeks later, you got new JBLs coming, whether they're $25 or 150. They seem to be receptive. Now, that's a good question. English bottle cap, does the warranty reset? So like when you have an appliance, if you buy replacement parts for an appliance, those have a warranty that starts upon install of said replacement parts. It doesn't have anything to do with the warranty of the washer or dryer. So you would think that either way, though, you know what? Neither of them was over 3 years old, so I still have 2 years left on both warranties, at least one of them probably longer. So yeah, that's a good question. How many times can you keep warrantying the same thing? I've done a few over the years, but can you keep redoing it with the same one in perpetuity? Like theoretically, you would never have to buy another pair of fucking headphones again if that was the case. So English bottle cap, I'm going to say they probably keep the warranty from the first pair purchased until when that runs out, and then boom, done, because literally it could go on forever. And if you want it to be this, what they say, the squeaky wheel gets oil. So if you bitched about it and all that, you'd probably end up getting them free for a very long time. Johnny Grammaticus, what's up, man? Good to see you, bro. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, we forget about those factory warranties sometimes, you know? It's important. Yeah, I gotta stop doing that. Blowing the smoke at the screen. It's not good for electronics. Have a fan over there to pull this shit out. I'm blowing it practically in the opposite direction. All right. Great show by Random Goon last night over on Twitch, the Random Goon channel. Not the Random Goon channel. It's called Random Goon. So check it out on some Friday if you want. He takes requests and he plays along on guitar. And he's a mighty snappy player, man. He's good. Got some good licks. Excellent show. And it was Last Dance. I was kind of all over the place last night. Yeah, I was making food. I was watching Jeopardy. I was doing all kinds of shit. So I caught some of it. Gave him 100 biddies, which is a Twitch thing, a little tip, if you will. And he played a song for me by The Cult, which is called She Sells Sanctuary. A good tune. I know how to play it. I've played it on here before. Sounds a little different on acoustic guitar. Yeah, cool tune. Obviously doesn't do it justice on acoustic, but it is what it is. I don't love this new microphone cable. Too short. Too short. And I wish the microphone tilted a little differently. If it sounds good, leave it alone, right? I start fucking with stuff. You guys know me. It gets in my head, and I'm like focused on it all night. 2 hours, I'm going to be like touching the microphone still. I gotta get over that. Jesus. Holding steady on the rum. The last bottle at my store, and I noticed hey, thanks, Gerald. They took the fucking tag off the shelf and they put something else there. So I'm like, you gonna stop getting my 8-year Bacardi? So they'll order me a couple bottles and keep them in the back for me. Tried to order moonshine. Got the manager. Had a screenshot of it. She looked it up on the vendor's book. She was like, okay, right here. Here it is. Blue Flame by Old Moonshine. I don't know. Old something. OLE Moonshine Company, whatever. Not Old Smoky. Maybe it was Old Smoky. Anyways, they don't distribute that stuff up here. They haven't started in the Northeast yet. I guess it's not quite. We're not worthy of the moonshine market. I don't know what I was going to do with it. I was going to maybe try to make gin or some kind of liquor. I don't know. I mostly wanted it because it looked like a big jar of moonshine. I think it would look cool somewhere. I mean, it's firewater, 128 proof or something like that. So thanks, man, Gerald. I already said thanks, but thanks again. It's nice to hear. Lots of interesting stuff to go over going on in the world tonight. A lot of divergent opinions as usual. I hope we can get some good back and forth going here. One thing I was just discussing briefly with the lady upstairs was some networks are basically starting to say that it's not a good idea to have Biden run again. There seems to be a scuttlebutt, if you will, of a murmur, not from just average people like all of us who would be thinking, why in the hell would he go up there again? And guy's too old, he's gaffes left and right. But the question is, obviously, with him being president, the likely candidate is going to be him, right? So I don't know what's going to happen. It's too hard to say, but it sure is interesting. I thought he wasn't a very good candidate this time around, but I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for Trump either. So what are you going to do? Maybe we can bring in some of the subjects we covered on the Discord. If some of the guys show up tonight, if they're interested, certainly down for that. That would be what I just said. 2023. Yeah, I mean, I would think, wouldn't you say he has to decide by like the spring of 2023? I would say would be time to put the hat in the ring or not, man. It's a long process, the whole campaign ordeal. So I'm hoping we know within 5 months of now. And then what we won't know is, is everyone going to be on board? Or are they all just going to toe the line? That's probably what's going to happen, right? They one for all and all for one. So sure doesn't seem that way with the Republican Party. There's definitely a fissure there in the party, and Trump is standing over the crack, and you're on one side or the other. And I think that's going to be very definitive for the Republicans this year. And obviously, in my opinion, the smart choice would be to go in another direction for them, in the sense of winning. I don't see him winning, presidency again. So we shall see. I don't know. Yeah, of course. English bottle cap. I'm sure. I think that Biden probably wants to. I think that his family and his handlers are the ones who are going to really guide him the way that would be the most logical way. So, yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. I feel like maybe playing a little bit of music. Yeah, The Wait. Great song. That would be by the band. One of my favorites. All right, that'll do it. I'm going to go ahead and throw the headphones on here and see if anyone's interested in joining in on camera. Feel free. Jump right on. The band had a great movie called The Last Waltz. It's a live concert. It was directed by a famous director, and it's a fabulous take. And who plays at it? Bob Dylan, Joni Mitchell, Neil Young. Neil Young says, "I cannot think of a finer group of people that I'd rather be on stage with," which is one of the coolest compliments one musician can have to a band. Very cool. And they played a song called Helpless, which is a cool tune, man. It's a Neil Young song, very slow. And Joni Mitchell sings behind a curtain in the background. And I think you can just see the silhouette of her singing. And it's very cool. Very, very touching, very heavy song. And the band, obviously, one of the finest groups of musicians ever put together. Hey. Robbie Robertson, Rick Danko, Garth Hudson, and Levon Helm are the four members that come to mind in the band. I may be missing one, but someone who would know the answer to that is right here.
I actually don't know the answer. I really only know of Levon Helm and Robbie Robertson.
Right.
And I've obviously heard the name Rick Danko, but
yeah, he's the one who sings "Crazy Chester followed me and he caught me in the fog." And if you remember, did you see The Last Waltz?
No, I want to see it, but I've never seen it.
It's on YouTube. You got to see it. Rick plays very much almost like a marionette. He bounces around. He's so energetic. It's really a cool style. And maybe there's possibly some drugs involved. I don't know, but they played pretty well that night, I got to say, man.
Yeah, a friend of mine, I can't really hear myself in my headphones. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay.
You can't hear yourself. No, I can't hear myself in my headphones.
But it sounds muffled. It's weird. I'll check some of the settings here. But
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, like the whole show doesn't come back through my headphones.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'll just play it by ear. But yeah, a good friend of mine loves the band, and he saw that The Last Waltz, and I've been meaning to watch it. I'm not sure if it's even available these days.
It's on YouTube.
It is on YouTube? The whole movie?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Was it Scorsese who did it?
It should be on YouTube, wouldn't it be?
I don't know.
I think, shit, I thought it was. Yeah, good question then.
Thanks, Aphid. Look.
How you doing, Aphid? Good to see you. Oh, cool. I didn't realize there were that many covers of that song.
Oh, I heard a cover with Mavis Staples, I believe. It was awesome.
Yeah, the Staples singers are in The Last Waltz, and they sing a verse of The Wait. So Mavis is the guy, right?
I thought Mavis was the woman.
Okay. Because the guy also has a great voice from the Staples singers. Just awesome all around. But yeah, let's... now I'm curious. Is it on YouTube? That's something I would definitely get banned for playing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Immediately. I can look it up. Full concert. Oh, it might be like a weird recording of it, though. Oh, no. So there's clips from it. There's a ton. Like Van Morrison does Caravan, The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down, Ophelia. So you can essentially watch the whole movie strung together in clips. The band, The Last Waltz movie. Yeah, it's there.
Okay. Well,
You might have to get creative, but
yeah.
Clapton is there. God. Bob Dylan does I Shall Be Released with them. I mean, yeah, that was one concert not to miss, man.
Yeah. What was it? 77?
I want to say, yeah, 77, 78. Yeah. And they all went their own ways and sort of like kind of disappeared. I mean, Robbie had some solo work, not very interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, Levon made an album after he had throat cancer that was pretty good. The Dirt Farmer, I think it was called.
Mm-hmm.
Decent album. His voice was very different from what it was when he pre-cancer, but they kind of just fell off the face of the earth. Maybe it was too much, the celebrity or whatever. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, that's true of so many musicians from the 60s and 70s that once the decade ended, they were, I don't know if they were just too wealthy from being successful, or, they just, they were creatively spent and, not willing to redo their hits for forever. I think the exception is the Rolling Stones. They stayed together and produced forever.
Right. And yeah, I don't understand how. It's amazing. From probably the late 50s, right? Early 60s.
I don't know how old, but very long.
Yeah. 61 would be 61 years, right?
Yep.
1961.
61 years.
Jesus. Unbelievable, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool stuff. Still a Stones fan. I don't find them to be embarrassing or cringe, when they're trying to do it now. They sound good.
Yeah, it depends what how snobby you are, I guess.
Right. You can't stop time.
No.
Old dudes can still rock. I suppose it could be like cringe if Mick Jagger's wearing some of the outfits that he used to wear, when he was young. It's kind of, you have to definitely change your ways a little bit,
Well, he's still not fat, so they fit him probably.
He's thin. He's thin, gaunt man.
Yeah.
Strange looking band for that matter. Keith Richards.
Yeah.
But they got girls, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keith got arrested for heroin. Was that in Canada?
I don't know. Recently?
No, long ago. He got arrested for heroin, and he came to an agreement with the judge that he would do a benefit concert for a blind girl who was a Rolling Stones fan. And the judge basically accepted that and gave him, whatever probation or whatever bullshit, but no jail because he was caught with a good bit.
Well, he is Keith Richards, so
Yeah.
Totally should have separate rules. Is he the guy that said in response to a reporter's question, "I don't have a problem with heroin. I have a problem with police"?
I'm not familiar with the quote, to tell you the truth. That's interesting. Yeah. Right. English bottle cap. Yeah. There's a French expression for beautiful, ugly. I can't remember what it is, but he's got that kind of thing. He's got such an unusual look, that, yet some women found him to be attractive, so to each their own. Obviously the persona goes along with it more than anything, I think. But yeah. So in your opinion, do you think Biden's going to be the man? Has to be, right?
It's up to him, but I just can't believe that he'll do it.
But in history, how many presidents haven't at least attempted to run after their first term?
I mean, the only one I could think of off the top of my head is Lyndon Johnson, and he was basically he didn't think he could win the nomination because his own party turned against him because of the Vietnam War.
He and also he went in under unbelievable circumstances. So
Right.
he was president just for the remainder of what would have been Kennedy's first term, right? And that was it.
Yes, and he won re-election, and he won his first election in '64 over Goldwater.
Okay.
And he, because the remainder of Kennedy's term doesn't count against him for the
Wow.
the term limit, so he could run again in '68, but he chose not to.
Well, he would have been in for 61. It would have been near the beginning of JFK's presidency.
No, JFK was shot in November of '63.
63. Okay, so
it was like 2 years.
Okay, so he would have been 10-year president if he had run again. Interesting.
Yep.
And who did you say he beat?
He beat Barry Goldwater.
Barry Goldwater, yeah. Interesting.
The famous commercial of the Daisy, and is it a little girl saying, I don't know what she's saying, she loves me not, or something, and then at the end, the Daisy dissolves into a nuclear explosion, and you're supposed to be afraid because Goldwater is going to start a nuclear war.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it was pretty good in terms of the visual.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what this wise ass is saying. Oh, Whitney said that, huh? No kidding. Yeah, Whitney was up. She was on something, as they say.
Crack.
Well, yeah. I was just reading about an expression I hadn't really heard maybe ever in my life. It's called a Dixie Democrat. Mm-hmm. Democrats from the South who were actually like segregationists.
Oh yeah.
Was actually quite a popular thing, man. Imagine how much the Democratic Party has changed in this. We're just talking about the 1960s,
Yeah, that was the start of the change. And '68 would have been, the election where the Democrats were, obviously a party of what you would call left liberals for the first time.
Okay, 68.
68, yeah. Even though Hubert Humphrey won the nomination, which leads me to believe that had he stayed in the race, I bet Lyndon Johnson we would have stood a great chance of winning the nomination.
Huh. Yeah, it took me by surprise. There was this guy who made it up pretty far to maybe lieutenant governor. He was an adamant segregationist Democrat. It's just. But his thing wasn't that he claimed that he wasn't a racist, but that he didn't want to force people to get together. And
George Wallace, you're talking about.
It wasn't George Wallace, but he ran with George Wallace.
Okay.
He had started a restaurant, this guy, like a breakfast counter, and he was not successful. So, yeah, he would be attached to George. So George Wallace was governor, right? Is that right?
He was governor of Alabama.
Right. So who was his lieutenant governor?
I don't remember who his lieutenant governor was.
We'll look it up. How do you spell lieutenant? I'm butchering it.
LT, period.
Yeah, there you go. Governor. Doesn't come right up, damn. It just has him as, because I'm sure he was somebody's lieutenant governor probably prior to. But yeah, it was just interesting reading about that, and it's a huge change. So if 68 was when they started it, prior to that, was it more of a conservative party, or were the parties?
They weren't really split by conservative liberal. I mean, there was the Republicans had a substantial number of what you would call liberals,
Mm,
and but there were what you might call conservatives in both parties. It didn't divide as much along ideology. I mean, a lot of it was still based on the Civil War uh, split. That the Democrats were this big in the South, and the Republicans were big in the North. And gradually, that dynamic shifted over the 100 years
mm.
from the Civil War to the 1960s. But it wasn't. There were still people in the South who would vote Democrat no matter what. Yeah, and these were hardcore racists who,
Right.
because Republicans were the oppressors,
The hydraulic, the money rich men type of, maybe they
the
looked at it more like that.
carpetbaggers and the
Yeah,
oppressors and the
right.
Yankees.
Interesting, man. Yeah, we're losing our Republican governor now. He's now going to go and become the head of the president of the NCAA, Charlie Baker.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's moving up in pay. That's one thing that's for
Oh
sure.
yeah.
I think what is the governor probably makes 400 grand a year, maybe less. I don't know, but I'm sure he had enough of it. So he's replaced with our new governor's a woman. She's a lesbian, and she's very left, very far to the left. So I don't know. It's going to be a big change. Sununu from New Hampshire said Charlie Baker was saving Massachusetts from becoming a complete socialist state, which is kind of scary,
Well, if that's true, it's not going to work because
Right.
what will be will be.
Exactly. Exactly. Wow, interesting. He was in till 87.
Well, he actually changed his tune at some point where he kind of opposed segregation and became a pretty standard Democrat.
That's right. A long way from blocking small children from entering a school because of their skin color.
Yep.
What the fuck? I mean, how
He,
can you survive that? But he did.
If you remember, he ran also in '72 and was shot and paralyzed here in Laurel, Maryland.
Wow.
So, but he still stayed. He still stayed in politics.
Hey, Aphid, jump on if you want. I know you like to join in late, but flip flop right on here if you want, buddy. Yeah. Last week was a good show, right? Good.
Oh, that's a great show.
Went on for a while.
Yeah, I mean,
it was lively though.
I love the guys that are on. McGrand and Aphid Lip and Based was on there for a while. They're very they're very opinionated, so they're not shy about stating their opinions. You just have to keep Based and McGrand from stomping all over each other for an hour.
Right. Which they understand too, I think.
Yeah, I know. But they're
no worries.
They're real assets.
Getting ready to eat. That's fine. It's dinner time over there for him.
Yeah.
Totally cool. Yeah, they I've got some. They're good to have, and also on that note, the Rev's a cool dude. I like
Rev's awesome.
Over. He does a lot of streaming, and also I recommend checking him out. He's got a good group of followers going. So, have you checked out his streams?
No, I've been that as soon as you mentioned it, I thought I don't know why I haven't checked him out.
Right. It's always worth a click just to see, pop in, say hi.
I'll do it right now. What does he go under?
I would have to open YouTube.
The Reverend. Well, we can deal with that later.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd have to open YouTube. I'm getting a little bit on the baked side here. Hey, let's go. Get on here, bro. Yeah, you're a regular. We don't mention regulars. That's right.
Come
That's
on,
what
Topple.
he's sensitive.
Don't be a low self-esteem woman. Uh-oh. Reverend Simon Sideways. Okay.
There you go. And we let's see here. That's not you, Aphid Lip. I know that's not you, right?
And I am subbed.
There you go.
All right. Done. Yeah, it was
Okay.
it was an eventful week for social media politics.
Indeed. Base gets more respect, huh? Than McGrandy? I don't see that. I give them all both.
Hey, man.
I'm a little disrespectful to both, so I do a lot of eye rolls for both of them. And
Oh, I often disagree with Based. We sometimes go at it, but I definitely enjoy talking with him.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, I almost always disagree with McGrande, but I definitely enjoy talking with him too.
Yeah, exactly. He's good conversation guy for sure.
I loved his
Definitely.
live leak videos. And,
Were they a lot of buzzard balcony buzzard vids?
They were. I mean, they were uniquely his videos. I'll just say that not many words, a good sense of humor, a kind of a wry sense of humor. Hated Trump, which was a welcome change from the predominant love Trump feeling that I thought I found on Live Leak.
Mm-hmm.
But then he blocked me, and I never could see his videos anymore.
He blocked you?
He blocked me.
Have you guys ever discussed that?
Well, he was under constant torment by people that I kind of hung out with on the in some of the channels, and I think he just and I made fun of him too a lot, and he just assumed that I was one of the gang that was kind of breaking the rules and doing things below board,
Mm-hmm.
like posting constantly, signing up. When you signed up to a channel, you could have an avatar, and people use that to post, gay hate messages in the avatar,
Right.
and some of them would just constantly get blocked, and then they come back again, and it was,
Huh.
and then some of them apparently would post doxing info in the avatars.
Damn.
And,
On Live Leak?
yeah.
Jesus, who had to manage that sort of thing? That must
That
have
had to
been
be managed by Hayden and his minions there, and it was, it's just a waste of their time basically because people can't behave.
That's why it ended up going down and gone because, from what I understand, because of the people, because of the users.
I mean,
in a sense,
yeah, to a certain extent, but I think it was the site got into that death spiral. I don't know this for a fact. Hayden has never really said, in great detail what happened, but you start losing subscribers, and then you lose revenues from advertising, and then you have less money to invest in the site, and the user experience starts to drop, and then because of that, you lose people, and it just keeps spiraling down. But what I actually think happened was it just YouTube just basically stole all their viewers. They really were in some sense a competitor with YouTube. I mean, they never set out to be a YouTube competitor, but in effect, you're watching a lot of videos, and you could do that on YouTube. And I think
I found that the most popular videos were essentially the leaked ones, like picked from around the world of accidents,
Yeah,
murders,
those were my
shootings.
most popular. Yeah,
Yeah, the war. Remember the sub channels at the top on the old Live Leak? It had like Syria, Iraq,
yeah,
Afghanistan, and I'm sure the Edwin Snowden, the leaked camera footage of the helicopter shooting the journalists in the van was probably on there. All that old stuff, all the
yeah.
famous internet video.
That was
I think
Assange.
it was Assange. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, so I would think a lot of it wouldn't have been available on YouTube at
Well, I agree that those are kind of what I would call the reality videos that we all loved about Live Leak. It wasn't. I mean, they could be gory, but it wasn't. For at least for me, the gory part wasn't the point. It was the fact that the videos weren't edited, weren't annotated. It wasn't, someone wasn't talking over them. You could watch them and make up your own mind about what you were seeing.
yeah, generally speaking, like when you saw like some Mexican guys with like machine guns and prisoners with their hands tied up, that would be one to go right
I
past.
was just going to say, once you saw that, I would
Yeah,
just skip it. Not that
right
I
over
didn't.
that.
I'd watched a couple of those and decided that I wasn't someone who can watch those all the time.
Exactly. You can get PTSD if you watch enough of shit like that. I am convinced. I mean, I watched a confession of like a teen boy the other day confessing to police like that he had murdered his little sister, and I swear like for the next day I was like thinking about it constantly at work. It was like in my head. It's hard to shake some of that shit. And I remember that happening back in the Live Leak days, and then I remembered thinking this isn't healthy. Like
Right.
not all the time every night. Like scrolling through the new 30 or whatever that came in that day, and then like that was
Yeah.
like that was like the gore session.
I mean, I think we all of us, but I shouldn't speak for everybody, but I know I certainly am someone you have these built-in premises that allow you, they're comforting and they allow you to sleep well at night. And then you go on Live Leak and those premises are shattered because there are people who have no, they can be as cruel as, even more cruel than you could ever even imagine,
Yeah,
and have no compunction.
yeah, it sort of like brings the back to reality that the world we know is not the world.
Right.
Like the world here and around is
Yep.
not what it's really
Yep.
like. Humanity is not what we think. And what people are capable of it's mind-boggling, man.
But I mean, it was useful in terms of it told you a lot about the Islamic State, ISIS, and what
Hmm.
how bankrupt that particular extremist vision was, and they had a lot of supporters.
Yep.
Uh, so I think it helped people understand that this wasn't just a religious difference. This was a death cult of people who treated murder like porn. Really made these snuff films and passed them around to each other and got off on the most gruesome murder of the most helpless captives.
Right. Did that ever really happen? The old school snuff films?
I don't. I don't know that there's ever been a confirmed,
Right.
confirmed uh, case of one. Rumors certainly always.
Yeah, I'm gonna just run over here, but I can still hear you. Yeah, there was a movie with Nick Cage called 8mm.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember that?
I don't think I saw it.
It's about a snuff film, and it's total garbage. Pretty much everyone who saw it just was thinking, "Ooh, snuff film," but the movie sucked. It was no Silence of the Lambs. I'll tell you that much. It was, the Silence of the Lambs. I don't know if I knew what the hell to expect when I saw that, but my mind was blown. And almost
Yeah.
like you need to see it a few times to really appreciate the acting, especially Anthony Hopkins. Jesus.
Yeah. creepy. I could never look at him the same way, even when he had non-evil roles.
Yeah.
Oh, I kept waiting for him to just any minute now say Clarice.
None of the follow-ups really worked,
No,
I think.
I saw one of the follow-ups. It was really just a rehash in some sense of the character.
There was one, I think, with Ed Norton, and it was okay. Yeah, but are you saying maybe the Ed Norton character was the naive cop, similar to Clarice, kind
Well,
of?
was that the follow? Was that the follow-up? Was the
There
one
was another with Ray Liotta.
That's what I was going to say. I saw the Ray Liotta one, and I think that was a follow-up.
So there's another one which may have been a prequel, but came out after with Ed Norton.
I didn't see the one with Ed Norton.
It's a good one. It's better than the Ray Liotta one. Was foolish. Yeah. Ray sitting there with his brain exposed. That was just dumb. It was just, sometimes you got to. Good evening to you. It's end with one.
Lee.
James Earl Jones did the voice of Darth Vader, obviously, in Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know he took a cash payout for that at the time of $7,000 with no points? Yeah.
Oh, no.
Alec Guinness, who I think was Obi-Wan Kenobi, is that right? He took the percentage points after, which, mind you, keeps going to his family after he died. That's up to $90 million.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, James Earl Jones, poor. And he's admitted in interviews he's lost tens of millions of dollars. He's probably not even made that in his whole career.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an A-list. He's a brilliant actor. He does a lot of stage stuff, I think, too. But
yeah, but now I think he's in his mid-80s or late 80s.
Yeah, but think like if he'd be knowing that his kids would make money off of everything forever.
Yeah.
Incredible.
$7,000. Wow.
That was it was more or less voiceover. He was he never actually appeared in the movie.
Right. He wasn't the guy in the Darth Vader suit.
Correct. In fact, they had cast it to somebody else, and there's some film going around of this other guy doing the lines, and it does not work because James Earl is just incredible.
I don't know if you ever saw Dr. Strangelove.
No, I'm familiar, but I haven't.
A young James Earl Jones is in the movie.
Mm.
He has an interesting role that I enjoy, but it's funny to see a young version of him. His voice isn't quite as rotund and distinguished, but it's there.
Is Peter Sellers in that?
Yeah, he plays 3 different characters in that movie.
And it's not comedic.
None of them are completely comedic. Yet,
okay.
All of them are accidentally comedic. So, and so Peter Sellers was the perfect actor for those 3 roles.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He plays the evil or the crazy Dr. Strangelove. He plays the President of the United States. I can't remember his name, Merklin Muffley or something. And he plays the British commander, group commander, Lionel Mandrake. They played a lot with names in that movie. Who's assigned to work with General Ripper as his adjutant or something like that. So,
not familiar. Yeah, no. Worth a watch.
Oh yeah, it's first of all you have to. It was a great job at the time of sort of showing what felt almost like a realistic scenes in the bomber. This was before special effects were a special big budget thing, and they did a great job.
And what plane was it specifically?
It was a B-52.
Okay, cool. Yeah, That's the big boy.
They really worked hard to get you to kind of get caught up in the bomber scenes and feel like you were there. So I thought it was very well done. It was the actors were hilarious.
Hmm.
The
You ever been in a B-52?
nope,
Never, huh?
nope,
That would be cool.
yeah,
You ever been in any military aircraft?
no, never been in a
No.
military aircraft.
Yeah, me neither, man. That sounds like a cool movie.
Yeah, it is.
Worth nuclear age sort of thing, right? Like,
Yeah, I think it was 1963
okay.
because when they had to change one line of dialogue because of the assassination of JFK. It happened between the end of filming and before its release. So
So
there's
they
one
did an
line.
overdub?
Well, there's one line in the movie where um, they're talking about the items in the airman's emergency pack, and he's reading them off, and he's one condom, one this and that. He says, "Shoot, a fella could have a good time in Dallas with that," and they overdubbed it, just changed Dallas to Vegas
Hmm,
because JFK was assassinated in
of
Dallas.
course, yeah. Interesting. Good little fact.
Yeah,
So you're obviously a big fan of this movie.
I am a big fan of the movie.
Fan club level?
Uh, I mean, there's nobody else who's, there's very few people who even know about it. You got to be
Okay.
an old geezer to start with to even know about it.
Okay, I got you. Is it in Harold and Maude territory?
It's older than that for sure.
Right. That's from There's Something About Mary. Like Harold and Maude is the greatest love story ever, or something like
Oh yeah, that was one creepy movie too.
that. That was a good one though. I liked it.
Oh yeah, it was very well done.
When Ben Stiller's like trying to hide behind a fountain, like clearly hiding, and she's like, "Is that you? Hi!" And he's like, "Oh, hi, yeah, hey." Like he's trying to play it off like he wasn't hiding from her, but it's just so brilliant and awkward. It's like a scene you might not even notice, but I just love that awkward aspect of that movie. It's awkward scene after awkward scene.
Yeah.
You know, the whole dog catching on fire. I thought that part might have been the low point of the movie, but
Yeah.
it was cool. It was a good one. We've discussed Christmas Vacation on here before, right?
Yeah.
Are you a big fan of that?
I'm a big fan of. I don't think I've seen Vacation and European Vacation. I don't know
Okay.
if I've seen Christmas Vacation, but I would love to see all the vacations all over again, anyways.
All right. So yeah, you wouldn't be privy to this, but I heard a breakdown of it the other day where it's three sections of a movie, like three whatever they call it. There's almost like three parts to most movies, like
Mm-hmm.
beginning, middle, end.
Right.
And the last 1/3 of that movie is total garbage. I think that's why I dislike it so much. It's like got so many funny parts, but the ending is just goes off the rails, over the top, sort of a thing. So I think that's why yeah, that is a trilogy, English Bottle Cap. That's why I have like it. It's my least favorite of the vacations by far. I prefer European to Christmas, and of course the original is the best by far. No, wouldn't you think that?
I love the original, and the European was worth watching. It was a lot of fun. But the
It
original was the best.
Yeah, the European was cool, especially for me. I think I'm going to say it was like 86.
Yeah.
So I was totally interested in European countries at the time, and just seeing them go through them all, it was like sort of a lesson in like Europe kind of for a young kid, because
Yeah.
they did like the Eiffel Tower. It was cool. It was a good one. The British hotel scene, getting the rooms mixed up.
What was the circle they got caught in? Was that
Look, kid, Big Ben Parliament, Big Ben Parliament.
Well,
Yeah.
they were caught in one of those circles, with
Oh,
traffic, and like it's got like 10 lanes going around it, and they couldn't get
around
out. They couldn't get out.
a roundabout.
Roundabout, yeah.
We call them a rotary over here.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a good scene. Eric Idle with the bicycle. That was a little over the top. They kept running into him, running him over. It's just a way to get one of the Monty Python guys, I guess, into the movie, kind of
Yep.
just to have him do straight up slapstick, just and then
Well,
being overly polite about it after.
the magic rolling about it. Milton Keynes. Okay.
Okay, the magic roundabout in Milton Keynes. What is? Oh, in Boston. Okay, yeah, Boston.
Boston.
Nobody says it like that.
Boston. Is that India somewhere?
I don't know. I'm like, Pashtun? What is she saying?
Hey, Smoke Life. Good to see you there.
Yeah, good. Roundabout. Rotary over here. Yeah.
I think we just call them circles here.
Circles.
Yeah.
So here, the person who's getting onto the rotary has to yield to the traffic that's already on the rotary. Rotary has right of way. Yield, mergers have to yield.
That's true. I think everywhere it's true. True.
Yeah, it's not true everywhere. There are some states where the rotary traffic has to let them in.
Kind of defeats the whole purpose of the road.
To keep traffic moving, right?
Yeah. Although I found some of these rotaries in England, they're now so busy that they actually have stoplights for traffic entering the rotary. So it's kind of a failure in that regard. But even still, it moves it faster than having a four-way intersection.
So yeah, he's Bottle Cap's right. It's 2-lane rotary, and Chevy is stuck on the inside lane, and cars keep blocking him from getting out.
Right.
Every time he tries to move, he's like, "I can't get over, goddammit!" And he's like doing all these swerves. He cannot get over. It's a very good scene. And it gets like the sun goes down, and he's still stuck in there. So dumb, but brilliant. Roundabout or a circle. Interesting.
See, but in the UK, you better signal when you're exiting the roundabout, or they'll honk at you for not doing that.
Oh, you have to signal here too.
Well, yeah, but nobody does it here.
I do.
I do it. Nobody else I've ever seen anybody else do it.
Yeah, in Massachusetts, like one thing you hear a lot of people say is, "That yield was for you." And then, "No, you were supposed to yield." Like sometimes the yield is ambiguous if it's two people coming together. So in some places they took the yields down, and it's called a merge. Human beings have to learn how a zipper works. One side goes in, then the other. Let's just figure it out, people. No signs. And every 1 in 20 cars, you get some dickhead who has to like speed past the guy who's merging just to get one more car length. It's like,
there was a time here when it was yield, and then one day they changed them all to alternate merging.
Merge. That's it, right?
And it really was the simplest way to solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And it was easy, because if you saw a car went in front of you, that meant that the next car has to go behind you. So
right.
It was always and you're right. Every once in a while, there's some idiot who jumps ahead.
Right.
They can't get farther than 1 or 2 cars. It's impossible.
Exactly. Yeah, I had a guy in a lettered landscaping vehicle like try to beat around me to get in front of me, and then when we got to the next intersection, he was next to me. I rolled my window down, and I said, "Dude, the company phone number's on the side of that vehicle." And he was like, "Whatever, man, fucking whatever." And he just floored it and took off. Like, I don't think he was thinking like I'm driving around here with my boss's vehicle with the company phone number like an asshole, you know,
I
like
see that. I see that here too. You know, some. I mean, I usually let them go because I'm a retiree. I don't have to be anywhere. They're working. They probably have to be somewhere. It matters to them much more than it matters to me. So whenever someone's being aggressive, I just slow down and let them in.
yeah,
They need
right.
it more than I do.
Exactly. Yeah, I tend to think give the benefit of the doubt to most people on that. But when commercial vehicles, when somebody's just being a jerk, it's like that they should know better, you know? It's dumb. Fucking
Yeah.
drivers. Yeah. Interesting. Jersey drivers. Yeah, Jersey drivers, they're all just like mass drivers. I think the Northeast could be categorized as a type of driver.
I remember when I was in Jersey once, I made a left turn in an area where there are no left turns anywhere. They have all these jug handles, and some guy he follows me and he says, "You can't make a left turn here." And I said, "Sorry, but you guys are assholes about every single other thing when you're driving. Why are you so righteous about the left turn?"
That's funny, man. Yeah. It's
But
not worth it.
he was right. I wasn't supposed to make a left turn.
Yeah, and also what's he doing? He's going out of his way to like inform you, you
He
know?
just he was so righteous to he wanted me to me to know that he knew I was in the wrong. And I was like, okay, I
Yeah.
know I'm in the wrong too.
Yeah, exactly. Hey there, Greg. Jump on if you want. You too, Lee. Hop on. Yeah, yeah, right. She's OG from Vermont, so she's not masshole driver. And I can go either way. I'm like a moody driver. Most of the time, I'm just laid back, but
Well, when I was working, I was aggressive and
right,
hateful. And but once I retired, I was like, sure, buddy, enjoy it. Get in there first. Go get him. Go get him, Tiger.
right. Yeah, like for the most part, I've learned, and I've seen multiple accidents in the last 2 years on the highway. Right, I saw a rollover, and just a couple of weeks ago, I saw a 4-car pileup. I see how bad people are. You know what happened is I'm driving along. It's like you're going almost 80 miles an hour. So I leave a little space from the guy in front of me. I see all the brake lights in front of him lighting up. So I see it's a drastic slowdown. I put my hazards on, and the 4 cars in front of me all fucking crash after I put my hazards on. I'm behind them. I saw the slowdown, so I'm like already way behind them, and I witnessed them all just plow into the back of each other because they were on each other's ass and they weren't on their fucking shit, dude. They were like looking, who knows, looking at their
They're
phone.
not paying attention. That's what it is. Their
Yeah,
phone, the radio. It happens to me. I'm playing around with the radio when I should be,
yeah.
watching the road, and it's
It went
stupid.
from
It's really stupid.
80 down to 0 in like a eighth of a mile. So it was
Yeah.
abrupt, but it wasn't so abrupt that everyone behind me was fine. We all were paying attention. It just happened that these 4 guys were, and there was injuries. I slowly went by. I took the mile marker. I made a mental note, called 911. They immediately put me through to a state trooper. I gave him the mile marker, and those guys are on it. They had, EMTs and shit on the way. So it's crazy though. I don't think there was any serious injuries. Everyone looked super shocked, but what had me concerned was one guy hit the car in front of him, then turned sideways. Then the guy behind him broadsided him on the driver's side door.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, if he crumpled that door into the guy, that guy's first of all going to be stuck in there and probably have arm or maybe even rib and body injuries. Who knows? But it was a bad one.
Yeah.
You gotta just be on it in the mornings. People get crazy. And then retroactively, people are nuts on the way home because they're so pissed from the day at work. They want to get home and unwind, So it's like it's bad out of hell to get home. Can't win, man.
Whenever we get rain here, people get in terrible accidents. It's like some people just assume they have the same traction in rain
Yeah.
as they do in the dry, and they drive the exact same speed, the exact same way they always do.
Yeah.
Just doesn't work.
Yeah. You got to be like twice the distance. Give extra time to brake, basically.
Right.
That is true. Vermont woman is better than a varmint woman. And welcome, cup of tea. I don't know if I saw you before or yet.
Need a cup of tea.
Did I make a cup of tea banner? I guess I should, huh? He's banner worthy.
Absolutely.
I don't want to misspell it. That would not be worthy.
Well, it's 2 3-letter words and 1 2-letter word. You probably can do it.
It's because of the big flappers here. They're just banging away at random, you know.
You got it.
Yeah, here's one that I made where I misspelled laptop. Got to fix that. And you were like, do it so it's going across the whole screen. I'm like, that would mean I have to type it like fucking 14 times to fill the whole ticker. So here's an old one. I'll do that if Welshie comes around later. I've got a Welshie.
You have a banner for Smoke Wife?
Oh, yeah. Oh, come on, hashtag.
It might behoove you to deploy
It's
it.
right
There
there.
you go. There you go.
I made that baby months ago. First one I ever made.
Yep.
She's a beaut.
Keeps it in the gold folder. Well.
Right, exactly. There you go. And let's. Anyone else? Did I miss anybody with their banner?
Isn't Bernie Sanders from Vermont? He's from Vermont, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Burlington? Is that where he was the mayor of?
He was the mayor of Burlington. Yeah, and no, senator, right?
Well, he's a senator now, but before that, I think he was the mayor in some city in Vermont.
Right, and he went independent a long time ago.
Yeah, he. I don't think he may not be a Democrat even today.
He's an independent. What do you think? I think they all should go independent.
I wish they would.
Fucking A, right, huh? I mean, wouldn't that solve a lot of things?
It would be, I don't know what it would solve, but it would be more interesting, and they would be thinking less of, the hive mind is what kills me. Everybody says the same words, thinks the same things, dares not say something when they disagree. Even Bernie Sanders himself acts that way. He put out, what did he do recently? He put out he was going to sponsor something. God damn, I forgot it. Just recently, and then he withdrew it. And I think it was something in Ukraine to call for peace or something.
Oh, it was something to do with negotiations to end everything.
Yeah.
I believe. Negotiating a way out, and
something like that, and
people were like, "No, it's win or lose."
You're gonna hurt the party, and he backed off.
Right, and what people want to say is, no, they need to win, or they don't want to negotiate and lose territory. I guess, even though there were regions there that were essentially Russian controlled prior to this, right?
Well, controlled by Russian-speaking people. And
speaking people,
it's the same thing. They want to be affiliated with the country, with
Russia.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly. I don't know. And
I'd like to have the thing end. I do know that much.
I'd like to have it end too. My only objection is there really is no attempt at negotiation. I don't care if it won't work. It won't hurt you to see where you go. Nobody was ever injured by negotiation, as far as I can tell.
I guess their attitude is seemingly that they don't want to lose 1 square inch of of their land. So
Well,
negotiating would imply that they would.
yeah, you go in there, and if the offers you get aren't causing you to change your mind, then you don't change your mind. You're not, your hand isn't forced by going into negotiation.
Okay.
You know,
No.
the truth is, before it's all over, almost certainly there will be a negotiated settlement,
Mm-hmm.
and so that you're not going to have a permanent war forever. And I know Ukraine, they're not going to be able to overthrow the Russian government and take over Russia. So at some point the fighting has to end. It's more likely to end with the Russians taking over Ukraine than it is Ukraine taking over Russia.
Mm-hmm.
But if it doesn't happen one of those two ways, then there's going to be a negotiated settlement. So you might as well get started, talk it over. Don't agree? Okay, just keep talking. Maybe it'll take you 20 years to agree, but I don't think it would take that long.
What I I don't think Russia wants the entire Ukraine.
I have
Do
no
you?
idea. I don't think they want. No, I think they want to. They want to say what goes on in the Ukraine, but they don't want to administer it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Like run sort of a territory type thing, kind of
Well,
under their.
they had their guy Yanukovych in power in 2014.
Sure, yeah, Yanuk. Yeah.
And that was good enough for them, and he was run out. Some people say it was a U.S. backed coup. I don't agree, but whatever it was probably U.S. backed, and that was kind of. And then the Russians, responded by starting a little dirty war in the DNR and Luhansk, and then in 2022 they invaded. So,
Right, of course.
but you don't get there overnight. It happened. These problems started in 2014 and before even, with NATO expanding into areas that there really was no point to expand into other than to antagonize Russia.
Mm. Yeah, I mean they blew up that bridge. That was some shit.
Well, I don't know. That was the bridge from Crimea to Russia or something.
That was
bridge.
Yeah, that was big. And I think they killed civilians when they
did there were a bunch of people on that bridge when they blew it up.
I mean, to me, yeah, they're already in a war, so you can't say that's an act of war. But if they weren't in a war, that would be an act of war.
Yeah, and I don't know that. I mean, I don't know that you can say that was out of bounds
during a war.
During a war, right?
Right. Saying that maybe that would be some kind of a crucial supply line and yada yada could affect their soldiers.
But it does represent an escalation, and you don't want to. You shouldn't escalate things without being quite aware of what when you're increasing the stakes.
Mm. So English bottle cap, I guess John is asking what of the 50 states do women have the angriest growlers, and somebody clarified English bottle cap said like a Doberman Pinscher is a growler. So his question is, which state has women with the most badass dogs?
That still barely makes any sense to me.
I'm gonna just say maybe Alaska. I bet you there's some pretty nasty canines up there.
Yeah, maybe a few wolves.
Yeah, and the deep south, I know they tend to keep some pretty fucking huge, gigantic pit bulls.
Yeah.
Massachusetts, there's a lot of pussy dogs, a lot of King Charles Terriers, and French bulldogs, cute dogs, tons of those Labradoodles, but I don't see a lot of badass dogs here personally. Do you in your zone?
Nah.
All friendly neighbor dogs, like people dogs. Yeah.
Whenever there's a vicious dog, it's always some single guy who's got it.
Some fucking weirdo. Exactly. Some big muscular dog that he feeds like steaks and shit too.
Exactly.
Totally creepy. In fact,
Always.
here's that one of those guys right now, Mr. Lee
Thank you
Howells.
very much.
Great intro. Hey, Lee, how you doing?
Thank you. Yeah, good. How are you both?
Oh, pretty
Very
good.
good,
Pretty
thanks.
good.
Good. Glad
Yeah,
to hear it.
are you excited for the game tomorrow, the match?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I'm really
And
hoping
let's not
Argentina
forget
win.
your prediction, bro.
Yeah, Argentina all the
A
way.
week ago, you said Argentina's gonna do this, and
Yeah.
you're right. But France stands in their way, right? Mbappe,
Well,
is that guy's name?
Mbappe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus Messi, right? So it's
Messi's having a good tournament. isn't he?
It's wishful thinking on my part because I don't want the French winning it. I just do not want the French winning it. But we'll have to see. It's going to be a close game, that's for sure.
Yep.
I think it could go to penalties. So
Thanks, cup of tea. I suspected it was something like that.
it'll be 10 a.m. here, so I'll have a nice bagel and coffee.
Are you going to watch it? Are you going to watch it, Steve? Yeah.
Hell yes, man.
Yeah, cool.
I've been enjoying them.
Going back to your earlier conversation, which
Yeah.
was the film with Peter Sellers, which is Doctor Strangelove. Steve, you got to watch that. It is a brilliant film. Brilliant.
I
film.
will.
Very funny.
Cool.
Good recommendation from Last Dance there. It's a good,
Yeah.
great film. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. I'm into it. I will check that out.
Yeah, definitely. So,
Well, I used to know it so well. My friend and I used to trade dialogue whenever we were working on.
yeah, I
drawings.
can imagine. Yeah. Yeah, really good. I didn't watch it I always heard about it. I only watched it about a couple of years ago. So,
Yeah.
and then I just fell in love with it straight away. I thought, what a good movie. So
You weren't exposed to it.
No, I'd heard of it, and it was supposed to be a good film. And then I thought, I'm not sure if it's my kind of thing. And then one night I decided to give it a go, and I was like, oh, I should have watched this years ago. Brilliant movie.
Yeah, it's that's going to be one on the. I love Peter Sellers. The old Pink Panther movies were absolutely hilarious.
Hilarious, yeah.
This would have been after those, I'm guessing, or before.
Oh,
Well,
good question.
1963. I like the.
Probably before then.
Is
Well,
it black and
later.
white?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's black and white.
Okay, so the Pink Panthers were all colors, so I'm thinking they were 70s probably. Although
Yeah.
Doctor Strangelove could have been intentionally done in black and white.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm not
Yeah.
sure, because I think it might have been that way.
There were a lot of. They did a scene. They did some pretty good stuff in there. One of the scenes. Well, I shouldn't talk about it because you might see it, but
Oh, it's okay.
there's a scene that's done. They intentionally used grainy film stock so that it would look like a real war correspondent video, and it's just
Back in a second.
I actually thought that they were using video of a real event. I mean, I knew the movie wasn't a documentary, but I thought they had just used video from that had already existed. But it was all shot for the movie.
They just spliced in some effects that made it look like an older.
They didn't. They just shot that scene using that grainy stock footage.
Okay.
In such a way that it reminded you of something that might have been filmed in World War II.
Cool. That's awesome. Sounds like good production. Were there a famous director?
Stanley Kubrick.
Oh, cool. He did. Did he do Apocalypse Now?
I don't remember who did that. Wasn't that? No, I think that was
Which was Kubrick's claim to fame?
2001: A Space Odyssey is perhaps his best known movie. Clockwork Orange was another.
A classic.
Yeah.
How about who did Close Encounters?
Spielberg.
Spielberg. Great movie. So Kubrick did a lot of stuff that was like sci-fi-ish. I'm thinking, right?
Yeah, he did he did a variety of stuff, but
Let's see. Is it K-U-B?
Kubrick. Yep.
Yeah, cool. Let's see. He's Eyes Wide Shut. Man, he's got 1,000,000.
Oh, that was
Space
Kubrick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he started in 1960. Lolita, yeah, Clockwork Orange, The Shining, Space
Shining,
Odyssey,
right.
2001, Full Metal Jacket, Eyes Wide
Yeah.
Shut. Jesus. Incredible. That's the last one I have for him. He must have more than that.
Coppola. That's it. Francis Ford Coppola.
Yeah, The Shining, Paths to Glory. I don't know any of these. Flying Padre. You must know that one. It's about flying.
No, I don't know that one.
No. The Seafarers.
Actually, I certainly haven't seen all of Kubrick's movies.
Dark Side of the Moon. Was there ever some like rumors that he doctored the fucking moon landing or something like that?
I never heard that he was involved. I certainly heard that people say it was done in a studio.
Okay. Yes, I do know the movie, Lee, 2001. I haven't seen it though. And okay, yeah, my wife hates Eyes Wide Shut.
Is that the one with the midget, Tom Cruise?
Tom Cruise, yeah.
Yeah, that was. I thought
Is
was
that
an
what you
interesting-
call him?
Well, if I can't remember his name. That was a good movie. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can certainly understand why.
Ippen, thanks, Baze, because of the signal. Cheers. Hello.
He's back.
Hello. Steve,
Yeah.
you've never watched 2001 Space
That's
Odyssey.
That is true.
Oh my god. You're in
I'm
for
not a
such a
big-
treat.
I'm not a big movie guy.
You got to watch this movie, man. It's just amazing movie. Last Dance, have you seen it?
I have seen it, but it was a long time ago. I should see it again.
Yeah, it's an amazing movie. You'll love it. You'll absolutely love it. You've got to watch that film. The first 10 minutes are just unreal. They're just like, wow.
Yeah.
Really gets your mind working. Seriously, you've got to watch that. I tell you what, even on YouTube, you're probably able to watch the first 10 minutes, and it will just draw you right in. It's just unreal. It's really cool movie. Well,
Kubrick is pictured with Apollo people leaving a studio. Okay. That's part of the conspiracy theory.
Okay.
Right on, English. I like it. And let's add a fourth to balance out. Hey, bud.
hey, Fid, how you doing?
Hey,
Hey,
how you guys doing?
all right.
I got
Yes,
a dog barking situation.
You want me? Go ahead. Take a minute. Go ahead. No problem.
I forget. I also have a dog with me tonight, taking care of my daughter's dog.
Right. Isn't it some kind of lab?
It's a golden doodle.
Oh, it's a
Golden
doodle.
Doodle.
Yeah. They're all right. I mean, you
I
like
mean-
this one, right?
I like this one. He's extremely sweet. He's the sweetest dog I've ever been around.
Would he defend the house if somebody came in?
No, but he does bark like he's serious. But once you
Okay.
get in, he's just going to lick you.
Right. Yeah. That's funny. How's it going, Aphid? What's it like? You look cold down there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to stay warm. Times are tough.
You got the fireplace going in the background. It
Yeah,
should be
yeah.
nice and warm.
What do you keep the heat at? 58?
Down here, it probably is about that.
Yeah.
Unfinished basements.
I hooked up I cut into the heating vent and got a little vent duct going into this room, so it stays about 65.
I got a little guy down here. If you guys can hear it, just let me know and I'll turn it off because it's not that big of a deal.
Oh no, it's fine. Can't hear it.
Let's see here. There we go. Can you hear that?
No?
Barely, dude.
Awesome.
It's fine.
Awesome. Put it on oscillate. Get the place all nice and warmed up.
Don't leave that thing on overnight. Those things are a fire hazard.
Well, it's just a little like plastic jabber,
Okay. Most of them have a button on the bottom, so if they tip over, the button pops out, and that reset
That's right.
puts them on reset mode until you put them vertical again. So,
I don't think this one's even hot enough to like catch hay on fire. Like if you throw it in a big thing of hay, I think you're good.
Cool.
It's like not warm at all. But it seems like after it's on for a while, you do notice a difference. But like you put your hand up to it, and it's not like you got to move it.
If you're looking for a good room space heater, they sell at like Home Depot, Lowe's, an oil-filled radiator, and they plug in, and they are extremely safe, and they generate a ton of heat. And if you get the one with the variable resistor, you can like turn it down pretty low, and it radiates a ton of heat because it's like this oil-filled really is a very efficient way of doing that. They work awesome. They're safe too. So
is it like the kind that has like it's metal and looks like?
it's got three or four fins on it. The controls are
Yeah.
on one end. It's about 2 feet tall, maybe, and
They've had them forever, or is this new technology?
it's not that new.
Okay, yeah.
Is
But,
the
like-
oil burned or is the oil heated to?
The oil is heated inside. It's plugged into a wall.
Okay, so it's
We like property management companies use them. I know about them because legally, like they're the safest space heater. So if you have people that are without heat, you can give them these things to like temporary heat or whatever. They're the safest
Gotcha.
type that will not ever cause damage. They never get beyond warm because the oil, I guess there's a heater inside and it's a very stable form of heat. So just a little tip for you.
It was news in this country about some of your US scientists to do with is it nuclear fusion?
it's fusion.
Putting
Yeah.
it's putting in a certain amount of energy and then getting more energy out, which was sort of like breaking news this week.
Last
Yeah.
Instincts, it's hogwash.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but it's way too premature to say this is the
Early days, very early
right,
days.
right.
Yeah.
It most likely won't amount to anything. That's
Really? You think so?
Really?
most
Seriously?
likely it won't amount to anything. Yeah.
So did
Like
this
Like
happen?
anything in any realm, or like that technology you don't think will benefit from it, or you think just for
I need to say
for
I don't have-
restorable energy?
I don't have any knowledge of that specific technology, but just in general, these announcements tend to be they focus on one little tiny aspect. It doesn't mean that it can be scaled, or that they know how to scale it up, or that it's
That's
just
right.
It's just a
That's
matter of scaling it up, and then we have.
Yeah, but I guess everything's got to begin somewhere. So
Well, it does, but
Yeah.
that doesn't mean this is going to be the beginning of a.
They created a huge amount of energy by basically pointing a small laser at a hydrogen molecule, I believe.
oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
And
I
it's
remember
taken them
reading-
this long. Like they started trying this in 1978. I heard an
Right.
interview with the first person who was on the team, and they've been going for this long trying to work on it. And they finally got it in such a manner that they could measure the energy, and it was much larger what came out of it. But now it's up to engineers and whatnot to figure out a way to actually get energy out of this.
Right.
Yeah, and I guess long term, where I would agree with Last Stance is like it could prove to be problematic worldwide in terms of people that create energy from other sources, your oil and gas or whatever. And it's like, would those industries could be wiped out overnight if it was like a few years on and that technology has been advanced? And it's like, just think of the amount of unemployment, everything that's connected with it would be immense. So it just
Yeah, but-
the only thing that worries me is that is the technology there sometimes and it's just held back because of those reasons. And the world could be a cleaner, safer place, but it's going to be,
I think
detrimental to
The
big companies.
benefits of cheap, unlimited energy would more than offset the costs of loss of jobs in the energy industry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like hydrogen powered cars or whatever, which
But that's a real shame because that means we don't progress at a rate that we should do, really. It's like things are held back. It's like until they work out a way of being able to tax us for it and charge us for it. So,
well, that too. And I guess they're trying to maintain an industry that might employ tens of millions of people worldwide. And yeah, are they trying to but not facilitating the change to occur at least slowly over time seems stupid. That's one thing I don't understand. Like, it seems like, well, what drives them is profit. So it's cheaper to keep doing what they do and not
Yeah.
research.
I'll give you a good example, actually. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of that, so there might be many people out there who will correct me. But from what I've read, it was like the lower engine CC car you had, the less, because we get charged for road tax. We used to get charged for like this road tax, and then it was like the lower engine you had, the less you got paid. This, that, obviously, electric cars now come into the equation. So the big incentive was you buy the car, you don't need to pay for this, that, and the other. And now the government have just put laws into place, I think for next year, that if you own an electric car, there's a charge to pay. So it's like, yeah, it sounds great, but they'll always find a way to tax you and and get money out of you. And it's like, you look at that now and think, I don't know, is it a great financial benefit to have an electric car? And maybe it's not, So it's like, how can they give?
No, I mean, if you can charge it for free every week, and you're a commuter of like 20 or 30 miles a day, you could definitely make a case for it being a big money saver.
Yeah.
But Tesla it has its own proprietary charger now that you have to get but apparently there's an adapter. But most other electric cars, like all the electric car charging stations, are set up. I think they're free. So who's paying for that electricity?
Yeah, well, it's a massive loss of revenue for the government, which they're going to have to create, because as much as you say it might be free to charge your car and drive and this, that, and the other, the government's excuses is that motorway road has to be maintained, because
somebody's paying for it.
Yeah, so they charge you a tax to be able to pay for it. So
I mean, they will adjust.
Right back.
Yeah,
when electric cars become more than just a rarity, and they start losing significant revenue, then they'll make you pay it, basically.
Yeah, they'll make you pay one way or another. We're going to get charged.
I mean, over here that you pay it through to the federal government through excise taxes, and the state governments through taxes and gasoline taxes. That's where the state and local governments get you.
Yeah.
If you have an electric car, you're not paying gasoline taxes. So.
Exactly. So they've got to find a way of getting.
They're still using the roadways,
Yeah, that's right.
I guess that cheap heater blew my breaker over here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I was just in the middle of having that conversation. All of a sudden, the whole room's black, and I'm down here in the dark, quiet.
Your fireplace is now just a picture of a city.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I got it, because all these lights are set to, just white. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's much better. Much better. Oh, yeah. Oh.
So what are people drinking tonight? What are you on, Steve?
Just Bud Lights and a little bit of rum.
Last Dance?
Right now it's just water. I think I'm gonna get something to drink, but it has a little kick to it.
Yeah, too right.
There you go.
He's got.
What are you having? A little red vino?
I'm having vodka and Diet Coke. Yeah.
DC and V. Very nice.
Indeed.
Quality. What are you about over there with your politics? Like, what's the big thing going on for you guys, man?
Oh, there's just strikes everywhere. Everybody's striking.
It's the nurses, right? That's the big thing. I've heard a lot of that.
Nurses, fire brigade, railways. It's like everybody's striking at the moment. So
they want more money.
Yeah, too right. They want to be able to have more money to cope with the inflation. So
8%, right?
Yeah, but the nurses want 17%. So, but Rishi, our prime minister, is like the nurses are not getting 17%. You can forget it. So, he's like really digging his heels in, saying that's not happening. So
Mhm.
yeah, interesting. Oh, and the ambulance crews are going on. Virtually everybody's going on strike. It's ridiculous, but
Unbelievable, man.
yeah. Too. I was listening to some American news actually a few days ago because apparently are your rail guys thinking of striking as well, and
They
the representatives were being interviewed, and it seemed to be a common thing across all channels that they were being made to feel guilty, saying it's going to cost £2 billion in economically if they go on strike, and they shouldn't do, and making them feel real bad. And they're like, "Well, we just need some money to live."
they
So,
want sick days. That's what it's come down to.
oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, no paid sick days right now for them. They want like I think 4.
Right.
And they're saying no. So it's crazy. It's just nuts. But they gave them a raise. It was a decent chunk. Yeah, we need them to work, and they should have sick days. That's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You should at least be able to earn a sick day for every whatever, like 60 days you work or something like that, so you can build up a little bit.
Yeah.
So they know that's how you can kind of keep people from overusing them. You don't have to make a law out of it, but you got to give people some sick days.
Yeah.
Especially when they forced them to go to work, and then some of them ended up getting COVID, and then, oh, you got COVID, well, you can't work, and you're not getting paid shit, so go home, bye. It's like,
That's awful.
It's tough, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure, man.
Yeah.
Aphid, if you had to adjust prices and adjust your business model because of inflation, man,
A little bit. I mean, we just rose our prices, across
does
the board.
everything go up? Have you noticed it with raw materials and whatnot?
I mean, I guess a little bit across the board.
Yeah, right.
Not like crazy though. Not like there's nothing that's really, I don't ship much or do anything like that. So
I've noticed a $10 to $15
gas
increase on
probably the
everything.
most. Like, yeah, probably about that. Yeah.
If you're getting something for $150 to $200, like let's say something I always used to get, I knew every time I bought it, it was like $149.99. Now it's like $164.99.
Right,
It's up like
right.
$15. Same fucking thing that I always bought for years for one price, and now the Home Depot thinks it's worth.
Are you not noticing anything on like just generally shopping for food? Are you not finding that because it's like gone up? Really gone up here. It really has.
Huge, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Huge.
I mean, our weekly shop usually costs about, well, in pounds, about probably about 150 quid a week, and that's like up to 180, sometimes hitting 200. So it's like bloody hell.
That's not bad compared to what happens over here. It can be much more.
Really?
For families here, like $300
or £300.
$300, $300.
One of the things that I'm noticing that I find surprising is how much prices go up from week to week.
Week to week, yeah.
I mean, I had one item that was like a little over $5. The next week, it was just about $7. I mean, that's an enormous increase. It's not, I don't. What is that? $2 out of 5? That's 40%.
That's crazy.
And it's just shocking. I mean, I'm already an old guy who says, "I remember when I used to pay $1 for that."
Right.
So I'm already that guy. And now things are changing, from a month to month, like where they used to go from take 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
I noticed the gas, back when I was in high school and stuff, gas, you had the cheap gas, then the medium gas, and then the premium or whatever,
Yeah.
And it was like 10 cents per one.
Per tier.
And now, some of the places, it's like 50 cents. It's like $1 more if you get the premium.
Yeah.
And then some of the places aren't. They're like what they should have been. So they're low. What I'm getting at is the advertised price is the regular, but a lot of people don't use regular. You know what I'm saying? They got to have the premium. And
Who's using premium? What do you got? A Ferrari F40 that we don't know about? I mean, what the fuck?
I mean, I think almost
Hey,
any
random
newer
dude.
car has to have premium, doesn't it?
No, hell no.
Goon.
Regular, bro.
Well, the Land Rover has to have.
Hey,
Pretty
Mr.
right.
Kelsey.
That's English. Of
Yeah.
course, it needs premium.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Lee.
It's true, random goon. I just like to talk to someone. I'm that lonely.
Now I've got an interesting a list I'd like to run through of the 59 worst things that President Trump did as president. We can just kind of bust through it.
How many?
59.
Okay.
That's nothing.
Right. But I kind of want
That's
to
the tip of the iceberg.
I kind of want to goon and topple, or at least, I don't know. Goon usually hasn't been joining in, but
I can only
Goon
think of
can
a
come
few
on
things, but they're big things.
Topple could hop on for this. It's his guy. I
Oh.
see he tried to be MAGA to one. Instead, he's MABA.
Naba.
All right, here we go, Top. You're there. You're watching.
All right, Tom.
All right, I'm
Make
gonna
America
just
bad again.
number one, when he dismissed Russian interference with the election. First
What?
bad thing.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I think dismissing it is correct.
Yeah, same here. I'm with you, Last Dance.
What list is this from?
Don't worry about that.
Like that's
Is this
that's
your
supposed to be
personal list?
No,
Is that
it's
the
a
worst thing he did?
It's a very left-leaning. No, it's not in any order.
Oh, it's not in any
Oh,
order. I thought that was
okay.
number one. I was about to say this list sounds stupid.
No. It's just the first one on the list. It's not.
Okay.
It's totally arbitrary. Okay, so big nothing burger for number one.
arbitrary.
Number two, when he appointed his unqualified family members to top administration roles.
I think that was a bad thing.
Yeah,
Not
but-
because they were family members, but because they were not particularly qualified.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal.
No, it's not a huge deal, but it's a negative for sure.
If
Yeah,
it
this-
happens, if there's somebody like I mean, I don't know. Last Dance was like, in
I
his
mean-
30s at the time, but
Back in
like
the set.
the Kennedys, they seem like they were at least more qualified than
Oh yeah, I mean,
a decent person to put in office.
Bill Clinton had Hillary do the health thing, and
Yeah.
she did a great job. Of course, nobody wanted single payer health care back then,
Yeah.
but she worked hard, did a good job. But
Oh, speaking of, not to get sidetracked off this awesome list.
This list is
Smokesteve's got going.
horrible, bro. It's
What-
horrible.
We changed-
what is going
we're-
on?
We're cutting off our health care because it went over $2,000 for this next year because it raises by 100 each year. So we were at like, I don't know, 2,075, I think, something like that. We were gonna have to pay a month, and it was just to the point was like we can't.
Oh,
You know what I'm
wow.
saying? I mean, it's like
yeah,
it's another house. I mean, it's like a lifestyle change.
right.
So
So what are
we
you going with?
went with the Affordable Care Act, and it's down to like
Obamacare.
it's like $250.
Yep.
So that's like
A
the difference
person
is
or for the
unbelievable
family?
for the whole family.
Good man.
Don't say that out loud.
This is
Well, I
cinnamon
mean,
whiskey.
It is what it is. I think that's. But the drawback is like we went from barely paying anything out of our own pocket for all the stuff that my son has done and stuff to now that could be a fortune. But it still is going to be less than I keep saying to my wife, I'm like, if you put away the difference that we're saving each month in a savings account or whatever, that it's more than going to cover that, and still have plenty left over after that because it's
That's the
$24,000. That's $24,000, dude. $24,000 a year. That's
That's the
outrageous.
ticket is doing what you do and be vigilant about putting that money away. Essentially self-sustaining your own like insurance fund. And you let that sucker build up and
Right.
yeah, like pay it yourself, dude. And it's only going to be deductibles and differences and split costs and all of that stuff. So you'll still get some help from the insurance, obviously.
Right. Exactly.
So yeah.
But even in the worst case scenario, if we rack everything up, it's still cheaper than what we were paying. I mean, it's unbelievable that a family of three is expected to pay over $2,000 for our health insurance
Hmm.
a month.
That's huge.
Indeed.
It's what it's not special, you know. It's not
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's just because I'm self-employed, and you know that's my option.
Mhm. It's
Well,
crazy,
one
man.
thing that Trump did screw up.
Health insurance? Yeah, I don't know
He-
anything.
well,
That was my
he could've
biggest.
fixed
That was
it.
my
He could've
biggest thing
fixed.
with him. He could have fixed it, but he didn't. He went from that to the wall. So
Yeah, exactly. Seriously.
he spent 2 days on the healthcare and went right to the wall. So does Vox cover that in this 50 points of what Trump got wrong or whatever?
It's not Fox. It's Indy 100.
I don't even know who the hell they are.
Number 3, and this is what it says to show you how bad this list is. When he was literally impeached.
Oh, they don't
Which-
use the
which
word
time?
literally, do
They
they?
actually
one?
use the word literally.
Oh,
Which
God.
one?
Twice, right? Then number 4, when he tried to ban TikTok. Oh my God, he tried to ban TikTok. Like, this is the worst list ever.
Nobody gives a fuck about TikTok.
Yes.
When he approved a devastating oil pipeline through native land. Now, this one's
That's
this
a
one's
good thing.
interesting. This one's interesting to me because, I mean, I don't want to seem like an asshole here.
Don't
What
worry,
do you guys
I'll
think?
sue you if you do.
Let's say like 350
Fuck them
million
idiots.
people. 350 million people need this to survive and to maintain their lifestyle.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
But
surely.
it does cut through native lands that
So what?
we've
Yep.
stolen and taken a lot from. There's an ethical question there, you know.
Not for me. All the land is native land. Why? What difference if we, by some people's estimate, the people who wrote this question, I'm on native land in my house right now, and I should be acknowledging that going on the air. I
should.
acknowledge that I am using the land of the Shnabigami people.
You will pull a mosquito out of your vein and sucking your blood and release it humanely into the air, yet you'll send a giant pipeline right through the middle of native land. You don't care.
Yes.
No, damn right. It's for the greater good, isn't it? Everybody benefits. Everybody benefits. So why not?
Yeah, I mean, I would look at the costs and benefits, but just because it's native land, that would not factor into.
And this was called the Keystone Pipeline XL. There is also a Keystone Pipeline that already exists. This was going to be a far bigger. We're talking a pipe like massive diameter. The amount of volume that these things can move, it's fucking crazy.
What do you think, Smokesteve? Do you think they should have done? Do you think that was a good thing? Do you think that we should do that to that native land?
In the end, it would have benefited a huge number of Americans. Like the greatest
know, but
number
what-
of Americans would have benefited from it. So yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Selfish.
Um,
Selfish.
I'm thinking of everybody.
My concerns are global.
Literally, like Trump was trying to create energy independence. And people were saying like 6, 8, 9 months ago, like, oh, that thing was 6 months to a year to being done. Well, if we had kept going back then when we were talking about it, right now we'd be like, 1 more month, baby, and then we're there.
Right.
Now there's no fucking anything. So it's like, like we're still negotiating with Russia, for Christ's sake, to
I mean, I
buy
don't know if you could call it energy independence. We'd be dependent on Canada for the oil.
helping.
Yeah.
It better.
But it's better than Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Hemispherical independence.
There we go.
Is that right? Yeah.
What if it was for another cause, like interstate?
That's
Ooh.
interesting. You should say that, Aphid, because you know what? Back in the day, before even the war started, when Hitler was in power,
Hey, dude.
Let's not
what's up,
forget
brother?
the Germans invented autobahns, which were motorways. They had the same problem, and it was like, no, it's for the greater good, and the country's going to be connected from one city to another with virtually a straight road. And he went ahead and built them. I suppose you couldn't probably argue with him, but at the end of the day,
Well, it happened here.
Anybody
every-
disagree? There's a debate room in this gas chamber here.
When they built the interstates here, they had a lot of what
Yeah,
they call
worldwide.
eminent domain. You know,
Oh,
The
yeah.
Germans invented the motorway, the autobahns. They invented it. So, based on old Roman rules of the straight road, which is the quickest way to get from A to B. So, yeah.
Hey,
I
McGran, good to
I
see
think-
you.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, hi, McGrandy.
Same here.
I think the problem that people have, especially it being a pipeline and something of that use, is that we're struggling with this. Should we get away from depleting our planet from its resources, and try to somehow figure out some better way, or and then it's looked at as furthering that cause by putting a big old pipeline in the middle of this native land. But the thing is if we're going to consume that energy anyway, it doesn't make any sense to get it from somewhere else. If we can get it from where we're at, or a better
That's right.
source of getting it.
Yeah,
I'm-
100%.
this
I'm
goes
only
along
addressing.
with this goes along with Germany, like canceling a bunch of their own thing, only then to turn around and buy a bunch of shit from other countries. Like, it didn't make any goddamn sense.
Right.
Like that's exactly what you're saying. So
when
Yeah.
they started decommissioning nuclear power plants, it isn't like
Well-
they stopped using energy. They just bought the
Right.
the oil instead from Russia for the most part, and some of it from the United States too. But
And that's not a statistically wise decision. It's just because of the feeling of the population is uncomfortable with nuclear power plants being in their backyard, But it's the better way to go. So statistically, it should be as much of that as possible.
yeah, I mean they took relatively clean energy and replaced it with climate killing energy.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
except for Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island and
Well, how many
It's
people
like
were
the-
killed at 3 Mile Island?
Fukushima.
Right. It's like the flying on a plane or driving in a car thing.
No,
Yeah,
no,
you're more scared flying in a plane, but it's
No.
statistically less lives are going to be killed by nuclear energy than if
Well,
you have fossil fuels or coal burning. Any of that.
Yep.
Any of
Yeah,
that.
but the potential is catastrophic.
It's not.
It's what I just said though. I mean, in the overall, if you're going to look at something statistically, and money wise and resources wise, in every pretty much way,
But here's
even lives. So it's
if-
catastrophic. What? It's a big chunk once at once, or it's
The worst that
spread
could
out
ever
evenly
happen.
over years.
no. If you analyze it in the long term, there's no way to deal with the nuclear waste. There's nothing.
Yeah, but
There's
Ba-
we're not dealing
anti-nuclear
with the
Wait,
we're not
based-
dealing with the waste
based
the
on-
fossil fuel waste either.
space.
upon the current
Yeah, space. Good idea.
formula that nuclear power plants use, they have to store nuclear waste,
Yeah.
which has like a 2,000 year half life,
More than that.
and it mounts. It
Yeah, it's like
accumulates.
Way more.
Is it the
Very-
dude that's
So,
Very
here,
slow.
but here's the good
Nervous?
news. Here's the good news. The good news is that in the last week or so, you may have noticed they have made major breakthroughs with fusion energy.
Yeah, yeah.
Instead of fission, we have fusion.
Yeah, we talked about it a bit.
Okay, I'm sorry I missed it, but
It was okay.
so
Well,
so we have
here's
great
here's
potential
something
for
you don't know.
that. But as far as the current plan, first of all, every nuke plant is on a waterway because they need the water to cool off the
The
reactors.
reactor. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the potential for any potential. Dude, I'm in Florida. We've had at least 2 or 3.
Peter.
And so, in the long view, the nuke energy based on the current formula is flawed. But
That is,
if they can come up with fusion or something like that, so be it.
I mean, that is nonsense. Nonsense.
Well, good. I'm glad I evoked that emotion from you because it's not nonsense at all.
After a day at the beach, McRandy, you probably give off more radiation than the fucking Chernobyl, dude. The amount of sun you get down there. I mean, just kidding, but
Well,
sure
that
you-
was a rational
First of
response.
all,
was.
Ah,
first of all, the climate change crisis is as much a threat to other species of animals as it is to humans. And nuclear power, the issues you talk about are a minor threat to humans and no threat at all to other animals. I mean, Chernobyl is the very worst that could ever happen to a nuclear power plant.
That is,
and it has there are very few deaths. More people are killed, in the course. More life is lost in the course of burning.
Hey, look, we have
fossil fuel.
retired film star Peter North.
Yeah, I saw that. Peter North.
Last Dance, I have to disagree because the long-term effects of Chernobyl are unknown. There was massive radiation damage
It's been
throughout
like
all of
30
Europe.
something
I
years,
think
dude.
you're
It's been like
No, but it persists. It persists.
No, you're giving up on how far technology has come, though, in these nuclear power plants. There's so many things they've learned from it in the past. I think it would be foolish to give up on a technology.
Steve,
I'm the guy that got the
I don't want to give up on technology, but can you tell me, how do we do with the waste? We still haven't figured it out. Look what happened. Look what happened in Fukushima. They're still storing Fukushima waste until last year they decided we're going to start putting it into the Pacific Ocean, and because it's okay, we're going to keep the rads low enough. So we're playing with fire.
There's hardly any waste at all. It's a tiny amount that's generated over the entire
from Fukushima.
World. It's almost nothing.
Fukushima.
Yes, Fukushima, anywhere at all. There's very little waste generated. It's stored on site. That tells you how little waste is generated. It's actually stored on site in all these.
The release of this radioactive contaminated water from the cooling system has actually, nobody is buying seafood from that area. It's all you have.
Yeah, in fact,
you know what? Last Dance, you're a smart guy, and I'm pretty embarrassed with that last statement because
I'm not embarrassed. So.
Well, so be it. But
there is people like fishing off of Alaska and California who do have to be careful of what fish species they eat because it's a pretty widespread contamination zone.
I'm telling you,
widespread.
My only comment is, and I'll end it here, is the current model for nuclear power is flawed.
I think
so. If you want to come up with a new way using fission or
freaking,
I think the current model.
Anything else? I'd rather frack. I'd rather use fracking.
I just wanted to say, right? I just thought, I don't know anything about this in terms of nuclear waste. So I was just looking it up, and it just says here. Looks like Last Dance is right. Sorry, McGrandy. But,
well, how so?
In nuclear reprocessing plants, right? Which so obviously the waste. About 96% of spent nuclear fuel is recycled back into uranium based on mixed oxide fuels. The residual is actually only 4%. So it looks like Last Dance is right. I'm sorry, McGrandy, but a lot of it gets reprocessed. So
that's a beautiful thing, my friend. And you know what? I'm glad you found that on Wikipedia or whatever. But the reality is,
I'm only saying. I'm not trying to prove
that's
you
cool.
wrong.
That's cool.
I just thought I'd just look into it and thought I don't know anything about this. So.
Dude, I love your input. All I'm saying
I'll
is,
go now. Sorry.
Who's good? No, don't go. Who are you going to trust? Who are you going to trust?
McGrandy.
McGrandy, Last Stand.
Trust me, because I know.
I trust you.
You're an old anti-nukes guy from was that your cause back in the day? No more nukes.
No, I never had a cause, dude. I'm just a reasonable person. I've done my research. I've seen the accidents. I've seen the problems.
And you're the one that brought up 3 Mile Island. What was
the whales?
Nobody wanted. No,
there?
You know what? We should save the whales, but that's not another. That's another issue. You know what?
The whales killed the seals. I hate seals. I love whales. So that's my deal.
Well, if we want to save the whales, we should get based Welshmen on.
The only whales that eat seals are killer whales, and they're not endangered. So
a couple were seen off of Cape Cod.
Yeah, the ones for the oil are the big ones. because they're all about the oil, the blubber. It's all about the blubber because actually whale fat produces high-end industrial oil. It's like the finest oil you could ever get.
Well,
you can't even get it from petro products.
Wow.
So that's the legacy. Anyway, I'm not going to talk. Wait, you guys, like I said, no more nuke conversations here.
Okay, number 6. When he called far-right protesters very fine people.
Oh my God.
That's a little bit out of context.
When was this made? Is this recent?
That was that about Charlotte?
Yeah.
Charlotte?
Yeah.
Can you wait, McGrande, can you tell us about that comment that Trump made?
About
What was said?
That was a midstream. He was like the Charlotte thing had gone down, and the guy in the zipped up Plymouth Charger ran into the protesters and killed them. Remember?
Yeah.
You saw all that.
Yeah.
That was the end of it.
There.
And that was the pinnacle of the whole protest because that gave traction to the liberal cause and their outrage about a bunch of Nazis walking around with candles saying that we will not whatever.
What did Trump say though?
He said there's good people and bad people on both sides.
That's what I
just
remember
making
most.
sure.
But he also did denounce white supremacists.
Oh yeah,
But
I never heard that.
Right,
I'm not surprised.
Topo was baiting you, McRonde.
If you hear the whole,
I like Topo. He can bait me all day long, man.
I didn't bait you. I was seeing what
I know he did.
All right, guy. You guys bait each other off now.
Yeah, bait yourselves off.
Topo's a master baiter.
Yeah.
I can't. No, I need Viagra for that.
I have no problem with Top.
Masturbation.
The Top is okay with me, man. He can say anything he wants to me. I don't care.
I love you, McGrande.
See, romance.
Number 5.
Number 7. When he appointed a far-right nationalist as his chief strategist.
Who was
Steve
that?
Bannon.
Steve Bannon.
Oh yeah, Steve Bannon's a fucking idiot.
I mean,
Bolton is much smarter than Bannon.
Okay.
Bolton.
Okay. I mean, these are just
I read it.
labeling
I've been working my way through his book. It's so boring. You have no idea. Bolton wrote a book about this shit, and it's like every page is like itemized. It is so boring and insane. And you know who his adversary was? Mathis, the Secretary of Defense, the Marine General.
Mad
You
Dog.
know, the Bulldog.
Yeah,
He was the guy that was like going against Bolton's far right agenda.
Anyway, I don't think much of that's just labeling someone with a smear.
Who's that?
What number 7 is?
Oh,
All right,
I'm sorry.
let's get through this list and we'll make our list.
All right, thank
Steve
you. I'm
Bannon
sorry, guys.
Was labeled with the smear of far-right cream cheese. Okay, number 8. When he imposed a Muslim travel ban.
Yeah, it was pretty stupid. I'll go with that.
You should have banned it all, but that was my opinion.
Inshallah.
Okay. Number 9, when he repeatedly refused to release his tax returns.
Why does that matter?
We know why, because it doesn't show him in a good light. So why would he release it?
But why do we ask other
One
presidents
question-
that though?
One question.
Everybody else has disclosed their tax returns. It's almost like a norm for the presidency.
It doesn't matter. Just because
No.
everybody else does it doesn't mean that he has to.
Oh, it
But
doesn't. Why is he
it doesn't.
special, Last Dance?
He's not special. It's totally optional, and he doesn't feel like it. Probably because he's got a lot to hide. But
Yeah,
Okay.
damn right
that's
he
his.
does.
He can hide it if he's he doesn't have
In
to.
fact,
release it.
there's a reason. Maybe it was because one of his companies just got busted for this shit. So yeah, I mean, that'll.
There were a couple of
All right,
theories. One of them was it would just show he wasn't that wealthy after all, which was part of the mystique of Trump is that he's a billionaire.
So
That-
you got one valid one on this list so far out of 8 so far.
Well, I agree with all of them being. What's the list called?
I bet you do.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you? I mean, I think everybody here would. What was the list called?
The 50.
list.
Yeah,
We're at
the
number
50
10
worst
here.
things he's done.
59 worst things.
Oh,
Okay.
Worst
Well,
things Trump did during his presidency.
I mean, if you
By
were
Moya Lothian McLean and Greg Evans.
BLM.
If you had to come up with 59 things that he did wrong, I think that each one of these things would at least be in that list. I mean, whether it's a good list or worth going over or not, is one thing.
Oh, I definitely disagree with Daffy up here.
You don't think any of these would be on the top 59? You can
some of them would, yeah, but not all of them.
Okay. Number 10, when he tried to stop transgender students from using school bathrooms in line with their gender.
100%.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that too. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
That's the first one I heard that I'm not.
Oh God! When it comes down,
there was a new one this week where there was it was a school and some girls took them to court they actually were trying. I think they were trying to sue because they were claiming that they didn't have the chances they would have had if it wasn't for these transgender dudes, in their sport. I can't remember what sport it was, swimming or something. I don't know what it was. Right. And they lost, and then they took it to appeals court, and again, it got turned down.
Wow. That's absolutely ridiculous. For any man to swim with a bunch of women, it's obviously ludicrous. Let's wake up, America. Wake up, America. This transgender shit is crazy when it comes to something like that. You want to go ahead and do your thing, go ahead and do it. But
exactly.
This is an overreach. It's insanity. I'm a Southern Democrat telling you that. It's insanity.
I have actually a clip related to this subject.
Wow.
Oh, there you go.
That's a segue for you, Steve.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? Okay.
Hopefully it's more that
it's everyone's favorite
dude with the lipstick. I love
that. By the way,
guy.
I actually enjoyed the cinnamon whiskey. I said it was.
Oh, it's your favorite of all time, Afe.
Oh, it's the Texas guy.
No, it's
from Cruz.
Joe Manchin.
Oh, I hate that guy.
It's from.
I like him.
He's a coal-mining idiot. He's a rich West Virginian. I mean, you know what it takes to be rich in West Virginia? You got to be an asshole. You got to be an asshole.
You got to work hard.
God.
No.
They hate for states now. We hate states now.
No. Everybody, you know the history of West Virginia.
It's your buddy.
Yeah, this guy.
That's a good
face.
I like that.
This guy is so good.
I won't go the full 4 minutes, but you'll get the gist from it.
I love Tucker.
It's almost impossible to fire a public school teacher for incompetence. Go ahead and try, and you'll find out. But it turns out it's very easy to get one fired for thought crimes. Until recently, Peter Vlaming taught at a high school in West Point, Virginia, but he was recently fired. Why? Because he refused to use male pronouns to refer to a biologically female student. He didn't use female pronouns. Instead, he just used the student's name, in avoiding pronouns entirely. For that, he lost his job. Peter Vlaming joins us along with his attorney.
I'm sure that's accurate.
Thank you
Tucker.
both very much for coming on. So, Peter, the first question I think in most people's minds is going to be, did you in some way insult the student? Were you cruel to the student? Was there something untoward that you said to the student?
Not at all. Not at all. I love and respect all of my students, including the student in question. And I did everything I could to accommodate the student's new identity.
Yes.
I used the new name. I avoided feminine pronouns. Yes. But male pronouns were a bridge too far. But I did everything in my power to accommodate and show respect towards the student and this student's choices.
So you never attacked the student or said, I disagree with.
All right. So basically,
we get it.
he got fired for not calling her a him.
That's
I believe.
Trans man.
Well, he uses his formal name, right?
His new name.
No, he used his new name.
It's a he. He went from a her to a he.
Right.
So
he called her Dan.
Right. But he wouldn't say he.
You wouldn't
Why,
say
or him.
When do you ever say in a sentence he or him? You call
well,
them by their name.
Well,
you know
give
what,
him a pencil.
That's right. You have a noun or you have a pronoun. So
I don't know. You're right. It is kind of stupid when he says that's a bridge too far. What is he standing up for exactly? Like,
well,
it might be hard for him to say he when if his student is
he's saying it's audacious and insanity. That's what he's basically saying. I hate to agree with Fox News. Fox News.
Even I hate to agree with him.
You should watch it more. You might agree with a lot of
stuff. No, I won't. You know what?
He's afraid.
The only thing I noticed about Fox is the chicks. They got the legs out there, man. They got the morning shows. All the girls have the legs.
So
they got nice short skirts.
Watching the mute.
I'm a leg man.
Right?
That's why they picked the name.
It's a situation where my wife is she works in a school. She works in a school, yeah, and I'm keen to add, as I'm on YouTube, this did not happen at her school, but she knows other she knows other school teachers. So obviously within that industry, they talk to each other. They're friends. They might not work at the same school, obviously, but they kind of know each other. And one of her friends got into trouble for addressing a student who identifies himself as a girl, but only on certain days. So the teacher got into trouble. And so the way they got over it is that when the young boy wears a pink bracelet, the teacher knows to refer to him as a female. And on the days he wears blue bracelets, she knows she can identify him as a male. And that's the way they got over it. And I was like, oh my God, what is the world coming to?
That's absolutely asinine.
I know.
Not always at asinine, but everybody should stand against it. It's crazy.
You should make them keep their gender, like Elon Musk made Count Dankula keep biggest dick in the world or whatever.
Giant penis. That was
giant penis for like 3 months. Like if you choose your gender, you have like a 3 or 6 months that's your gender. There's no flip flopping. That's crazy.
Steve. The reality is that these are children, and children should not dictate what is proper and socially acceptable. Yeah. We are adults. We've been around. Let them take power, and then they can do what they want. But in the meantime, I'm not going to acquiesce to insanity.
Yeah. And plus, these things like gender and sexuality. These are all part of teenagers, growing up. I don't know why you have to have your teacher be involved in that process at all. He doesn't want to deal with it. That's sort of a private thing. You should.
And they're getting fired. They're getting fired over it.
Yeah.
I mean that's asinine. My generation of friends, I have I cannot think of any of them that have a gay child, but there's got to be 4 now, maybe even 5 that have transgender kids now, and this is out of, I don't know. Let's if I had to put a number to it, let's say 50 to 75 people, that I'm talking about, a large extended group of friends.
That's pretty good cut of people. So you're saying of that
none gay.
Of that 75, your generation, obviously, like there was no connection to any of that. But their kids all now, you have like a huge
4 or 5.
Oh my God.
Increase. Yeah.
They all seem to be around the same age. Like they're all probably 14 to 18, I'd say.
I can fix this. Cut off their internet completely.
You're probably right. That would have done it. I bet any money, because it is kind of a fad. That's like a social phenomenon as much as it is anything else.
Well, maybe there's adults out there walking around. Wish they could tell everyone that they are a transgender, but they were too scared.
I mean,
I almost wonder if they're more.
to that.
I almost wonder if they're more comfortable with being extreme and coming out as like a different sex, and it's so freaky that it takes the situation off of them being gay in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
There's clearly evidence that the trans is replacing gay.
Yeah, I think so.
And instead of a tomboy who might grow up to be,
last time to get a load of this,
might grow up to be.
I've not even looked. I've not even looked into this. I didn't roll my eyes at the time because that would have been very rude. But back in October when it was Halloween, we went to a friend's house and we had a Halloween party. The daughter there I know quite well. I was catching up with her. How's college going? This, that, and the other. And she introduced me to some of her friends. And she had a private word with me to say that this one particular girl, just to pre-warn me, which is for God's sakes, that she was a they. I don't know what a they is. I was like, right, okay. So
and Lee, how did she look? How did she look?
A typical teenage girl, but I just like, what the fuck is a they?
Wait. Did she have any tattoos or piercings? Or she have long hair? Nice. No. She looked like if you saw her in the street, you'd think she was a girl.
Yeah, absolutely. But
okay,
what a they is, I don't know what a they is. No disrespect or insults to anybody that might be what, but I just what's a they? I didn't know what to say, or I just said hi and had a quick chat with her, and then
I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah,
you don't. I'm willing to call somebody a he. I'll do my best if that's what they want to be called, or a she. But I refuse to call somebody a they or them because it's just. It's too awkward. My brain doesn't think that way. I can't make it think.
Well, and how are you supposed to know?
I gotta pee.
Well, wait, doesn't. I mean,
they'll tell you.
Aren't you then applying like a plural to a singular person? Like,
yes,
it's grammatically completely incorrect. It doesn't make any sense.
I was watching a podcast by someone who was trying to go by the designated pronouns, their pronouns, they, them. And every time she would bring it up, she would stay, and then but then she'd have to stop and correct herself. I'm sorry, I meant they. And it does like 100 corrections. There's no way that you have to stumble and torture your brain that way. I won't do it. Nobody's a they.
This is what I heard a professor talking about this, saying that they're not going to change grammar. Like an English professor in a college was like, I'm not going to do that. Like. He or she is one thing, but they or them, when it doesn't make any damn sense to call a single person that, it doesn't.
Well, tell me this then, all of you. I've just, because I never looked into it at the time. I always thought, I must look into that. So it's the description is, so your friend came out as a non-binary. Here's how to, they or them. Non-binary people tend to prefer to themselves as they or them, or they're not exclusively. Some use she and he interchangeable. What does that mean? Non-binary people. What's a non-binary person?
They're neither male nor they don't see themselves as a male or a female.
1 or 0 would be what they see as binary, male and female. They're not either.
But of course, there really is.
So they're nothing, man. I still don't get it. So they're not male and they're not female.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, is that right?
I only know 2 transgenders, and they're older, and they don't do that he, she bullshit. They just prefer you to call them by their new names. They don't get all.
That's fine.
That's how they.
Do they still look like the problem I had, like at the gas station I go into all the time, and it was she was definitely when she first started walking there.
She or he.
There was this cutout, and who wouldn't stick their dick in it? No,
but she insisted that her name was.
It's like she had one. She knew what to do.
Like she still was definitely like tomboyish, but she was still. It was still like, and I'm very respectful when I always want to say thank you or whatever, and. Yes,
sometimes
ma'am.
those tomboys could be quite attractive.
You don't say yes, ma'am, right?
Well, I don't. I'd have to put myself in this situation, but the male or female comes out, But anyway, and then she got further and further along. Obviously, it was over a year, and then how's the normal person supposed to know? And when they're in that middle place, they'll get offended if you don't use the right. But how are you supposed to know what they want? Maybe it's not just maybe it's just like some chicks look like they're pregnant, and you're like, oh, when you do, oh, no, I'm not pregnant.
You know what it comes down to, Aphid? I'll give you some advice.
Oh,
I know it's just scary. Do you remember when you were a younger guy and you might have dated like a couple of different girls? You never use their names. You always say sweetheart or honey or hello.
Come here, bitch.
Babe, whatever. You never call them by their names. You get used to that. And that way you never get caught calling another girl by another name.
I'm so fortunate you might be going never out in that with. Situation.
Well, anyway, it's the same thing with that situation. What you do is you deal with them as human beings. Hi. You never even use their names. Hey, how are you doing? Good to see you. Don't even use their names. You can avoid that problem.
We're talking about girlfriends? You never use their name?
Yeah.
Come here, sweetheart. I got $5.
You never use their names unless you're sure.
Also, doll is another one. Come here,
Don't
doll.
they get suspicious after a while?
Hey, pretty.
Doll. No, it's not at all.
This is a Seinfeld episode. Does anyone remember what her name turned out to be in the end?
Earl?
It rhymes with the female body part, if you remember.
It
Virginia?
was Mulva.
Mulva was the name Jerry guessed, which was wrong.
Oh, okay, that wasn't it.
So the name was Dolores.
Dolores. Okay. I thought Dolores was the name he guessed, and it was wrong.
Oh, he guessed Vulva, which is not even a name.
The simplest thing to do is just call them by their name, or if they get
don't
upset,
because you might make a mistake with their names.
Well, no. If they get upset and be like, I apologize, I don't want to be offensive. What do you prefer? They'll put a smile on their face and they'll shut the fuck up. They won't.
Yeah, or you could be lucky. You could be lucky like me, because when I ended up meeting the girl that ended up being my wife, my previous girlfriend of about 4 or 5 years was the same name. They were both called Elizabeth, so I had no problems.
That's hilarious, dude.
That's a nice name too. I like that name, Elizabeth. Do you call her Liz? Does she shorten it? Liz.
Yeah. It's only Elizabeth when there's trouble.
Right.
Elizabeth, and then she knows there's something wrong.
Yeah.
Bring up the middle name and it's over.
Yeah.
By the way, Smokesteve, yeah, it is yes, ma'am. Yeah, I do say yes, ma'am. I think I do.
To a dude.
Yes.
Well,
no, to a chick. Like if she asked me, like, oh, you wanted 2 packs of smokes? Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
wait,
sir.
wasn't it a dude
yes,
once?
Well, that's what I'm saying. How are you supposed to know when you make the like is there one day, where she went from a babe, a bluish
aphid, what it comes down
to a red flannel? Like,
wait,
I'm supposed to know
aphid, it's not your problem. It's her problem.
I agree.
Conduct yourself in a polite manner.
That's the problem that the whole country's having right now.
What? No, it isn't.
If they would listen onto our problem and not their problem.
Yeah, I over the summer I was in a store and it was with one of these types of people, and I said, "Thanks, dude, man, bros, friend, thank you." And then, like, this person kind of giggled to the person behind me in line as I took my beer away and was like, fuck, that was a total failure. And I giggled about it with the guy I was with outside. Like, did you catch that?
Not me. I go human to human. I look at people in their eyes and I say, thank you. And I don't say he, she, whatever. Thank you. Right. It's like, it doesn't matter. It's like you're talking to a child. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, you don't. Yeah. I might say thanks, man, but I'm
That's who that's my. That's
I
my
grew up in the '60s, so what are you going to do?
And it doesn't mean if you think like that, it doesn't mean that you don't like those people or you think that they're less than.
Yeah, good.
And that's how it's
point.
treated.
But
you know what? Aphid, you know what it comes down to? I don't care. It's their life. Let them live their life.
All right, but
I agree.
Time, you can.
We don't.
You can.
I'm not going to work. I'm not going to walk on eggshells. Just be.
I'm not going to treat any
person.
different than I treat any other person.
Exactly. That's where you got to live your life, man. That's what it comes down to. Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't need to make exceptions for
exactly
for how they feel.
They're not special.
You know?
They're not special. Just like the normal heterosexual chick at the fucking check mart that pulls your lemons through the fucking check counter. It's the same thing.
But have you guys ever been in a situation that someone came after you about it, though? Other than
Never.
No. Yeah.
No.
Only
I scare a lot of people. They won't come after me.
You're weird. Not even scary.
I know. I am though.
How?
I know.
No, I'm not talking about your size or anything. I'm not trying to be mean, but like you don't look like a scary dude. You look like a very good-looking older gentleman.
No, nobody gives me problems. It's weird. Not like except.
Are you hiding tattoos on us?
Except border patrol guys, and
I can see why.
Some cops, but other than that,
the migra. That's what they used to call the immigration.
Oh yeah,
la migra.
Oh, you know who? Here's the sad thing about immigration right now.
Yes.
All the guys that work on the border are Latinos, man. Mm-hmm. It's like they're traitors to their own people. It's a fucking. It fucking. You remember the guy on Live Week? You remember that? Aphid. You remember that
Shark?
Guy? No,
Big Ern.
Yeah.
Big Ern.
No, there was a guy. There was a guy that was a border patrol. There was a guy that was a border patrol officer. You remember him?
I don't know.
How dare you call them traitors? Just because
that's fucked up.
Well,
they're protecting us from those murderers and rapists.
Maybe they see themselves as Americans and not as
Well,
do you think a black cop in the city?
I'm pretty close to that, Last Dance. I'm pretty close to that, and I'm telling you what. I actually had the opportunity to experience what it's like to go through immigration and all that nonsense in Miami. And the guys walking the line are Cubans. And they got the uniform on and they're walking around and they're treating people, old ladies that need to sit down because they're waiting in line to get into immigration. This is years ago. It's a simple observation from a simple man. And I'm telling you, this is the truth. They were abusive. It's the same thing as landing in Miami airport. You ask these Cubans sometimes for shit, and they're like, they don't want to participate.
When you deal with government employees, the only time you'll find anybody abusive is when you go through immigration. Other times, they're the sweetest people. They'll help you no matter what.
I'm just saying that the true nature of these people I found astounding, because I was in my life I was an acceptor of immigrants in my world.
I mean, I've come through immigration many times, and
I'm talking about immigration office trying to get paperwork, the way they treat people. It was downtown Miami. I actually had to park in. It was amazing because in downtown Miami at that time, it was a strip joint next to the fucking immigration place that had an open parking lot that you could pay $10 to park in.
That's convenient.
It was convenient. And I paid the $10. It was easy for me. And I walked over there and got in line. And as an American with my wife. Did you ever
go to the immigration place?
Yeah. I did. As an American with my wife, watching those people acting like they had cattle prods, trying to keep old ladies in line, I was astounded. So,
well, sometimes you got to give them the prod, bro.
Now when
there's a man who loves to prod, and he looks like he's fucking asleep. So maybe I shouldn't put him on. I see a smile. All right. Jesus. He's up.
There he is, the prodder himself.
Hey,
Did you
good
wake
evening.
up for?
Or good
Holy
morning.
shit.
Base.
What's up?
Hey,
What's up,
Base,
dude?
I hope you have a heating pad or a hot water bottle. You look cold, buddy.
No, I'm fine actually, but it's been freezing in the UK the last week. Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck, I feel for you guys. Sorry to hear that, buddy.
Yeah, the electric is fucking crazy. The prices though. Fuck.
Horrible.
Same here. Although ours goes down in the winter because we have gas heat. Summer we have electric AC. Whew, baby, those could be.
Yeah.
You don't need electric AC. You
Ha-
don't have to live off that.
They blame
you-
Greta.
I,
Green
you know
New
what,
Deal.
Top? I agree with you. I live down here. Everybody in my family. I grew up without air conditioning down here. Believe it or not. So I got a higher tolerance for the heat, and I'm up 10 floors, and I grew up on the ground. You know.
Do you
So
get a
up
little
here-
bit of a little upper atmosphere breeze?
Yeah,
On the ground? That's
exactly,
huge.
exactly. It's huge. Sometimes I'll stay up here. It'll be like 73 degrees, and I'll go downstairs and I'll drive someplace, and it'll be like 85. That much of a difference.
But you're also surrounded by air conditioning, right?
That's true. The concrete does hold the cold.
Yes.
Yep, that's true. Very true. I'm fortunate my neighbors are wimps.
And they help you out by being wimps.
Yep. Below, above, everything
Yes,
else.
yes.
It's true. That's true.
Cold sandwich. Drill a few holes in the wall. Put a little pass-through fan.
Dude,
a line fan.
Vacuum.
That's 5,000 psi. There's no way I'm drilling through that shit. I've tried. I hit steel every time.
Hammer drill, bulldog.
I got a Hildy for you.
Maybe.
All right, number 11 on that list. Now that we have
Yeah.
Base here.
Yeah.
All right, number 11. When he lied about his inauguration crowd sizes.
Well, that was no big deal. It was certainly pathetic, but it was
Yes.
didn't matter.
It was the same thing. He talked about his little hands. He's got little hands.
But they're not hidden.
Steve, you know what that means? He does. He has little hands.
What does it mean?
Small dick.
Oh.
Well, I'm not going to say anything, but
all right. Number 12. Are we ready for number 12, or do we want to dwell on?
I've braced myself. I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
When he repeatedly called Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
He shouldn't do that as a president, though.
It's disrespectful, but it's not significant. It's bad, though. I'll put it in the bad. I wouldn't call it the top 59 bad.
She was a congresswoman that lied to get into university.
She lied on her Harvard application and said she was part Native American. Her excuse was that her grandfather used to tell the family that they had a Native American ancestor, like many people in Massachusetts.
She knew what she was doing. She knew she was lying, and she did it.
The real joke is Pocahontas, because she was lying about being an Indian. So, Pocahontas, F-A-U-X.
But the person saying Pocahontas said he had bone spurs.
What does that have to do with whether he said Pocahontas or not?
It just illustrates the source of the criticism coming from an asshole that said he had bone spurs.
Yeah, but what it proves is that she kept out someone that would have got that scholarship. That's what it proves. She's a cunt.
Oh, well, here's the beautiful thing, based because we have perspective now. She ended up becoming a U.S. representative,
senator.
A senator. Thank you.
Much.
Well, which is even more important for a number of years.
And Ed Markey were screwed.
Yeah, and she's done fuck all. And what's she done?
So what are you saying? Becoming a senator erases all your past lies?
Yeah.
Oh,
what's she done? What's she actually done?
So you are judging her life based upon
which didn't like
the fact that
Lies?
she didn't have bone spurs,
Lies.
and
Nobody's judging
they have
her life.
overestimated her
but she lied throughout her life.
genealogy
She lied throughout her life on the same
Native
subject.
American exposure.
She didn't put it right, did she?
No, I'm talking about a level playing field here.
No, McGrandy, you cannot back somebody that's an absolute liar. You can't back it. No, you can't do that.
All
Come on.
politicians are, but she's very upfront.
She even got
Are you kidding me?
She even got DNA tested, and when Trump laughed about it, he said, "I've got more DNA Native American in me than she has, and I've got none."
Hey,
I think that's quality, man.
So what's the story on Trump? He's a Scot, right? Scottish, pretty much.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Well,
This is not
we're digging on genealogy here. Suddenly that's becoming an important factor for an American.
You're just
look at Obama. That was
Obama.
racist.
Yeah, he wasn't even born in America.
Well, we know he was born in Kenya, so that's a problem.
Yeah, why wouldn't he?
You know what?
show
You
us
probably
his
can't
birth
say
certificate?
that here, so don't do it.
Anyone been to the Obama Museum here? Anyone?
No.
Well, the Michael Obama Museum. I haven't seen the Michael Obama one. No.
Oh,
I got a selfie by his portrait. I wasn't at his museum.
Oh, you saw the portraits, though. You
At the Chicago Art Museum.
The Art Institute. Yeah.
did you take some pictures and try to recreate them with your own beautiful artistic flair?
I'm sure
I think I
do
could
much
do
better than those.
better
portraits.
Did you draw Obama?
No, actually, I didn't. I did Trump. Though.
Yes or no?
You
I
drew
got a
Trump?
I got a good Trump. Yeah, I got a pretty good Trump,
dude.
actually.
You know what, you guys, I actually watched the John Adams miniseries on HBO.
Fascinating.
And yeah, it's profound. If you guys have HBO, you should watch it because it gives you real. It's just
got it.
It's inspiring.
Sounds good.
What's
All right,
next
here
on
we
the
go.
list? What's next on the list?
Number 13.
Kung Flu.
When he doubled fees at his resort hotel after becoming president.
That's smart. Who gives a shit? You should have tripled them.
Like these are the reasons.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You can't be serious. That's the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
What was that one?
He's a public official.
When he doubled fees
And he's
at his resort
gaining
hotel after becoming president.
Yeah, and all the assholes, the international assholes, are going to his hotel to placate to him, to gain favor. Tell me that is not an illegal use of your office.
That's actually reading on here. That's the
I will tell you, it
initiation
is not
fee.
illegal.
That's the initiation fee to Mar-a-Lago, which
fuck
previously was $100,000. After he became president, $200,000 to get in.
McGrandy, have you got an unhealthy sort of infatuation about Trump and something?
This is why I love.
Oh yeah, I've hated the guy for years.
I can tell.
Long before he became president.
But
I actually had clients that lost huge
Trump.
money because of his bogus business deals. I used to have people say, "Oh, it's Trump. We can trust him," and we're going back like 30 years, dude.
So you never lost money to Biden, Obama,
Not me.
Bush?
No, not me.
No. What about your fuel?
I'm sorry.
What about the interest rates? What about your fuel? Well, that was Putin, wasn't
it? I think he just
has
regular arrangements.
I don't understand.
I know you don't. That's why they survive on liberals like you, because you don't understand.
Yeah,
well, if you explain it to me, I'll be happy to respond to it.
Real quick, I know the sound. I know that sound. That's a Rizzler.
No, it wasn't actually. It was rapping, but yeah, you're close.
Baze, I got to tell you,
ultimately, what is Trump? Ultimately, he's a businessman.
Yeah.
So I don't know why anyone should be shocked about him taking advantage of a business situation.
Yeah, exactly.
But why would you give him because he took an oath He took an oath of office. That's the reason.
What did his oath say?
McGrandy, here's some breaking news. They all take oaths, mate, but they all sort out themselves.
Well, no, tell me
last chance. You want me to repeat
about his
the
oath is incompatible with raising the prices at Mar-a-Lago?
He's taken advantage of office.
Exactly. Like it's nepotism. That was obvious.
All right, let's get back on the list. I love to see what gets triggered and what doesn't get triggered.
It's horrible, but it's actually good because it's so bad.
Yeah.
Number 14, tried to penalize sanctuary cities for migrants.
That was bad.
Yeah, that's bad. I agree.
That's actually
the Democrats are trying to do that with certain.
No, that's true. That's true, Topple. But actually, his actions were a violation of the Republic.
Can you explain to me exactly what that was? So basically, that was pushing migrants into sanctuary cities throughout the country. Yeah.
No.
Sanctuary cities refuse to cooperate with the Immigration and Naturalization Service.
They're holding.
No,
illegals.
actually, they went above and beyond cooperation. They actually opened their cities and brought these people in, like a Christian nation that we're supposed to espouse to, like all the right wing.
We're not a Christian.
We're not a Christian nation.
Are walking around and swaggering.
You're not going to be a white nation.
And yet people who follow the Christian code are actually persecuted by the federal government.
You're going to be a Muslim country. You're going to be a Muslim country soon, just like the UK. So just
please. You know what, Based?
Not us, brother. Not us.
Oh yeah, I got to tell you something, Based.
You're going to be a minority. You're going to be a minority in 20 years.
My friend, I need to give you perspective.
I hate to tell you this,
I need to give you
but they're going to stop in the UK. They're not going to keep
in 1975, I drove across the country.
Yeah, you're right there.
And I realized how fucking much land we have. We are like unbelievable.
I'm not on about lands.
And actually, it became. Wait, let me talk, please. I'll be short. It became an unbelievable experience of monotonous beauty. We have so much land here and so much expansion. And even Canada today wants immigrants because they have so much land. You're in UK. You are living in a world that is completely different. You are homogeneous. You're Welsh, you're English, or you're British, or whatever. You're Scottish. The reality is you have no way to absorb the beauty of America. And the beauty of America is we can absorb the immigrants. We can absorb them.
No, but
they bring us power.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. We're not about lands and space. We're not about demographic change. Okay. By 2040, white Americans will be a minority in America. That's reality. By 2066, in the UK, it'll be the same in the UK. This is just reality. We're not on about land.
About that.
You also
can I tell you something, Based?
McGrandy, hang on one sec. You just said, if you think about what you just said, right, that you obviously with the driving that you've done, the things that you've seen, there's all this beauty, right? That beauty disappears, mate, when you have to build loads of housing estates and everything else to house everybody, and it starts to disappear.
Well, I'll agree with you on that because I live in South Florida, and you know what? We got all these New Yorkers coming down here, and we're building big buildings all over the place for them. All these New Yorkers, and guess what? They're paying the taxes for me.
Why are those Democrats in the Republican states?
That's the reality of demographics and the movement of people. And you guys don't. You don't understand. I don't find you guilty on this because you don't understand. We are a grand nation. We are open. We are filled with fucking land.
We are open.
Yeah. You're definitely open. You're definitely open.
Yep. And guess what?
Number 15.
All right, number 15.
Number 15.
I got 3.
When he fired the acting attorney general for not defending his travel ban.
Who was the attorney general he fired?
I totally agree. Firings setting the tone for the presidential term that would see
It was
one of the
Obama
highest in
holdover.
staff turnovers was Sally Yates.
Yeah.
Did he appoint her?
Well,
You
I
should have
would have
deported
fired.
her as well.
He did not appoint her.
You
I
should
would have fired
you
her
should
too.
have deported her.
She was sacked for betraying the department.
Secretary of State.
No,
No,
Deputy Attorney General.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. A deputy attorney general, not the attorney general.
No.
So you-
no, the then acting U.S. Attorney General.
She might have been the
being
acting U.S. Attorney General.
from the
because-
previous administration.
Because nobody
until
would
he
approve
shit-cans her.
the attorney general.
So do you approve of that then, McGrande? Do you approve that she should have got fired?
Doesn't every
Well,
president? do
I
that?
actually hate the name Sally, so that I do.
That's a good reason.
All right, number 16. When he tried to buy Greenland.
What?
Fucking idiot.
I never heard about that.
Yeah.
Tell us more, McGrande.
There
What
is
what
nothing
happened?
wrong with that at all.
Denmark refused to sell Greenland
Okay.
Why?
Well, there's no reason.
because he's an idiot. He didn't
He was
even know
joking.
who controlled
joking.
Greenland.
He was joking.
No, he wasn't joking.
He was joking.
Are you kidding me?
It must have been a joke.
Jesus.
Come on.
No.
It's a joke.
I know. I agree with you, Lee. He must have been, but he wasn't.
Yes.
That's what kind of an idiot he is.
Oh, God.
That's how dangerous this guy is. He's a
It's
fucking
dangerous
idiot.
now.
Okay.
Of all the times he's trolled mainstream media and the Democrats, just think about it, huh?
Yes.
What are we on? 19?
Please.
They didn't even really name the big ones.
It's not. Well, he's counting down from the
Oh, I thought he was
least
counting
worst
up.
to the worst.
You know what, Steve? I'm actually embarrassed that we're having a show tonight about Donald Trump because he is not significant any longer.
Yep.
He's on your brain all the time, clearly.
No,
I
he's
think
not.
people this is a Discord.
I've given him up.
You're doing a 5-knuckle shuffle in your sleep every night over him.
No, I don't. I never think of him. I do have my stabbing night dreams, but other than that.
Yeah.
Let's jump to 50.
I mean, the next one is when he seemingly told police officers to rough up suspects. I do have the video queued up, but I can't get it to go full screen.
That's all right.
Is this one during the Black Lives Matter riots and all that?
No, that was in New York City, right?
It's when he kept on disrupting his rallies. He said, "Oh, back in the
Can
day,
you guys see
Oh,
that?
yeah.
give him a clip or something."
You can see that.
Jump on healthcare failure can't have everything.
I said, please don't be too nice. Like when you guys put somebody in the car and you're protecting their head, the way you put their hand over, like don't hit their head and they've just killed somebody, don't hit their head. I said, you can take the hand away, okay?
Distasteful.
Cops all clap because they want to hurt people.
I mean,
I want to defund the police now.
it's pretty tone deaf, in a situation where we're talking about police excessive use of force to bring that up.
Wow, what an apologist you are! I'm embarrassed for you, buddy.
I didn't
What?
apologize
You
at
didn't
all.
apologize. He basically. Oh,
No,
Is
yeah,
he stormed
didn't
off?
apologize. He just said that was
McGrande,
ridiculous.
don't storm off.
he
I'm not storming off.
He literally said.
Was I
No,
unclear?
please storm off.
I love that.
Just kidding.
Storm off. That's a good one, buddy.
None of this though surprises me. Let's face it, whoever your audience is, and you want to gain votes to become the president, you're going to play to them.
But it's going to
So
cost you
why-
votes too.
Well, yeah, but it can and it can't. Do you know what I mean? Because the next group of people that you're talking to might not be the police. It might be
what?
fire rescue or whatever.
What saddens me? We are all
none of it surprises me at all.
we are all reasonable people. Okay.
Are we?
And yes, we are. And in fact, Based is a reasonable person as well. And here's what it comes down to.
Even Based.
Here's what it comes down to. When are you going to fucking stop apologizing for an asshole? This guy's a dickhead.
All right.
He's
You're
apologizing.
and you're repeating yourself. So let's move on.
Okay.
Well, I'm being consistent. Last dance. At least that.
Stop being consistent.
Can I make another statement? I've said it now for at least a year and a half, and I'll say it again. McGrandy's a great judge of character. He likes this chap too. Ron DeSantis. He'll be the next Republican candidate.
Well,
and he's the right person for the job.
As a Florida Panther, I see the bait laid on the edge of the road of Alligator Alley, and I know what you're doing there, buddy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you like the guy. You like the guy, and he how many did he win by this time?
He hates
I can't remember. What was the number?
Well,
1.5 million.
Well, I will not disagree with you. I will not disagree with you if you say that the majority of the population in Florida is misguided. I will not disagree with you. Because the reality is Ron DeSantis, listen to me clearly. Ron DeSantis.
I think we've heard enough of you, McGrath. Come on, Aphid. Can we hear Aphid?
And the other thing is, regarding Trump, what's the alternative? Biden. I mean, I don't know how you view him there, but I promise you this, and I think I'm probably speaking a higher percentage of the probability of people thinking, yeah, okay, Lee's not talking shit, but he's just viewed here as a complete baboon. It makes complete. There's no confidence. It's not like a Ronald Reagan or even a Bill Clinton where you feel, this is the most powerful nation in the world. It's in good hands.
He might be.
The view here is that it's actually fearful. He's an absolute idiot.
Yeah. And the thing is, who have the Democrats got apart from Biden? AOC. AOC, they got fucking nobody. I know, but this is it. But this is it. She's TikToker. Hello,
my God! But, are you kidding me?
I'm saying that because that's your most high profile fucking Democrat.
No way, Joe
young
Manchin,
Democrat.
buddy. Joe
Welshman, let me just say this: if AOC ended up walking into your village, you would be trying to hit on her, buddy.
That big booty Latina, fucking right out.
She doesn't have a big booty at all, dude.
Yeah, she has.
No, she's a slim, mean, fucking killing machine Puerto Rican chick.
It's a unit.
Creepy.
Unfortunately, here in the United States, you could put pretty much anybody up on either side, and the outcome's going to be pretty close to the same.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely
it's true.
AOC,
you know what we need, Aphid? You know what we need? We need a fucking war. That's the only thing that's going to bind the country.
We don't need a war. I say we don't need a war.
What about Michael? Well, you've got a war now. What about Michael Obama, though?
What? Oh, Michelle Obama.
Michelle.
Here we go.
Okay, I hope she doesn't run.
Why? What's wrong with Michelle?
I have no comment.
Move us on, Steve.
Number 18, when he invented 3 million illegal voters to explain Hillary Clinton winning the popular vote.
Yeah, what? That was bad.
I don't even
anything. Any election related thing was just.
They always complain. They all complain.
Hillary won the popular vote. He won the electoral college majority.
I never complain, Welshman. I never complain.
Well, your system's the way it is.
You screamed and shut up. You screamed about Bush.
He won. So.
Yeah, Hillary won with more votes, but lost.
Yeah.
Dude, you have to understand I was ground zero for the Al Gore, George Bush election. I was all settled here in Broward County. I was down here.
It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter who you're describing. If they do stuff like that, you shouldn't. Your reaction shouldn't be, well, they all do it. Well, then they all should be condemned for doing it.
Yeah, but they don't condemn them all the way for, do they? Like he said, oh, we don't. And I mentioned Bush. Actually, Bush was all settled, so he did complain about it. They always complain about it.
Well, George Bush got us into at least 2 wars. One might have been just. Maybe a quick action in Afghanistan.
One was just.
Well, Afghanistan in the beginning was just.
Is it 9/11?
Yeah. I think after that, Iraq was completely irrational. It made no sense. Totally Saddam Hussein. Listen. What would have happened?
Keep drinking the Kool-Aid, McGrandy. Keep drinking the Kool-Aid, mates. Keep drinking.
You got to understand. There's been a war after World War II around the world, or a proxy war. that's involved the USA forever. Your economy is based on it. You've got to have wars. You've got to have conflict. Right.
Well, actually, Lee, I just said that, didn't I?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Sorry.
I said in order to unite the country, the only way to unite the country is to have a war.
Well,
and that's
inside. If it's the only way, then I hope we
don't. No, I'm talking an external enemy. We have to have a boogeyman to make us secure.
Yeah. You're my general. Who are we going after?
That's nobody. Exactly right.
What?
We're not going after anybody.
We need
Iran, China, Taiwan. There's loads of targets you've got.
Thank you.
Making that money, making all that money.
No, Iran actually is one of the biggest mistakes we're making because we're trusting Saudi Arabia because they have money, and we're going. We are the pawns of Saudi Arabia in our anti-Iranian actions.
Yeah. What's the latest? That latest law that's just been passed where you can't prosecute a Saudi Arabian to do with some murder? Have you seen that in your news? It was here.
Yeah.
The Congress or something.
Not only that, my friend. 9/11. There was complicity with Saudi Arabia with 9/11.
100%. Yeah.
Okay. So here's my simple statement.
Keep drinking, McGrandy.
Even the Lockerbie.
I'm going to make a declaration here.
Even the Lockerbie incident where the plane got blew up was supposedly, but Libya took the blame, and Gaddafi was happy to take the blame, and because it raised his profile.
Lockerbie is a little tricky. I don't know if Gaddafi was a Wahhabi or a Sunni or a Shiite, but I think he was a Sunni. So here's my statement. The greatest risk to world peace are not the Shiites, which are Iran. The greatest threat are the Wahhabis, which are Saudi Arabia.
For once you're speaking
Yemen.
Yeah.
And all the fucking Wahhabi mentality, which is basic, and even you got to understand Afghanistan.
Yemen's getting blown it's getting
because
bombed to hell by the US supplying weapons
because we're supporting the Wahhabis, Saudi Arabia,
and
EAO.
All for the money,
but McGrandy,
it's actually true. It's actually true.
McGrandy, but isn't diversity a strength?
And wait, Baze. Well, let me say one more thing. All the Sharias that the Taliban came out of and northwest Pakistan were financed by Saudi Arabia. Those are Wahhabis.
Yes, but you know those mosques you got all around the country. you know a lot of them are sponsored by the Wahhabis, do you? Because they are in the UK, really high percentage, and it's become a real big problem because they're preaching, hatred.
I've seen some of the inside videos based from some of the ones maybe in London where
all over
they were straight up grooming kids with hate speech.
Yeah, well, with terrorism basically, terrorism. I mean, this is the problem, and then even then, the left will call us racists for basically picking it out. I mean, Islamic all-female schools.
Welshman, I would never call you a racist.
It's all right. I don't care anyway.
Well, I wouldn't because I don't think you are.
It's funny. When I started doing this 6 years ago, it was getting thrown about all the time off everyone. And the funny thing is, like stories I covered 3 years ago, like the Dover landings on the boats, a bit like you're getting on your southern border, but slightly different, not in dinghies. I was recording all that, and I got a lot of stick for it. But like these left-wing bodies like doxing me and all that. And what's hilarious,
Welshman, you actually traveled from Wales down to Dover?
260 miles, yeah.
Oh my God!
So at the time, no one was reporting on it. So I went, I'll go down there. And basically, it was September 2020 when Kung Flu was. So there was it was a ghost town everywhere. I got in loads of trouble with the police, but I recorded it. But people have taken over now. People more locally and recording it. But the reality is the difference between 2020 and now, it's so mainstream. Everyone's talking about it. All the normies are talking about. All the NPCs are talking about the illegal immigration problem, and now it's like super mainstream, and it's like but 2 years ago.
This is nothing new, though. In the history of mankind, there's been massive migrations, and in those days it was war and ecological disasters that drove people away. In fact, people don't understand the big part of our problem down here is hurricanes. The Central American countries were devastated for the last fucking 10 years by massive hurricanes. Loss of agriculture, electricity, opened the door to gangs. The central governments are powerless. They're weak.
Terrible.
They have 19. No power.
You know what, McGrandy? Just one point on that, McGrandy. I mean, when you say about migration and you know, it's always been around. The one thing just to look at in detail in history is that what you're quite right. There was, I mean, ever since the world's begun, there's been mass migration, this, that, and the other. But what tended to happen was that those people that might be coming into a country that wasn't their original country, they integrated, they traded, they did this, that, and the other. The problem I tend to see now is that you've got migration where people are coming into a country, but they're not integrating, and they have no loyalty to the country to a degree. They want to create their own little world.
Enclosed.
Wait. Can I respond to that?
That's the major difference. Wait. Let me respond to that.
Yeah, it's the timeline. The reality is that it takes time. It takes 1 or 2 generations.
No, it doesn't.
Please.
Okay, so let me explain about the UK scenario, because let me explain about the UK scenario. The first generations that come over here would integrate, and everyone would integrate. It turns out now that it's been more separated as the integration goes longer. I mean, a lot of our terrorists were born in the UK, right? You know, they were 20-year-old British-born Muslims, Pakistani Muslims. So when you say it takes time, it's in reality in the UK it seems to have reversed. It's like the elders are like, you know, they understand and they're fine and they've integrated, etc. And it's like the youngsters, the ones that are more radical. It's in reverse, mate. I don't know, Lee. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, well, it was something I've noticed. Where I live in the suburbs of Manchester. Yeah, we've had because of the schools, they're really good. So we've had quite an influx of people from Hong Kong, basically China, but obviously Hong Kong was independent. I don't know if you know all the history of it, but anyway. So Boris Johnson, when he was Prime Minister, said when the Chinese started to take Hong Kong back, that he would accept 3 million people from Hong Kong into the country. And I've noticed in our area, there's an awful lot of them that have moved in. So the first thing is, okay, so be it. Government have granted that they can be here. That's great. But also it could be good for the economy, right? Which could be good for me as well, because they'll spend and this, that, and the other. But what we've found over the last few months, I thought, it's really interesting. Whether it's a hairdresser, whether it's a supermarket they set up, because these people that are allowed in have come with money, they're educated, this, that, and the other. But guess what? They set up, even whether it's builders, plumbers, this, that, and the other, that all they do is stay within their own community. So if you want a haircut, you go to the Hong Kong Chinese. They're not
exactly what they do,
or whatever. And it's like they're actually not actually contributing at all to a large.
Here's what I was trying to explain.
Within their own realms.
Yeah, Lee. Here's what I was trying to explain to you. You guys don't have the timeline. In 100 years, you'll be going there and getting a haircut.
No, but they won't be. They won't be coming to the English barber. They won't be coming to the English barber. They'll be going to the Hong Kong barber. That's his point.
No, it's not his point.
That's his point. That was exactly his point.
It may be his point, but it's not my point.
Yeah,
my
but that was his point. Your point is mute because your point defends his point. Your point defends his point. What he's saying is they spend their money within their own community.
Exactly.
Right.
Hey, but let me ask my American friend.
The English won't.
Wait, Welshman.
Oh,
let me ask my American friends. Steve, you live in Boston or thereabouts.
Yes.
Have you not noticed that Italians will shop Italian markets? And
they all drive around in IROCs, bro.
Anyway, my point is England, because of, by the way, the empire, you are experiencing immigration and you are having difficulty with assimilation.
But not with the countries that were ex-empire or the Commonwealth. You know, the empire we gave up, obviously, but then there were still Commonwealth countries. But we don't have problems from there. We're talking about people from Syria, from Iran, from North African countries, or Albania seems to be the latest one where there's a huge.
You got to watch out for those Albanians, man. They're notorious criminals.
Yeah, but the thing is, McGrandy, when you look at the pictures, which everybody denied at first, and now it's becoming such a major problem, the media are sort of telling the truth to a degree. When you look at every boat, every dinghy that's coming over from France to arrive in England, they're all young males. And it's like,
do you want to know the numbers? Do you want to know the numbers?
It's phenomenal.
You know
Lee,
what?
Lee,
I apologize to you British guys, because I have to apologize. I have to apologize because you do not have the vast nature of our country, and your country is homogeneous, and you're clean.
Yeah,
you're cleanly,
and
I understand your shock.
Let me
and
just
how
stop
you
there.
revile all these types of
McGrandy.
things like immigration.
Let me just stop you there.
He knows nothing. He literally just gibbons on.
Listen carefully, because maybe
this
is something
I listen.
Just to educate you without not being condescending here. I promise.
Thank you.
Okay?
Go ahead, educate me.
Yeah, right. You're talking about England as a single country. Yeah. Now I want you to envisage now the whole of Europe, which is a massive landmass. Okay. So why is it that these people, when they arrive in Greece, when they arrive in Italy, when they arrive in Germany, Luxembourg, Belgium, France, right? Why don't they stop? They're safe. They're safe now. They're in Europe, but they make a beeline to the United Kingdom. So they travel through all those countries,
wealthy countries.
At least 6 countries.
Yeah, I haven't even mentioned Germany.
All in the Schengen Agreement.
So, McGrandy, you've got to accept that we get a little bit upset because all these countries let them travel through and they go for the UK because they get given everything.
Can I respond?
No. Let me just make a statement.
I can't respond.
Let me just make a statement as well, because you've done a lot responding, and I'm going to get this in. But the numbers are right. 18s to 35s is 89%, by the way, Lee, coming on small boats. Okay, and we accepted 1 million people last year. Now, just get that into context with America. You accept 1 million a year as well, I believe. I know it's like much more, but it's 1 million, isn't it? It's about what you expect. We accepted the same as you last year. Let's get a bit of context here, okay?
Oh, I've got plenty of context. Go ahead.
No. I'm just giving you the numbers. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So I can respond to that.
You can, or we can go on to number 19.
Go ahead.
Go on to number 19. He's not going to bring anything decent.
When Trump used his platform to cancel a tire company, cancel Goodyear was a big thing that Trump pushed, which I remember now. After I read this, I was like, wow, I had forgotten about that.
I don't even remember that.
I remember bits and pieces. Anything about that. I don't know anything about it.
I do remember it, but I can't remember what it was. Something to do with like manufacturing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was a story. Yeah, I guess
they were gonna leave and go to Mexico or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Can I give you guys some input on present day
If you're really asking, then I'd say no.
Okay.
All right.
What are you in charge, Last Dance?
Good year.
You asked.
Good year.
We could fly through a few of these. And then,
come on, get through them. Come on, let's get some going.
All right, number 20. When the Trump Hotel organization received $60,000 for hosting an event for Kuwait.
Yeah, fine. What's wrong with that? He's a businessman.
Business.
Let's make money.
I think it's called the Emoluments Clause, maybe that he might have been in violation of, which is a presidential.
But he wasn't involved in his businesses when he was president. When he kept, but they're businesses, they're private businesses, for fuck's sake.
Please, you're not naive like that, buddy. You're not that naive.
And it's Q8 as well, so you went running to their defense when it happened.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Didn't you go to war? Didn't you go to war to defend them?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's right. You went to war to defend those babies in the incubators. That turned out to be a complete lie. Remember that one, chaps?
Yeah.
They lied to you. And you went to war on another lie.
What?
Funny.
Yeah, McGrandy, we also Welshman, we went to war on a lie as well. Remember?
Yeah, I know we did too. Steve,
did I just get
We're 45 minutes away from a missile being launched.
So Steve, so basically, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, a story came out that the babies were being thrown out the windows.
I remember that.
Yeah, and as it turns out, there was this girl that made a statement on telly. It turns out she was like an ambassador's daughter. It was all a lie. The whole thing was a made up.
Wait. Are you saying that the United States should not have driven Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait in the 1990s, the early 1990s?
No, what I'm saying is basically...
No, that's exactly what you're saying. You're saying that was a bullshit story.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You said the bullshit story about the incubators.
You went to war with a bullshit story, a complete psyop story. It wasn't half truth. There was no truth.
Wait, are you saying we went to war in the first
Iraq
war because the Iraqis supposedly were killing babies in incubators in Kuwait?
That's
the reason we went to war.
That's what it was sold to you.
McGrandy, oh my goodness me! Look into the history of this. You might,
dude.
You might have
Lee,
found.
I'm not going to look into the history. I lived the
Vietnam
history
as well, eh?
I lived the history. I was there.
Look
I was not there, but I was here, and I was alive and
look
aware.
At the USA and look back at that time and how this all started, and you'll find that the price of oil. The price of oil was being devalued, and Iraq was making no money. And at the end of the day, they decided, right, we're just going to Kuwait and we're taking
all right.
oil.
So wait, folks, my friends from Europe.
Look, McGrandy.
I consider you guys European. Wait, let me respond.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish on this one instance. Let me just finish. Isn't it amazing, right, that prior to the war, Iraq and the USA were best friends. You were selling so many arms to them so they could fight Iran. And then, as soon as they weren't useful to you, you turned on them. So come on.
Wait. I'm not defending America. Don't come on me, because I know the history.
That's what she said.
And yeah, exactly.
I fucking spat my drink out.
No, the reality is, Lee and Welshman, I'm not going to defend. The facts are clear. Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. And a lot of people say Saddam actually checked in with the U.S. to see if it was okay.
Yeah, but
that was also. Come on, Paste. Give me a fucking minute. 1 minute, right? 1 minute.
It's mainly the McGrandy show.
I think so.
All right. I'll check out. I'm going to listen.
You've had a lot of minutes, McGrandy.
All right. Number 21, when he attacked former prisoner of war John McCain as a loser. That was a bad look.
That was a low point. That was really awful.
That was horrible.
It's politics. It's politics. Come on.
But I think worse than calling him a loser, he said that his What did he? How did he put it?
He mocked him for being a prisoner of war. Which was
exactly. That was way worse than calling him a loser.
Worded as not a loser.
He said, "I prefer people who aren't captured," something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. His
heroes aren't captured or something.
The story fucks it up and quotes a story that didn't happen. But what we're all talking about is yes, when he said that basically he got captured. I prefer my war heroes not to get captured.
Right,
like
exactly.
Now, granted, he was shot down and taken prisoner, and he was flying over combat in a fighter jet, for Christ's sake. He was a badass dude. I mean, come on, you know.
And he refused
to
accept
bomber, actually.
Extra special treatment because his father was a famous admiral.
Yeah, there's some compromising photos within some ISIS members.
What? Wait, what? Okay.
What, did he have a threesome with some ISIS members? Is that what you're saying?
No, there was about 5 ISIS members and himself having a little smiley in a photo.
John McCain?
Yeah.
Was he? Was the black ISIS flag there with him?
Was he?
He was there on some sort of official. You know when you work with these people and then you don't work with them, and then you work with them and you don't work with them. A bit like Obama, like Osama bin Laden, a bit like that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
So does this list have picture of Trump with Epstein?
Yes, yes.
There's got to be some reasonable, way more reasonable than McCain being with those ISIS members.
There's a picture of Trump with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and they're all young and like, Trump looks good. But,
he wished her well. He wished her well. He hoped that everything worked out well in her favor.
You know what he said after that? He said, "Well, listen, she just lost her partner or something like."
You know what? I think she was a convenient conviction. I really don't know if that girl was.
Well, yeah,
really
we don't know any purpose. We don't know any purpose. All we know is Ghislaine Maxwell. But anyway, was Ghislaine Maxwell personally invited to Chelsea Clinton's wedding?
Oh my God!
I thought we were talking about Trump.
Oh, I thought it was what about him? But yeah,
there is a picture of Trump with Epstein.
No, Chelsea Clinton's not that old. This is in the last couple of years.
I'm curious. Is there anything that you could say negative about Trump or conservatives or right-leaning things?
I've already said Ron should be partaking rather than Trump. Trump's a liability sometimes, especially a liability on Twitter. But the best thing about him being a liability, it made Twitter great when he was on it. It's killed Twitter and it's killed mainstream media in America. They've got nothing to talk about. They want Trump back, and like I said, his tweets were funny. Yeah, they were stupid and they were rude, and he's an idiot sometimes.
Yeah, the president we have now is boring and doesn't fucked up.
He's not an Alzheimer's victim, though. He's not an Alzheimer's victim being like fucking puppeted around everywhere.
Hey,
I find that amazing that someone would say he's an idiot and still support
he's an idiot sometimes.
Or be his apologist.
Why would I not say that? McGrady, you call me an idiot?
No, I'm talking about Donnie.
No, but of course he's an idiot. On occasion, he's a complete idiot. I'm not going to deny the fact there.
What did he do that you would call
the smartest guy I know, man?
What's that?
What did he do that you would consider being an idiot?
Well, things like like the McCain thing, that's just like, you shouldn't be doing shit like that, right? And then when he wakes up in the morning at 5 a.m. and he starts doing stupid tweets, there's multiple tweets that you could say, what the fuck are you thinking? What are you thinking?
Let's get back to the list.
But like the decisions about.
You know what, Welshman though, right? I think I wrote this maybe last week or the week before. One thing, if thinking from a conspiracy point of view, is and look at us tonight. we're talking about Trump or whatever, and whether it's Biden or it's Trump or whatever, sometimes I think if you're going to go along a conspiracy line, is that they're all part of the show. We're all there. We sit down, we watch it, we react to it, and it all keeps our mind focused on what America being divided and this, that, and the other. And the real powers that be, which are the corporate companies that really own the government, are actually making the decisions and changing the world. And we're not looking at that direction. We're just focused on these two, and we get involved with it. And ultimately, are they just all? Even Trump might be part of the conspiracy where, I'm here as a figurehead and we all get involved in it. And yet ultimately behind the scenes, laws are changing, things are happening. Yeah. And we're completely looking in the opposite direction whilst they can get.
We're each other's throats. Yeah.
Are you describing the Antichrist?
All right, let's keep going forward on the list, if you guys don't mind. I want to rattle through because there's some boring ones and then some really good ones. So,
let's go for it. Come on.
Number 22. This one is pretty insignificant, but I'm not going to skip it. When he told a sheriff to destroy the career of a senator who opposed police officers being able to seize assets. I don't remember this at all.
I have no idea.
I have no
either.
All right, number 23.
I hate this guy more.
Number 23, when he appointed Jeff Sessions as Attorney General.
Perfectly good Attorney General.
Yeah, that was.
And in fact, he had to fire him because Sessions wouldn't go along with him.
Yeah,
he was probably the best Attorney General he had, arguably.
It's just some fucking super lib fucking paper you get this from.
Don't tell me the next one is going to be when he fires him.
Number 24, when he ignored evidence of Michael Flynn's meetings with Russia.
Ignored.
I can't remember that there was anything significant about that.
Okay. One of the high
just that he didn't state them, and it made him look like a foreign agent or whatever.
It's a big hit piece, isn't it?
One of the paragraphs under it says one of the highest profile falls from grace of Trump's administration was Michael Flynn, formerly Trump's NSA. Flynn now faces criminal charges for accusations that he lied about.
Is it General Michael Flynn?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I announce this now? About 2-3 years ago on my Twitter, someone followed me, and it was General Michael Flynn. He followed me, and it was about 6 months before he got banned off Twitter. And I checked who he was, and it was him, so I followed him back. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
Yeah, got it banned.
That's pretty cool.
Check mark and everything.
He's pretty much.
Wow, cool.
I once got a like from Sean Lennon, and I was like on cloud 9 for a week.
Yeah, we heard this one before.
Exactly. I'm still on cloud 9.
That's still all you got.
I should look into his history because I bet he's got like Welsh in his family or something that might made him. I don't know. It's funny though. It's like what?
Number 25, when he appointed Ben Carson Secretary of Housing and Development, who was a neurosurgeon.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a horrible choice, but do I think that's one of the 59 worst things? No.
Okay, 26.
I'd say he's a clever guy, Ben. He might be good at the job.
He's a smart guy. There's no denying that.
He's a brain surgeon,
When he withdrew from the Paris Agreement on climate change.
No, that's a great decision.
With that one.
I agree.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Wait,
I still stand by that. You don't back out of your thing.
That's true.
It wasn't his thing.
Now let's say this. Let's get a count. Aphid, you're on the side of that was a.
I think it was a horrible thing. It's not that it has nothing to do with. It's just the same thing with the transgender thing. It has nothing to do with my feelings towards transgender, or it has nothing to do with my feelings towards the agreement itself. Just backing out of the agreement, I think, is a poor thing to do for other people to work with us in the future because of our partisan politics and who's going to be in office.
Sets a bad precedent.
Yeah,
exactly.
For long-term geopolitical agreements.
But if it's a sinking ship, why do you keep on, trying to bail out of a sinking ship?
It wasn't the only agreement that he backed out of. So it was just like he just wanted, and he didn't know if it was good or bad. I think. Well, I shouldn't say that because he is into that realm of things, but not as far as
He said it would cripple the American
benefits.
economy, didn't he?
Exactly, on the economy end,
and the jobs.
But I do think the reason he mostly wanted to get out of it was because Obama was the one that I think it had more to do with that.
He's a businessman. If it was a good deal,
and I think that the decision making on, I think this is back and forth, and every time somebody gets in office, they have to totally just they spend all their time getting rid of the stuff that the previous administration did, or I shouldn't say all, far too much, than worrying about what better things to do in the future.
Yeah.
Have you seen the interview on? You can see it on YouTube. I only saw it a few days ago, where he's lecturing to the it's a meeting at the White House, and he's lecturing to the head of NATO about how Europe's got to make more contributions.
Yeah.
And I was watching that.
It's old, isn't it?
No matter what you think about Trump, the way that he conducted that meeting, and it was, I just thought, fair play to him, because he gave him a right lecture about how the US are making huge contributions, more than Europe, to protect Europe at the end of the day, and that unless they put their hands in their pocket, it just wasn't going to carry on, and they had to accept it. And
guess what they did? They paid.
Yeah, and I think, God, I take my hat off to him for that, because we're talking.
He said successive presidents of taking the strain and keep on overpaying what you lot.
It's your taxpayers' money, and we're not talking about a few billion. We're talking about billions of pounds.
Now, Welshman, like somebody you didn't like, any other president who you had disdain for who went and did this sort of thing, you'd be like, he didn't fucking do that. This shit was all pre-planned. There's no way he negotiated that. But you think that Trump literally did this?
He walked into the meeting. He told them straight. He told them all straight, all the European leaders.
Yeah.
So fuck up your ideas. Pay your fucking money. And if you don't fucking pay your money, we're going to pull out. He said, we're going to pull out. That's what he said. And guess what? They fucking paid.
Yeah.
They paid what they were supposed to pay. There was Germany. They said Germany not paying what they were supposed to be paying. He's like, what are you on about? It's a developed country.
Well, he actually said you're one of the richest countries in Europe. Yeah. And you need to pay your dues. And basically, they had to, and they have. So
completely right.
Yeah.
So he was right.
Yeah, he was right in that situation. I'm not saying he's right about everything, but he was right there. And I thought the way that he negotiated,
he roasted them as well. He fucking roasted them.
Yeah, he did. He really did. So,
and the thing was, they were all sat there looking guilty because there was so many of them that hadn't paid.
Yeah.
Number 27, when he suggested vaccines cause autism.
He did?
I don't remember that.
While on the campaign trail, Trump met with anti-vaxxers, including Andrew Wakefield, who's now disproved study into the MMR vaccine.
His son's got autism, isn't it? His son's on the spectrum.
Helped renew an anti-vaccine movement in 1998.
No, but that's why he has that feeling. His son is
I would totally feel differently if I had a kid that had autism and it came about, a week or two after he got.
This followed over 20 occasions where Trump tweeted about.
Yeah, I remember this.
Between vaccines and autism, for which there is no scientific evidence. So that's just one particular thing.
What's the young one's called? Maxwell, not Maxwell. Baxwell. What is it? The young one.
Barron.
Sorry?
Barron.
That's it. Sorry. Yeah, Barron. Sorry.
Little one. He's like 6'5".
Yeah. Well, the young one.
He's a big kid, man. It's amazing how that kid grew.
He's that awkward kid in school that's got 5 foot legs. In his school photo, he looks really odd.
You know what? I wonder if there was some hormone therapy there. That kid, Hormone therapy.
Why would you want to look that tall? He just looks too tall.
I'm just saying that kid. I actually saw it myself. You know, other kids I grew up. I was in high school with.
Money back.
You know what, Based? It seems you're in charge, buddy. Go ahead.
No, maybe Trump went to him and he was like, "I want my son to be freakishly tall. Give him just those hormones."
Thank you, Steve. That was my.
Barron Trump is 6'7".
Wow,
Is he
he's
really?
big.
Yeah,
He's huge.
Wiki. I don't know if we could trust Wiki. I forgot.
No, he's big. He's a big kid. I could tell. And guess what? That all happened in like 2 years. You guys have kids. Think about it.
My kid's 6'4".
I don't know what relevance that
Really?
has to it.
I don't know either.
I have kids, so I know why his kid is 6'9" and freaking. I don't know.
He came from my balls.
Wow, Tapple, that kind of. It's like you were holding that in all night.
Redirection. Back to the Trump
I needed
list.
a release. Sorry.
Okay, number 28. When he stopped funding for the UN Population Fund, which supports family planning across the globe.
I think that was a bad thing. I didn't like it.
I don't like my money going out to other countries. Sorry.
Okay. Even if it might help control populations of people that
we have the vaccine for that.
Be trying to get
there's
in.
so much corruption. There's so much corruption, Steve. It never gets there.
That might be true.
That's true.
Gesundheit.
Number 29. When he falsely accused Barack Obama of spying on the Trump campaign. I do remember this.
Yeah,
They were saying they had evidence.
It sure wasn't false, was it?
It wasn't false because they were spying. They got caught out for it.
The Carter Page FISA application was completely fraudulent. Now, I don't know that you would say that Obama,
right. Right.
This was a conspiracy, but it was quite corrupt.
He was quite corrupt.
Hey, this is just a list.
That's beautiful, man.
This list is horrible. It's funny. Number 30, when he appointed an anti-abortion advocate to oversee family planning funding for low-income communities.
No.
Teresa Manning.
What's wrong with that?
Does she make policies?
Is she pro-life?
A loud anti-abortion advocate and birth control skeptic.
I mean, I would prefer someone
pro-life.
No, I would prefer someone who supports abortion, but it's his choice, and it's there's a lot of people who are pro-life, so it's it seems like a legitimate choice.
Yes, so she's not pro-abortion.
Do you guys think he actually had any input into that decision?
Yes, I do.
Of course.
Okay. Well, that's naive, because the reality is the guy didn't even read the goddamn morning paper. The guy's an idiot. You think he had input in that actual decision?
His argument's so weak. Stop it,
I'm sorry.
So weak, McGrandy.
Actually, it's not weak at all.
It is.
It's realistic.
Just because he doesn't read a book does not mean he doesn't know who he's pointing in.
The guy doesn't read morning briefings.
He's a billionaire. He meets people all the time. He makes judgments on people all the time.
Have you read any of the books of anybody who has been with him? Have you read any of the books?
I hate to tell you this, McGran, but the current president does not read morning briefings either.
Well, has anybody written about
he doesn't wipe his own
Joe
ass in the
Biden
morning?
not reading morning briefings? And actually, the fact that you mentioned Joe Biden, where we're talking about Donald Trump, is actually a convenient and overused tactic.
It's the first time we've used it on. What question are we on? We're on like question 26. It's the first time we've used it.
And it's not questions, it's just statements. Yeah. Number 30 was anti-abortion advocate. Yeah, okay. Number 31. When he cut pandemic early warning program in 2019.
Yeah. The problem is they're testing too many people. They're testing too many people, and that's the problem.
What?
None of that has any effect. What?
What?
We'll just skip
You
that
remember
one.
he said that.
We'll skip that one.
Yeah.
When he was accused of revealing classified information to the Russian ambassador.
What?
Is that when he had him in the Oval Office?
Yep, and he refused to bring his own translator in, and he only talked to Putin through Putin's translator without an American translator there.
That's totally his prerogative, so that's okay.
It is,
Okay.
but it's
okay. Thank you.
What's that got to do to giving away secret information?
I don't understand.
What's that got to do with giving away secret information?
Let me ask you this: how did they know he gave away secret information if there was nobody there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there was a stenographer there.
No, but there couldn't be.
He's been working with the Russians the whole time. That's the why. Come on.
One U.S. official said that to the Washington Post. He said,
those are not one of those anonymous ones.
He said he revealed more information to the Russian ambassador than we shared to our own allies.
Like what? Did he give an example?
Apparently,
he was an anonymous source.
We got nukes. We got nukes.
Trump's loose lips jeopardized a mole in the Islamic State.
Oh God!
With the Russians on that particular problem.
I really don't doubt any of this.
Are they going to get any better? Are they going to get any better? These points?
No. Unfortunately,
this list's on fire.
Yeah, I know this list.
They got a lot of traction out of it, but honestly, I'm feeling like maybe its time has come to an end.
No,
keep going.
You can pick the good ones.
You're already so far in.
We're pick the good ones.
All right, 33. When he nominated a climate change skeptic to chair the committee advising the White House on environmental policy.
That's like the abortion one. That's exactly like the abortion one.
Right.
But McGrady doesn't think he appoint these people anyway.
Yeah.
So
because he don't read a book.
Next one's about 59,000 Haitians. He forced them to return to the disaster by removing protection status. I don't know anything about that.
He removed protection status, but they weren't deported.
Right. Number 35. He retweeted anti-Islam videos from the deputy leader of Britain First.
Yeah.
Were you you were loving that probably based?
Well, yeah, I remember it, and the funny thing about the clip, it was what it was. There was nothing wrong with the clip. They were smashing up artifacts in churches and stuff, and he retweeted it. Those peaceful ones. It was like
I would have to agree that it was a bad thing.
A bad look.
Bad.
What was the worst thing about Trump? And I agree, he shouldn't have tweeted. He shouldn't have retweeted them without knowing what their background is, etc. Even though the story was correct.
Don't you understand his instability is exemplified by these tweets?
Yeah, that's a complete bad trait about him. But that was the worst thing about Trump was Twitter.
Exactly. It illustrates all of this, how unstable he is.
No, is that Tommy Robinson? Is that Tommy Robinson's group?
No, that was what's her name? Jana Freeman.
Okay.
Yes, Britain First it is.
All right.
McGrand, that's not instability. That is impulsiveness.
Yes.
Which is also a bad thing, but it's not the same as being unstable.
Yes, correct.
All right. Number 36. When he cut the corporate tax rate to its lowest since 1939.
That's a great idea. I'm all
good idea.
Bullshit. Fucking rape those fuckers. Because guess what? He transitioned that to the working man. And the reality is if anybody looks at it, every year, that bill said every year that the working class and the lower class would have to pay more in taxes every year after that.
I mean, I think that's a valid point of view. Then that's a more left-wing point of view, but it's
not left wing. It's reality, buddy. It has nothing to do with left wing.
Yes, it does.
Left wing.
pretty left wing. Right?
We won't say it. We'll just do this.
Anybody who knows American,
if I was a referee, that could be left wing, right wing. No, that's down the middle. Like, I like this.
Anybody who knows American history understands that corporate America.
Well, looks like only you know American history. The rest of us are idiots.
Well, that's why I'm amazed. I don't think you're an idiot, Last Dance. So I'm amazed why you're taking the stance that defies reality.
I'm just not as smart as you. I have
to. A communist talking about reality in the same sentence. There you go.
Oh my God! Now I'm a communist. You hear that? First, Steve. First, I was a far leftist, and now I'm a communist.
Grande, I got a project for you.
Go ahead.
I didn't disrespect your point of view.
Go ahead.
It was a valid point of view.
Wait.
Here's a project. You have 2 weeks to give me 10 reasons why Trump was a good president.
I could do that.
You could?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He could do that in 2 years.
I know I could do that easily because I can actually be as anyway. I could do that. I'm going to do that for you, Tom. 10 reasons.
Yeah.
Oh no, 3 weeks because New Year's Eve. I forgot about that.
Okay. Yeah. I could do it tomorrow.
Post it on the Discord.
Can you do me five?
I'll do it.
You give me 5 reasons, things that Joe Biden has done?
Oh no, we're not. We're talking about Trump here.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Biden.
That's why I broke it in half and just saw for 5.
Because you know why, Top? Because I'm an honest debater. I can debate any issue.
You're definitely a master. You're definitely a master.
No. Without emotional luggage.
I do believe
like our friend Welshman here. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. I'll do it.
I think you both have a lot of emotions in your debating.
Welshman, there's something I've got to tell you, right? You've got to check this out unless you've already seen it. It was back on the 13th of December, right? Mm-hmm. This is on our very own UK Parliament website. So, it's been published, not reported though. And the heading is, if you want to look it up, right, it's called Vaccines Potential Harms. Okay?
Yeah.
Produced by our very own government on their website, UK Parliament website. And get a load of this, right? This is the part of the report. I'm not going to read it all, but I'll just synopsis to a degree, right? 3 months ago, one of the most eminent and trusted cardiologists for the UK, right, which is a man called Dr. Asim Malhotra, published his review, okay, of the COVID, and he says that he concluded that there should be a complete citation of the administration of the COVID vaccine for everyone because there's clear and robust data of significant harms and title ongoing non-benefit. He described the rollout as a biotech Pfizer vaccine. This is to do with the Pfizer vaccine, perhaps the greatest miscarriage of medical science and an attack on democracy due to the population's health and the erosion of trust in medicine because of the reputation that obviously we distrust them. And it goes on to say that, interestingly, nobody has refuted his report. So no scientist has come ahead, which basically is dangerous.
When did his report come out?
On the 13th of December. 13th
of December.
Yeah.
What's today's date?
17th.
Okay. 3 days. There has been no response.
Yeah.
3 days.
Oh, I see your point. Yeah. But if there was somebody that's going to jump to the defense of the government,
McGrandy, I can literally get you research papers, loads of research papers to show that there seems to be problems with the general population. There's lots of
Can I give you one comment?
Right.
In America? No? Okay.
Yeah, go on.
I said right. I said, yeah, go on. You start.
Oh,
Is this us?
It's one comment. Monday morning quarterback.
Asim Malhotra?
Yeah, I think that was what his name was. I might not have pronounced it right, Steve. I'll look it back up. Hang on. I'll tell you.
Monday morning quarterback.
So his name is, let's see now.
ASSASEEM.
So even the FDA. Let me read this out from the FDA because I retweeted this today. So this is let me get to the front of it. So Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine linked to something to do with blood, beginning with C, and FDA. So COVID vaccine has been linked to BC, blood something in older individuals according to the US Food and Drugs Administration. So the FDA now we're reporting that the Pfizer jab is causing the blood to do something.
So cardiologist from the United Kingdom says COVID-19 vaccines should be suspended because they pose a greater threat than the virus itself. Now this article says this is false. Experts say his research misleads on the risks of vaccination by cherry-picking evidence and relying on flawed studies, and public health authorities agree the benefits of the shot outweigh the risks.
So what we've got then is a situation where, oh my God, he's telling the truth. I'm just saying here, because alternative view. Oh my God, he's saying the truth.
Okay.
Let's discredit him because that's going to worry the population.
Okay, can I just say one thing? I done this yesterday, right? The old George Soros Nazi thing came up again. So on my own back. Yeah, on my own back, I went and I thought, let me see what the fact checkers say, because the fact checkers change a bit like the Wuhan lab, like they change.
Yeah.
So I googled. Yeah, I went on Google, and I put down, did George Soros help out the Nazis? And when fact checkers all come in, they all went false. They gave reasons, and they said things like, one, he was too young, which is factually correct, right? But that wasn't my question. My question was, did he help out the Nazis? But they were all going, oh, he's too young. He was too young. This is false. This is false. And they were also saying, yes, he did give an interview, and in the interview he says that he didn't partake in any of the activity. But a minute before he said he didn't partake, a minute before he does say he partakes. Right, and what's hilarious about it, I went through it, and I went through like 4 or 5 fact checkers, all saying the same. Then I pressed videos on the same search. I pressed videos on it, scrolled all the way down for a while, and then all of a sudden I got to the video clip, and I played it again just for my own brain because I've heard it before. And yes, he said it again that when he was 14, he with his the person, his guardian that took him under his wing, was stripping Jewish houses of their belongings. He helped, and he said he helped. But this is it. If you fact check that now, Steve, it'll tell you that's a false statement. But it's not. It's not. There's a video on the same thing.
Well, you know what's interesting about that? Based on we'll accept your testimony as absolute evidence.
Don't do it now.
Let's do that.
Do it in front of me.
Wait, let's do that. Let's accept what you're saying as being true.
You're not speaking for me, Ben.
No, I'm just saying.
Accept it, go ahead.
I'm just saying, for the sake of an argument that I'm about to make, let's accept that a 14-year-old, a Hungarian, in occupied Hungary by the Nazis, is going around, going into Jewish houses and taking.
Yeah, but
personal belongings.
My point is not George Soros. My point is the fact checkers are lying.
But what is your point? What is your point? The fact check. So you're saying Soros is not a Nazi? Is that what you're saying?
No, I never said he was a Nazi. I said he helped out the Nazis. I didn't say he was a Nazi.
Wait, the fact checker said what? That he wasn't a Nazi?
they said, one, he wasn't a Nazi, and two, that he didn't help the Nazis. But the problem is he did. So they put it down as false. But in reality, he was clear.
But why are you saying the fact checkers are false?
Because they know they're false. Because there's a video of him saying it. There's a video of him admitting it, and they even quote the video, but they misreport the video. They even misreport the video.
Here's the funny thing. Regardless of
so
whether
my point is, the fact checkers,
he admitted it. Let's say he did it. Let's say he did it. It was 14 years old.
I'm not on about George. You're missing the point. There's no say about it.
I am missing the point.
He says it in a video. He says it in a video, and the fact checkers are ignoring his own statement and then calling it false, saying it's a conspiracy theory.
Oh, that's so this is a fact checker issue that.
Well, Steve just made that fact check Nens on Lee, which is fair enough.
Okay. All right.
Number 37.
So do you understand what I mean? Do you know understand what I mean, Steve, about the fact checking? Sometimes just can't be.
Before we go on, because I've got to leave. I've got to leave the show now. It's what?
Bud.
6 minutes past 4 in the UK.
Oh my God, you're awesome, dude.
Yeah,
you're awesome.
I just want to. First of all, I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody. Steve, I know I always say it, but you should be complimented for giving the time and providing the show. And it's great to talk to everyone. But what's awfully nice. Now you got to remember, a week today, it will be Christmas Day. Now, is there any show prior to that? And no pressure because it's family time and this, that, and the other. But
possibly Friday night.
All right, I shall check in Friday then to make sure you're around.
Christmas Eve.
Yes, that would be cool.
Christmas Eve is Saturday.
Kids. Yeah. That's
okay.
Yeah, Friday.
Now,
yeah.
And Lee, I know you're part of that Discord, but you can always come in, Saturday and wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Do you know what? It's funny how you say. You should say that, Aphid, because I thought I've got to get more into this Discord. I don't know much about it. I sometimes check
you don't need to waste any of your time on it.
No,
if you wanted to say something to everybody, that would be the easiest way to pretty much everybody here. Besides
the only thing is, you'll have to. I am under a different name under Discord, which is Lee, which is what my nephew's Uncle Lee. So I just put Lee in to set up an account.
Get that. So thanks for the heads up.
Well, there's pretty much only like 6 or 7 of us in there. So when you come in with Lee, I think we'll know who you are.
Yeah, good, cool. But
especially if you say it twice.
Yeah, that's true. But in the meantime, in case I will check in on Friday, that's for sure. But in case,
that's December 23rd.
That seems like a good thing.
I'll be there. But in case anything happens, I will be there. Wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and everything else. But I will be there on the 23rd. I'll make sure of it. So, all right. Take care, everyone.
Thanks,
Merry Christmas, Lee.
Stay well. Get some sleep, buddy.
Yeah, I will. Take care. Bye.
We'll see you.
Lee. Good old Lee.
Lee's good. Number 37. Referred to countries as shithole countries.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Brilliant.
Haiti and El Salvador.
Yeah,
they're shithole countries.
Lying.
That's
never been there.
Where I think
factually correct.
He's factually correct, but you're the president. You can't use that language. So
that's why people love him.
Well,
that's why a small percentage of people
love him.
Obviously, most Americans didn't.
That's why that's one of the reasons he won't be president. That's why it's a perfect example of the 59 worst things.
But I think Based is right there. That's one of the things that makes him unique.
That's correct.
Whether you view it as good or bad, I view it as bad. But he does speak the unvarnished truth when he probably should be a little more.
It's like Trump's clearly not the savior for America, but when you've got the choice of Hillary Clinton or Trump, there's not much of a fight. I'm sorry, chaps. For me,
we don't really. Never be really.
Well,
I think it's just not the like when we want a president, we don't. I mean, to me, and maybe Based would consider myself soft for thinking this way, but when I think of a president, I want somebody that would give encouragement to somebody that lived in a shithole country, to where if they're a kid and they hear that,
I agree.
They're not going to be like, "Oh, that's a welcoming place to me."
Oh my God, you sound like a commie, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
You sound like a commie. You're a communist.
I agree with you.
Commie.
But I agree with you, Aphid. But at the same stage, obviously taken in that context, that is what you're saying it is. But that's his appeal. And I'm sorry, but that's what his appeal was.
Well, the fact is Welshman is absolutely correct.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear Based finish what he wanted to say.
Yeah. So basically, it's his appeal, and people thought he was like outside the group. He was, he's going to save America, and yeah, he clearly he's not that person. But then when you've got like competition like Joe and Hillary, there's not much competition, and it's not. So I mean, a lot of people seen him as a light, and that's why they went for him, and stuck to him like glue.
I think my problem, and not that anybody was asking, but but my biggest thing with discouraging that is that he did have such a cult-like following that where it was alarming that any one person could get that much. It wasn't like he was liked as a president. Sometimes some of us, like what a president is, but we're not like put him up on a pedestal and idolize him and think he's the all-knowing and all-being and change my life towards this. In like the best way to describe it in my eyes, not looking at it a political thing, would be the people that fall head over heels over some TV angelical preacher that controls their life and makes them do stuff that they normally wouldn't have done the rest of their life.
It was very.
That's what bothers me about Trump.
It is very culty, and it is similar. Yeah, I would agree with you, and
a little bit like the Nazi Party, right?
Oh
no, because
I don't think anybody could compare it to anything ever in the history of at least the short-lived the United States.
Yeah, Aphid, what I was going to say,
but on a global basis, there is plenty of comparisons.
So they've just now tried. They're just going to indict him now. I can't remember what the case is exactly, but they've just announced they're going to try to indict Trump again. So we have two separate cases. By doing this, it's like the Barbara Streisand effect. You know about the Barbara Streisand effect? You heard about this?
I don't.
I know.
Okay, so what happened? Barbara Streisand, she had a block on her Hollywood properties like 30 years ago, and a helicopter was going above it and taking photography. But as it turns out, because she put a block on it, it's called the Streisand effect. So it just makes it more and more popular. So more and more people viewed the picture, if you know what I mean. And and like the more you go after Trump, the more it sort of ingrained, the people, because he's clearly, he is still clearly being sort of persecuted, so he can't.
Persecuted. My God.
How many times you want to indict a guy? I mean, the Steele dossier. I mean, we all know that's a nonsense. It's a nonsense. The Democrats.
I love how you always go back to the Steele dossier.
Yeah, but you believe that's legit. You believe that's a legit fucking 4 weeks ago.
I actually do.
Yeah, I know, but the Democrat Party were fined over it. So,
well, I have my own opinion, but the reality is,
you're an idiot.
Is what's sort of pitiful for me is the defenses that you guys put up for this guy. They are so ridiculous and they are so consistently idiotic.
They're just making the people
over the years. We're going on 6 years here with this nonsense.
Yeah, you keep on trying to
number, Smokesteve.
Yeah, put the next number up. You keep on trying to indict the guy, making him more popular with the people.
Do you have a big schnoz?
Wait, Aphid, am I overreaching?
What? Number 38.
No, but go ahead.
Wait, I want his opinion. Aphid, I respect you, buddy.
When he accused Democrats of treason for not applauding his 2018 State of the Union address.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that is another baddie.
That's definitely treasonous.
Do you remember that? I don't.
I don't remember it, but I certainly believe he did it.
I believe he did it, though.
Number 39. I do remember this clearly when he oversaw the longest government shutdown in U.S. history.
Oh, that takes two.
Yeah.
That takes two to tango. That's always.
That was December 22nd, 2018 to January 25th, 2019.
See, once again, like I said, it takes two, doesn't it? And
that's when the United States of America actually got a downgrade on its U.S. bonds.
You want to know what? You want to know what's meaningless? That was meaningless.
That was an example of clear-cut insanity.
Nobody buys U.S. bonds on the basis of somebody's a third-party credit rating.
Last dance. What? You're such an apologist for him, man.
It's just not true.
No, it is true.
Sells the bonds it's not, at the market rate. It doesn't matter what someone.
It is true.
It's always Trump's fault,
because it drives up interest rates. In reality, that is irresponsible government, which creates a fucking problem of credibility.
I don't know if you realize this.
For the debt you're selling, you create a problem with the credibility.
It's a deadlock.
And you get a downgrade. Jeez.
All right. I'm not allowed to talk, so go on.
When he tweeted that the FBI had failed to capture the Parkland school shooter because they were spending too much time on Russia. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's pretty pathetic.
I don't remember.
It hardly matters, but it truly is pathetic.
Spending too much time on Russia.
On Russia?
One thing had nothing to do with the other.
Russia.
First of all, FBI was not involved. That was a local matter.
Every single FBI agent is working on
Russian
collusion.
They've got different departments, for fuck's sake.
Right.
By the way, that kid is he's on his way to some unknown Florida prison right now. He got life, and that kid's going to be suffering big time now. Did you see what's going on with his attorney? She shot a bird in the courtroom.
What?
And they all giggled about it. Yeah, his public defender.
Make that number 60.
It's like history. Yeah.
Flip the bird, you mean?
Number 40.
Yeah.
Number 41. When he mocked the testimony of Dr. Christine Blasey Ford, who had accused Brett Kavanaugh of sexual assault.
No.
Well, I didn't believe her, but he shouldn't be mocking her testimony. He should be above that. He's the president.
Trump appeared to suggest that Ford was drunk on that date and as an excuse to pour scorn on her claims.
Pour scorn.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's a low
blow.
Not that I didn't really believe.
You know what? I really don't like Kavanaugh, but he's a beer drinker, so how can we blame him?
What's going on there, dude? Something.
Oh, Father Frank.
What happened?
It's going on in the private chat.
He just sent like 30 in 1 second. I'm not shitting you.
Yeah, he does scripting or something.
Yeah, there. See, it's going again.
You could just ignore it. Nobody has to pay anything.
I know, but it covers up my screen somehow.
Wow, that reminds me.
What's happening?
Click on the comments, not the private chat.
That reminds me of Live Leak in the old days.
Bloody hell, Steve's got some talent. What's going on here?
It's shit.
I don't know about.
Oh, yeah, that's in the private chat. So, I mean, don't even worry about it.
Well, I know. I just don't go full screen. But when I go full screen, like, it pops up every time somebody says something. So when it's spammed, that's all I can see is because it covers all your faces.
Yeah, and he seems to be quite articulate as well.
He really is. He could be the poet.
That's
laureate.
fine though. I mean, it's not worth like doing anything about because
I bet he works at the Washington Post.
All right, number 42 is a big one, boys.
I don't know, Steve. There is an allegation though he's making.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I just read what it actually is.
I think some of us want to answer.
Bloody hell. What's going on here?
You guys can't see it, and it's just as well.
What's going on here? I don't know. Bloody hell, Stephen.
You know what? I have to say that this guy's such an asshole that you'd be justified in doing this. So I don't really care if it's true.
Doing what?
Well, we're not going to discuss that now.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Number 69. Number 69.
Now, what do you at? Hurry up, because I got questions I need to ask you, Smokesteve. So you gotta get through this list.
All right.
Got some accusations. Got some accusations.
Number 42, the big boy, when he separated migrant children from their parents.
Yeah, I hate when any president does that, and they all do, unfortunately.
Yep, they all do it.
Okay, yeah, I heard that too. Obama did a lot of this.
Yeah, I think
is his name Obama or Osama? I always,
Obama. Yeah, I think I pointed it out to you before that Obama built the cages, and
I know he was down there. He's a good steel worker.
Well, that doesn't mean Trump had to use him.
Elva welder.
That's based. Yeah. That's based.
Anyways, when he blamed mental illness in video games for gun violence, don't remember that.
Stop.
When he peddled a conspiracy theory about Joe Biden in Ukraine. Now, that wasn't a conspiracy theory. This list is so fucked up, it's bizarre. There's problems here. When he sprayed protesters with tear gas so he could attend the photo op, that was the thing across the street, I think, at the church.
I don't know if that's that context of what.
Yeah, that really isn't true. Not right. That's a stretch. There was a riot going on.
Yeah.
When he tried to take credit for the COVID vaccine, number 46.
He certainly, was there for the, Operation
Fast Start. Warp Speed. He's sitting in Operation Warp Speed.
See, you do know more about us than we do.
47, he tried to launch a voter fraud hotline that was flooded by prank calls. I didn't know that. That's hilarious.
I remember that.
I like both of the. I think I like both those efforts. I'm on his side, and I definitely congratulate the pranksters.
I didn't know that happened. That's hilarious. Man.
Oh yeah. Can I tell you a really funny British prank? Quickly, and it's very funny. The RNLI had a new Arctic boat, and they asked the public to name it. So this was about 10 years ago or something. So everyone went naming this boat, and the boat that won in the end was the name of the boat that won in the end was Boaty McBoatface.
Yeah, that was to name the boat for the. Sir Richard Attenborough.
Yeah, for Sir Richard Attenborough. And then Boaty McBoatface was the answer. Hilarious. They did do it for about 6 months and they changed it. But yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Sometimes when the public fight back.
Hey, do you remember the Hank the Angry Drunk contest?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of reminds me of that.
The Angry Dwarf, are you talking about on Howard Stern? Yeah.
Hank the Drunken Angry Dwarf.
Yeah.
He got started. It was some contest. I think it was Vogue or somebody was like pick the most, or GQ was who's the handsomest American man. And Stern went on the air and told everybody to vote for Hank the Angry Drunken Dwarf, and he actually won.
All right, you want to give this a try?
Well, what is it? Because
all right, give it a listen.
Okay, yeah, I saw what I believe is a voter fraud situation.
Can you please describe it for me?
So I saw a man. He walked into this building, and he was wearing black. He had a black hat, black mask, a striped shirt, and a red tie. And I believe there were hamburgers in his bag, and he was saying "robble, robble" as he was exiting the building, like a burglar. I think he's probably Antifa. Can I speak to Rudy Giuliani?
The Hamburglar.
It's pretty good.
That is good.
The list actually has some. I did stop sharing. Did I not stop sharing? Okay, no.
Yeah, you're done. You did a good job.
Okay.
Top notch.
Where am I think
Your
I
production
lost.
team must be vast, Smokesteve, because it shows.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, shall we just now that we're this far through the list, we want to get it done, right?
Swing it through. Just bring us
Smokesteve's
home.
like,
Bring it on
Shows
home, right? Bring it
No
on
more than
home.
10 seconds discussion on each.
Bring it on
48
home.
gave his most important speech ever that was just full of lies.
No, just keep going.
I can play the speech that they have as an example, or
they have
Oh yeah. Play.
there we go.
You got some more audio video.
Just go to the next one, eh?
Go to the next one. He says,
"Yep."
Yeah, but what's the point?
All right, now this one's good. We rolling. We doing it. All right, here we go. Screen share. Let's get this going. This is yeah. I mean, this list. Somebody put some time into it.
McGrandy.
It was pretty much your whole show tonight.
I know, it's funny, isn't it?
McGrandy, are you the author to this list?
No, sir.
I mean, he did make some rickups, but some of these, fucking hell.
McGrandy, did you switch over to your special lemonade?
It's just,
ready?
Yeah, I'm drinking lemonade.
All right, we ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
This election was rigged. Everybody knows it. I don't mind if I lose an election, but I want to lose an election fair and square. What I don't want to do is have it stolen from the American people. That's what we're fighting for, and we have no choice to be doing that. We already have the proof. We already have the evidence, and it's very clear. Many people in the media, and even judges so far, have refused to accept it. They know it's true. They know it's there. They know who won the election, but they refuse to say, you're right. Our country needs somebody to say you're right. Ultimately, I am prepared to accept any accurate election result. And I hope that Joe Biden is as well. But we already have the proof. We already have tens of thousands of ballots more than we need to overturn all of these states that we're talking about. This is an election for the highest office in the greatest country in the history of the world. Every reasonable American should be able to agree, based on what we have already documented, that we need a systematic analysis of the mail-in ballots to review the envelopes. It's about the signature. And if they're on the envelopes, we can only review the envelopes, and that will tell us everything. This is the absolute minimum we should expect.
What the fuck? He's like a
This
robot.
is not just about my campaign, although
I
it has
can't
a lot
watch
to do with who's going to be your next president. This
Now to put into context, at that time, Bill Barr was sitting in his office, like telling him, "No, Trump, this is complete bullshit. You're out of your mind." And then he goes out there. I mean, it's really sad in a way to see that.
It is sad.
I mean, it's going to be completely pathetic when you go back in time. And to think that this guy, after that speech right there, is the leading candidate for the one party is I'm sorry, it's horrible.
Did you notice he got a haircut for that presentation?
No, we didn't. No.
Yeah.
That wasn't the thing I picked up on.
Yeah. I mean, but the reality is with what you got at the moment with the old Biden problem is
the Biden problem.
Well,
that's we call that diversion.
Well,
misdirection.
Well, I agree that the way Trump's behaved on quite a lot of things is not presidential. And someone mentioned earlier on, and it's very much true. I might find it funny. It's clearly not presidential.
It's not only not presidential; it's an actual example of insanity.
The problem you got at the moment is the insanity bit, is the dementia bit, is the Alzheimer's bit. I mean, the problem you got at the moment. he's really not with it, is he? He's just this chap is just not here most of the time.
Good move, English bottle cap. It's kind of like Medusa's hair, you know. You don't want to look at it.
All right, number
59.
We're almost there. Okay, number 48. Gave his most important speech ever. No, okay, number 49. Walked out of a medal ceremony in the Oval Office. I never heard of this. He walked out of a medal ceremony for a wrestler.
For who?
Okay. Some wrestler? Yeah, so let's skip that one. Number 50, pardons.
A wrestler.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Number 50, pardons. He pardoned some people.
That's terrible.
George Papadopoulos, Duncan Hunter, Chris Collins.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't think I've 100% agreed with any president. Their pardons at the end of their term.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to.
They're all politically motivated, and they do that.
There's some slimy ones thrown in. A lot of them are decent. Where they must have a staff, because they probably don't have any clue of that story, because a lot of them do so many of them that there's no way they could possibly be personally invested in the story behind it.
I don't remember Obama pardoning anybody for just political reasons.
No.
Or at least not slimy reasons. I remember Clinton pardoned Mark Rich. That was really, really awful.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's another nothing point, though, isn't it? By them.
Well, anyway.
So that's it. It's over.
Almost.
10 more.
Delayed the signing of the.
Shit, there was 9 more. He could have just
delayed the signing of the COVID relief bill. He edited a video to make it look like he won the Nobel Prize. That happened?
What? He did that?
I don't think.
I don't think that happened.
I don't see Trump editing a video.
That might have been when he did the Time magazine cover.
They're really stretching now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like, they're not naming anything that's like.
What about January 6th? Was this list made before that?
Yeah, no kidding.
It was maybe
Good
one
point.
before that.
Okay.
Attacked a Republican for having a brother that didn't exist.
What?
What does that mean? Did he exist or did he not exist?
Brother that did exist or not?
Didn't. And let's just get through this stupid thing. Asked Georgia officials to fix the election for him. That was bad.
Yeah.
That was impeachable.
That's horrible.
We got that on phone call right here.
Horrible.
Finally won.
Oh, you got it to play? You playing it?
I can, but I mean, we've all heard it.
Yes.
Is it necessary?
I only need how many votes? I need 2,000 votes. What was it?
11,780.
Yeah. There you go.
He said I need 11,781 to win.
What was the guy's name? Rasberger? Something like that?
Raffensperger.
Look at Smokesteve trying to trigger based. He had that sleeve up like he was going to get the jab.
No, that was the right shoulder. That was an over.
Okay, 55. Incited a violent attack on the Capitol building that left 5 people dead.
Which is a lie.
Well, that's a lie.
Yeah, that's a lie.
The only person who was killed by
He's completely innocent.
Was the
Trump had nothing to do with that.
Well, have you read his tweets? Should we read the tweets on the day because they're on Twitter now? We can read the tweets. Should we read the tweets?
No. Let's keep going. So there's
something that reminded me of something that I was kind of curious, and I've been thinking about this lately. So, it's really not related to Trump at all, but that for some reason it came in my head when you were saying this. But okay, so if what I've been struggling with lately is if a guy stabs somebody, right, and they're in a field and the guy bleeds out and dies, right, and the same exact situation, the guy stabs somebody out in a field, but somebody drives by and saves that person because they just freakishly. The guy that saved the person, that guy he's not going to face the same amount of time as the guy that the first guy, where the guy just died on the field. And
you're talking about two situations where a stabber lets a guy die and a stabber saves somebody.
They both meant to kill the person, and one of the person died, and the other person, freakishly, somebody just found them, right, and they live. But that guy, he's not going to face as much time in prison. And
where are you going with
for
this?
murder?
Oh, because it's not a murder. Somebody survived.
Because it's not
but attempted murder versus a murder.
So one is an assault,
but they both did
aggravated
the same,
assault, and the other one is a murder.
The scene, and they both left the scene. They were trying to kill somebody.
Okay, so what's the point?
So my point is, why is the one person that somebody came about and found the person, they don't face the same amount of time as the person that why is that fair? Maybe that's not fair.
Because the one person died and the other person didn't.
Exactly. I know, but that has nothing to do with the person that committed the crime in the first place.
Yeah, because it would be a violent assault with a weapon.
It's not just about intent;
with
it's
a weapon.
also about results. What the hell?
Yeah.
What's it say?
Rogers.
Trump flushed documents down the toilet. Photographic evidence.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Well, I got to tell you, I have a problem here because where is that toilet? That's not an impressive toilet. I thought it was supposed to be covered in gold or something.
Yeah, good point, McGrande. It's fake news.
Pieces of ripped up notes in the toilets of the White House while Trump was president.
Well, how do they know Trump flushed them down there?
It was in his handwriting.
That's interesting.
It did look like it was written with a Sharpie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big. It was a big crayon, actually.
Apparently,
this finger paint.
No. It's the tear pattern. It's everybody has a different tear pattern, just like they have different fingerprints and different eye characteristics.
This is so disbelievable.
Now we insulted Trump, so Topple's all pissed. Now he's like, crayon, what the fuck?
Well, how dare you? It was a Sharpie, damn it. He's civilized, damn it.
Chisel point. Okay, 57. Allegedly told his younger son COVID conspiracy theories.
Well, what do you mean allegedly? How could you?
I don't know.
If you don't know, don't put it in there.
It's the worst list ever.
So he told Barron?
Yeah, what about like when he told, can't you kill it with bleach? Sunshine,
drink bleach. Yeah.
There's some facts to that, but let's not go there.
Yeah, he didn't actually say drink bleach, did he?
Yeah, nope.
He did exactly that. He told everybody in the United States to go buy bleach and drink it. That's
no,
what he said.
That's what you've been
That's
fed.
exactly what he
not
said.
what he says.
If he did do that, he would lose a lot of votes in the next election.
Are you done with the list? Is that over? Was that the last one?
I don't want to read number 58. It's fucking disgusting.
Oh, no. You got to do
it.
That porn star. He fucked the porn star.
Complained about Rudy Giuliani's poo. According to Haberman, in her new book, Confidence Man.
Maggie.
Haberman.
In a new book.
The Making of Donald Trump and the Breaking of America. Trump allegedly called Giuliani fucking disgusting because of his poo. Haberman complained that while Trump and Giuliani were aboard the president's plane, he loudly complained about the odor after Giuliani used one of the plane's bathrooms so that all other aides could hear. Hold your shit, motherfuckers.
I think that's just a little bit funny, but I don't know why that.
I
just seems worthy of making the list. Like I can't believe she included it in the book.
I just. What's amazing to me is I just had a sudden visual image of him working that turd in the fucking airplane.
What a list!
Anyways,
what a list!
Number 59, when he wanted to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor.
I didn't know that. That sounds just like him, though.
Why? For having a bone spur. He's
all right. Hold on a second. I got it. I got the clip. We might as well finish off with the clip.
Yeah,
Am I right or am I right?
Yeah,
sure, I agree.
We went this far.
Yeah, let's X out like the 91
It's been this
clips.
painful. It's the least painful for all of us.
Yeah, can we pick a 10 list next time?
I think this is a great program you have tonight.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
Very anti-Trump. My next president of the United States.
Okay. I admit it. I admit it, Tom. I'm an anti-Trumper.
All right, here we go. To finish it all off.
Ten-second clip.
In fact, as president, I wanted to give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor, but they wouldn't let me do it. They wouldn't let me do it. I was just, I'm going to give myself I wanted that. But they wouldn't let me do that. They said that would be inappropriate. I said, okay.
Democrats don't understand satire. That's why.
No, here's the thing, though, that you guys both understand is that, like,
that looks like a good card.
When guys, I don't know what that is.
That's an NFT, is what that is.
Those are the cards.
I just have one point to make. What's the first name of Congressional Medal of Honor?
Right. Appointed by Congress.
Congress chooses who gets the Congressional Medal.
Correct.
Congressional Medal of Honor. Actually, I don't know about that.
Well, he presents it to them, but they are the one who decides.
I might be wrong, but I don't think that's true.
You think that they just called the Congressional Medal of Honor just because it sounds nice?
I'm going to have to research it. I'll come back to you on Discord with that.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. That's probably
all right. Well, Steve, you did your job. I personally hate Trump now. Thanks.
Yeah, nice one, lads. I'm out of here. I'm dropping.
Oh,
see you later.
Good having you. Thanks for coming out.
Cheers, guys.
Merry holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas. Merry Christmas. Wherever
Merry
the fuck
Christmas,
it is
man.
Now I hate Trump. All right. Thank you.
So, Smokesteve, I got a couple questions for you.
Yes.
Okay, so as you know, I told you that the state of Missouri legalized marijuana. It took into effect like 2 weeks ago or whatever.
Yes.
So let's say a guy has a poopy coat and wants to put a little. I'm sure you know what a dugout is.
Sure.
Smokesteve. Like, can that guy just go wherever he wants to? Now and
yes. Well, it's ambiguous. I don't know what the rules are driving for there, but here they
like driving, like
they're
what's
supposed to
the
be
deal?
sealed.
Because they didn't go over that on the news. They just said, "Hey, it's illegal now." It's legal now.
In this state, it's supposed to be a sealed container. I mean, it's totally stupid.
Yeah, I would be very cautious until there's some sort of experience by law enforcement.
What? Yeah, so don't smoke weed.
I mean,
don't burn joints in the car, man.
I'm never in a situation where I'm really worried about it, but I just wondered, is that cool now? Is that
yeah?
I don't have to be scared. I don't have to be scared anymore.
No, he's right.
Cop behind me. You know what I'm saying?
You don't want to have like it ready to go, like ready to burn. You don't want to have like a packed bowl and a lighter, like right next to your shit.
Right.
But you can have them like maybe out of arm's reach in like a little jar or something. I mean, it's really semantic. I mean, what the cop wants to do is probably not bust you for that. So it's not a worry.
Still smoke.
Drive sober when you get home in the evening. Smoke at the house, and if you want to bring some weed to your buddy's house or like to the skate park. You stash it away a little bit,
No, like let's say I got a couple little baggies or something riding around my truck somewhere. Is that cool now?
No.
Like, do I have to keep track of those as much as I used to?
That means you package weed for sale. So now you're dealing.
No.
No, it's the truth. If you have it in multiple packages, it's an automatic.
I'm not talking about like a duffel bag.
No, I'm not talking about double bags, dude. You could have 2 nickel bags. You could have 2
about like
nickel.
something in a compartment over here and something in a compartment over here.
No, you're fine. If I were you, I would get little like jars with tops so that you protect your.
I got lots of those. Which brings me up to my next point. Okay, let's say somebody's been, got some stuff, and how do you tell like when it's too old, like you don't want it around anymore?
You don't want to smoke it anymore?
Well, like, is there a point where like it gets to a bad point? Or
yeah, it stops smelling like weed. It starts smelling like hay. It loses all its terpenes. So all the terps of the
How
things
much
that make
weed
like
do you have?
Skunk and berries. And,
oh my God! I never got weed out of code before.
What?
I never got weed that was out of code. Like, how much do you have?
Well, I don't buy it. People give it to me, so I got like
wow.
So I got
think about this.
Aphid, smoke it all.
Shit tons.
There's
no, I don't really. Besides, like here, on Saturday night, I really don't smoke much at all anymore.
Right. Well, there's outdoor grows in Cali that'll still sell their stuff for up to a year and a half because they harvest in the fall. Then they have to sell for the next following year from that one harvest all the way through the next growing season and the next fall. So you would say 12 to 16 months if it was stored properly, no problem. But once it gets past that, it starts to get like goldish colored. It loses any.
Well, some stuff definitely got to be over a year, and some of it's in a jar, some of it's in a Ziploc.
Yeah, I mean, if it starts getting gold and it smells like hay, there's no more weed smell. I wouldn't smoke it.
I'd burn it all. I'd smoke it all, man.
Oh, that's fine. See, what THC converts to CBN after it starts to degrade. CBN is a great sleep aid. So if you smoke old weed, you just get tired and mellow, and it's not a bad thing. You're not going to hurt yourself. It's just not going to be as stony. It's more going to be sleepy and sedative, So it's still fine.
Because, I always have a New Year's Eve party and stuff, and I was kind of thinking of maybe, since it's a little more laid back, this year just having a help yourself pile. And I don't want to put anything in there to feel like hurt somebody.
Steal your shit.
Yeah,
Let them steal that shit.
Well, I had that problem last year, actually.
Well, I know.
We remember.
I got breaking news for you.
That guy will be here this year, probably.
Wait! Somebody was stealing your weed?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Aphid and his better half started investigating the weed that was left, and they were like, what the hell is this shit? Is this the weed, or is this not the weed? And you guys were all
she's like, it wasn't, man. I know it wasn't. She's like, what we had was way stronger than shit weed he gave us back. He's a fucking liar.
He did the bait. He did some kind of a weird bait and switch. He fucking did the old flip flop.
Well, first he did the old, I thought you wanted me to have it thing, which is just total nonsense. Right, and then he did the bait and switch.
That is crazy, bro. Just nuts.
Anyway.
You having him back. What a nice guy.
Dude,
he's married, so we're friends with the wife,
Dude, police up your weed, okay? You're responsible for that shit.
Well,
Take control over it.
This time, that's what I'm saying. This time, I want to, and like, can you? Let's say, okay, I got like a week and a half. Is there any way to freshen anything that up? Like, should I put it all in one container?
No, you don't want to do anything like that.
Put a piece of sponge or something.
The orange peel and all that nonsense.
I don't agree with that.
No, I don't either. Just go with it. Dude, just go with it. Roll it up and smoke it. See how it tastes.
What'd you say, Smokesteve?
I don't agree with remoistening weed for the most part. I think you could.
I thought you told me put something in the lid or something.
Mason jar. It's a possibility, but you could try it a little. You cut the tip off of the Q-tip.
So you're saying, I don't want to have to go through something if you're saying it's not worth it. So you're saying just take all that out, put it in a bowl, and say, help yourself, everybody.
You know, I might think, are you good at rolling joints? You suck at it. You can't even do it.
No, I can't do it.
Yeah, see, in this case, you want to get roll it all into joints and put out a few lighters and a plate of joints.
Exactly.
Then they can't even see the weed, how weird it is, and how decrepit and old.
Well, none of these people, you know, we're we've all been friends our whole life. Most of them have moved on, but it's New Year's Eve. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes people, let their guard
shit
down,
hang out,
have a good time.
They let their hair fall down.
Sure.
Yeah.
But no, nobody's gonna see that, and I'm not worried about getting judged or anything. If that's
all right. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you're going to improve it any. Okay. Is it like Tinder dry?
Probably. I don't know.
That's the secret too.
Because I'll give
moisture
you an example.
Content.
Okay, the thing I have is like this glass thing with you hold the end.
Dude, you're such an amateur. You kill me.
No. I'm trying to act like I'm pro level here. Smokesteve's milk. But anyway, so that thing stays packed for a long time. Right.
You remind me of the one hitters. They used to have the wooden box with the
that's what I was
brass
telling
the brass pipe that you could stick into it and turn it around and take it out and light that brass thing up and let it flow. But you should, you know what you should do? Get some papers and start learning how to roll, dude.
I don't have time. I don't have time to.
No, you do, because there's no You worry about shit. There's
I didn't know.
There's no pipes or any of that crap in the car. You don't have to worry about stinky pipes laying in the house. You burn a joint, and you got roaches. You can use those roaches later on, man.
Roaches suck. Throw roaches out, dude.
Oh, bullshit. They don't suck.
They're horrible.
No, they. Oh, dude. You know what, Steve? You're spoiled, man. Your state's been illegal too long, buddy.
Well, when I went to the Outer Banks, I happened to have some ganja down there. I bought myself a nice little glass pipe from the tobacco barn. And it's funny, though. They had porn and cigarettes in one room, right? That, there was kids and stuff in. But I had to get the person to go to the other room to buy a glass pipe. Literally, there was porn and cigarettes. The whole other rest of the store was porn and cigarettes, but glass pipes are in this weird, shady room.
Because it's paraphernalia. The funny thing is your state may have marijuana as being legal, but paraphernalia may be illegal.
Well, this was either in Virginia or North Carolina.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. There you go.
But them cigarettes were cheap down yonder.
That's a homegrown state, dude. North Carolina is one of the biggest tobacco producers out there.
Yeah, they grow cigarettes there.
Right off the tree. They pick them fresh.
You don't even have. They grow with the filters on them too.
You remember that's the Big Rock Candy Mountain song?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good song. I like that song.
I got breaking.
What this song was? The Big Rock Candy Mountain.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Breaking news from Maba.
It seems like Elon Musk suspended some dude named Taylor Lorenz, a journalist.
Wow.
Or is that a girl?
It's a girl.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
that's your news.
That's freedom of speech taken away again.
Wow. I can't stand her, but I don't know why he would suspend her.
Wow, he's gone off the rails, huh?
Yeah, he's crazy, madman.
He restored the others that he suspended.
Well, he does everything by poll now, doesn't he? Yes,
seemingly. Yeah.
Goes for votes.
Who could figure out a genius?
Epstein. Well, I mean,
she's very old.
What?
That's what he's saying.
Oh, cup of pee.
Cup of tea should call in here tonight.
I know he's such a coward. It really, I just wish he would really stand up and be a man. come on in.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's up to you.
No, it's not up to me. I'm just expressing an opinion.
The list of questions I have saved on my phone for the chance that sometime, if Cup of Tea ever calls in, or I have the chance to ask him, I have a list of questions to ask him.
Well, I mean, he should.
Would love to have him on.
In all honesty, I might be frightening for him, but he doesn't have anything to worry about me. I would be a complete gentleman.
We have a list of questions?
It's actually, I don't even think it's my list. I think it's Mrs. Lip's list.
Oh,
she has for Cup of Tea.
You guys are.
She's known Cup of Tea for a long time.
Don't you guys understand that's Last Dance's burner account?
Yeah.
He's running the Cup of Tea from right here amongst us. So.
Yes. He's a
There's even a picture of what Mrs. Lip thinks Cup of Tea looks like, actually.
Oh, you gotta show
that.
No, it's saved for Cup of Tea.
Well,
I can't give it to you.
I think we should all send out an overture and ask him to join us in a brotherly and humane and.
Well, he wishes you. At least I can only. I'm assuming here. I don't know for sure, but I think he's talking to you.
Yes, he is.
What was the gizzard thing?
Oh, come on. You don't pretend you're innocent.
Okay, that was a little baiting. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is even Cup of Tea's own avatar is influenced by McCranday.
I know.
And actually, I think it was before McCranday even started coming into this show. I think.
Dude, I must tell you, I am flabbergasted at the way I have shaped his life over the years. I've been such a profound influence on him, and it was completely unintended.
If I know Cup of Tea, he just gets a kick out of it.
You do know him. He's you.
I'll tell you, I would love to have Cup of Tea on. Just with all seriousness, I bet he'd be.
Well,
yeah, he let Hayden talk to us. Why won't he let us talk to him? I mean, we care more about Cup of Tea than Hayden does. So why would he give him that pleasure? It makes no sense.
Well,
but I will say, Cup of Tea is always there. He's always there, and he has been for years. Cup of Tea has always
he makes
been
me
there.
laugh, so I love him there.
Yes, it's almost like he needs our insulin.
There would be a loss. There'd be a staleness in the air if Cup of Tea was never there.
That's what scared me when we moved channels, that we were going to lose Cup of Tea, actually.
Of course you weren't going to lose him. You can't lose him. He's like, did you guys see that movie, The Lips? The Hayden
Yeah.
It's like that rash. You can't get rid of that rash, and you can't get rid of Cup of Tea.
Well, who invited Cup of Tea here? How did he find out about this lovely place over here?
I don't know. Maybe Smokesteve reached out to him somehow. He's got back channels. Like
No,
Trump
I
and
didn't.
Russia.
Dude, I was announcing it on the last show over there. I was kind of mentioning it, like that I'd be moving over. So wasn't a surprise that people found.
Wow! So he latched on and understood and remembered.
Or
no, he's a fan. He's here. He's a person.
Topple's theory is true.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I've been on live streams with him before.
I'm connecting the dots here.
Have you ever?
Last Dance typing is way too loud for him to get away with being Cup of Tea.
Yeah, I know, that's one thing.
Last Dance has like gunpowder in his fingers.
Last Dance is the Blue Man crew of typing.
Blue Man Group, but yeah, that's
Blue Man Group.
All right.
Thank you, Smokesteve.
Owner of Cup Tea delivers or orders pizzas.
He may.
He could.
Well, I have a few other shareable clips here.
We better get through them because you're about to fade out.
I am not.
Wait a minute. 3,
He's only drinking Bud Light tonight.
1,
He's fine.
0. 5 hours.
Wow.
5 hours. Wow.
That's
Smokesteve,
impressive.
I can tell. Smokesteve, it's obvious because sometimes he drinks too much and sometimes he smokes too much.
No, but I've been on a good
Good.
run lately, bro.
Good.
I haven't had my first drink since about the first.
That's what I was gonna say. Tonight, it's obvious that you spoke too much, so you're
Yeah,
still
but I'm
able
still
to hang.
awake.
He's
Yeah,
He's
still
fine.
awake.
hanging
When
in
you
there.
when you
He's
drink
strong,
too
going
much,
strong.
you get back and there's no production value out of you.
Yeah,
at all.
this is the strongest weed ever in the history of mankind.
Oh,
But
wow.
I'm still up, so it's something.
Sound like Trump there.
Well, it might be hyperbole. Yes, I'm not. Okay, she's a little bit of a cutie. We'll start with this one. And nice. We have a nice international share screen going on right here. She's not bad.
Wow.
Okay.
Don't tell me it's Czech porn.
Ha ha ha.
Check porn.
Okay.
Are we doing 2 girls in 1 cup?
Checkmate, McGrandy. Checkmate.
I saw worse ones than that, but here.
Oh yeah. Ew.
Shut up, you fucking bastard. She's
Look at them eyes.
Another questionable gaffe during a virtual St. Patrick's Day event, the Irish Taoiseach Michael Martin quipping, "I may be Irish, but I'm not stupid." The comment has ruffled feathers in Ireland and amongst Irish communities across the United States. The president also raised eyebrows by incorrectly referring to Boris Johnson as the Prime Minister of England, effectively excluding 3 out of the 4 nations of the UK from his remarks. Let's take a look now at what he said.
Bless me, Father, for I'm about to sin.
awkward.
Well, I just want you to know, I may be Irish, but I'm not stupid. I married Dominic Giacopo's daughter.
So he spoke Gaelic.
Hey, Arlene, I want to come to you first. When you
No, that was English.
What the hell is
No,
that?
that was the last part was Gaelic.
No, it was all English, bro.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Well, it's difficult to know where to start with Joe Biden, isn't it? I mean, I think that for those of us who are Northern Irish, but who are also British, we are essentially being gaslighted by the President of the United States. He doesn't really recognise that unionists exist in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I'm being gaslighted by her fucking face.
What a shitty.
You mean you'd like to light it with gas, more like?
I don't know. Jesus.
What is it Jay Leno said? After the fire, my face was improved.
Was that Ireland's Fox News over there?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Good question. They did seem a little pissed at Biden for sure.
Yeah, she was from the Republic, so that's you got the wacko. What do they call them? The Provos from Northern Ireland, the pro Brits, the Protestants in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, the pros.
The Provos were Catholic.
Leprechaun tie.
Thank you.
Seems like
I apologize.
really
Last answer, right?
They really like him over there.
He's not liked anywhere.
I mean,
other than the U.S. He's got the popular vote. I forgot. Sorry.
To be honest, even Joe Biden, when he wasn't demented, would have said the same stuff. He was also cringy back in the day.
We need another Obama.
Oh, come on, man. That's his favorite line.
No.
All right, this next story we're going to share is what I really like. When a small business goes up against a huge entity and wins and makes that entity look like a fucking idiot.
I'm for it.
So this I found to be incredibly interesting.
Do we still have a semi-cute girl you're going to talk about in this video?
Yeah, the reporter's decent.
Let's see her.
There she is on the
Okay, yeah.
She is a hottie.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
We're not
Okay.
really gonna get
Oberlin
much
College in the tank on this one.
Tonight,
I like her
Gibson's
stance with the old
Bakery
man.
is speaking out following a years-long legal battle that started with a false accusation of racism and ended with Oberlin College paying out $36 million in damages. Tonight, Lindsey Buckingham tells us what Gibson says now and how the
Lindsey
college
Buckingham?
is responding.
Not Lindsey Buckingham.
It started here in 2016 outside Gibson's Bakery in Oberlin. Protesters calling for justice after an employee accused a black student of shoplifting wine inside the store. Claims of racial profiling and boycotts followed for weeks. The lawsuit filed by Gibson's accused the college of supporting the protesters' views. A jury agreed, awarding Gibson's $25 million in damages. Owner Laura
25 million.
Gibson says the turmoil ruined the family name.
We lost so much of the business after the protests that we weren't getting the business, and so I couldn't afford to keep the shelves filled.
Eventually, the 3 students involved pleaded guilty to misdemeanors, saying in court the employee didn't act out of racism. A lawyer for Gibson says they're still waiting for the school to take responsibility.
It was Oberlin College, and they could never admit that what they did was wrong.
In a statement, the college said in part, "We are disappointed by the court's decision. However, this does not diminish our respect for the law and the integrity of our legal system. This matter has been painful for everyone. We hope that the end of the litigation will begin the healing of our entire community."
Bullshit.
Meanwhile,
What a
Gibson
crock.
says it looks forward to moving past this, serving customers for the last 138 years. Its doors, they say, are open to everyone.
Here we've always treated everybody properly, and that's all we just wanted. That's all we wanted from the start, just to continue on our lives and keep the store going.
Now, Gibson's award is now at $36 million because of interest and lawyer fees. After the Ohio Supreme Court declined to hear their appeal, Oberlin College this week said it will pay Gibson's in full. Russ?
36 million.
Holy shit.
For what?
For
what?
What a
for
crock.
defamation.
Because of protesting?
No, the college itself. Sorry, go on,
endorsed.
Smokesteve.
The college endorsed the protests somehow.
They did more than that. They put out a statement that said that they were basically were racist.
Oh, the college said this
College
stuff. It
said
wasn't
that,
just like post-its on. Okay.
Is this in your neck of the woods down there?
No, it's.
Had you heard about this before Last Dance?
Yes, I had heard about it before.
I never heard of it.
I had just heard about it in the last few days, and I think it is great. They absolutely deserve it. They were
Agreed.
smeared because some idiot, who knows who they hired? Some college kid thought they saw somebody lifting a bottle of wine, said something, turns into a fucking practically an international incident because people are so fucking on edge about this woke bullshit that
That's starting to calm down now.
These guys nearly lost their business because of the whole ridiculousness.
And
then,
those people were shoplifting, as it turns out, and they pleaded guilty.
Jesus Christ.
yeah, that news story wasn't very clear.
Yeah.
The 3 misdemeanors that they were talking about were the shoplifters, but the news story wasn't clear.
Yeah, I agree, because I was kind of lost in the whole thing too.
I was totally lost.
It was dumb. Maybe they were afraid of insulting somebody and getting sued themselves. So they like danced around exactly what happened just enough to give you some info. But it was, definitely thin on the news side. But I like to see that. I like to see when people get called out. For
I'm out of here, guys. Have a good night.
I'll see
you. Take care, McGrath. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to all of you guys.
Yeah.
Friday next week.
I want that 5 list.
Okay, I'll be there.
I want that 5 list.
Sunday.
I'm going to do it. 10 items. It's 10.
Oh, 10.
Friday.
Yeah.
He won't do it.
No, he will. He's a man of his word. That's one thing about McGrath.
So we'll do Friday. Are you guys going to be in for that? That'll be epic.
I might not be.
Saturday is Christmas Eve, homeboy. Come on.
I got a lot of shit to do.
Oh, I'll be fine Friday.
Top, you got anything crazy huge for your kids?
They're above that age, like the iPhone for my daughter that I got for her birthday, but My son's all clothes. That's what he wants.
Clothes, yeah.
And my daughter is like art stuff.
Oh, cool.
But she just got a brand new iPhone, so nothing we get her now will trump that one.
Right. I was at Lowe's today, and they have like these 175cc mini bikes now for $800 at Lowe's. I'm like, what
you gonna
the
get
fuck?
one of those for yourself?
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'm a little bit too big for the weight limit.
Well, is there a place to ride it?
No, but I was thinking if I had the dough, I would like buy them for my nephews because they're awesome. But that'd be like,
dude, that's a big nephew gift.
How much are they?
$800 a piece. But the problem is, like, then if one of them goes and breaks his neck, my sister will fucking hate me forever. So, like, I can't do that.
Don't get it.
Yeah, that's a risk. They sell you some shitty ass helmet with it. The thing is like probably a lawnmower engine strapped onto a cheap pipe frame with like a single axle and the world's cheapest brakes. So who knows how.
Yeah,
but I gotta say, it looked cool. I would, if I was younger, be like $800. Hell yeah.
Last Dance, are you doing anything tomorrow for the start of Hanukkah?
Nope.
Nope. You're not going to light up a candle?
Nope.
You don't have? Okay.
I think I do have a menorah, but I'm not going to do anything with it.
Is that a Christmas tree in the reflection?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Good for you to respect the Christian side of your faiths.
I'm not respecting the Christian side. I just like the pretty lights, and my wife was not Jewish, and she loved Christmas, and she loved the tree, and I'm with her.
Is it a pre-lit job?
Yeah, it's. We drag the thing. In fact, we just drag the thing down in the basement with the lights on and everything, and drag it back up in around the Christmas time.
The Christmas tree's kind of cool because it's got a lot of memories with the ornaments and stuff. There's something cool to that.
Yep.
Yeah, your kids' ornaments, and then if you were a kid and made ornaments at the time.
Thank you, English bottle cap.
Well, I think. Yeah, you did. You did because you went to Max Headroom. Stage.
That was weird.
But
You're back now, though.
Are you doing Christmas with? Doing it again.
Yeah.
You're totally breaking up, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I hope to. Merry Christmas. If I don't, I'll see you guys on Discord.
All right. Merry Christmas to you, dude.
We lost him. All right, that's it. Well, game, set, match, fellas.
Yeah.
Hey, great show, Smokesteve.
Good job, Smokesteve. Merry Christmas to you guys.
Thanks for putting it on.
I hope you have
I'll see you on Friday.
Friday gonna work for you?
I have no idea. I don't even want to guesstimate one way or another. If it happens, I'll be here. That's the best thing I can say about it.
So that's a yes.
Oh yeah, I guess that would be. If it happens that I can join,
right?
Then
if
most
it
definitely
so happens at your right. Well, if not, either way, enjoy it with the family and both of you guys.
Absolutely.
Well, let's engage on the Discords.
See you guys. We'll see each other.
All right, take it easy.
All right, bye. All right, and thus ends another Smokesteve's International Pub. Thank you, everybody, for being here. English Bottle Cap, you are the man. Cup of tea. Based Welshman, of course. Oh, all you guys, man. Doppel. My wife. Myself. Just looking through the comments. And everyone who was just watching without me knowing that you're even there. Thank you. And good night. We'll see you in 6 days, I hope, on Friday. Bye.